Hey guys, Barky here with an Iceberg video. We're going into the Five Nights at Freddy's Iceberg, so strap in, grab yourself a Coke Zero, and enjoy. Let's get started. If I had to explain to you what FNAF is, chances are you don't know what it is. So FNAF, or Five Nights at Freddy's, is a media franchise created by Scott Cawthon in 2014. The main series consists of 9 video games taking place in locations connected to a fictional family pizza restaurant franchise named Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, after his mascot, the animatronic bear Freddy Fazbear. In most games, the player assumes the role of a nighttime employee who must utilize tools such as security cameras, lights, doors, and vents to defend themselves against hostile animatronic characters that inhabit the locations. The series' lore is gradually revealed through voice recordings, minigames, and Easter eggs featured throughout the games. Alright, let's get started with Tier 1. 1987 in FNAF 1's Custom Night. The 1987 Custom Night legend is an urban legend revolving around FNAF 1. In the first game, players have the option to select the difficulty of the individual characters before beginning their game. In addition to this, one of the most important years in the game's lore is the year 1987. In order to unlock the Custom Night, the player must give Freddy difficulty 1, Bonnie difficulty 9, oh that's impossible, Chica difficulty 8, and Foxy difficulty 7, and after doing so, the player will have to select Ready. Doing so will cause the face of the character known as Golden Freddy to appear, and he will let out a low-pitched scream and the game will crash. Freedom. This refers to the jump scare sound effect used in FNAF 2. Some people have speculated that it's not just a loud noise and the animatronics are saying, "Freedom." It's me. This entry refers to an Easter egg in FNAF 1 that has a 0.1% chance of occurring every second. It appears as a hallucination of Golden Freddy's head with the caption, "It's me," and some creepy noises. It's Me sign at Pirate's Cove. This is another hallucination in the game that has a reportedly 10% chance of happening. It refers to Foxy's sign in Pirate's Cove changing from saying, "Sorry, out of order," to "It's me." Mike Kill All. This refers to the FNAF 2 trailer in which you can hear children singing "London Bridge is Falling Down." Some people claim that when you reverse the audio, you can hear "The Killer is Out" and "Mike Kill All." Of course, I don't know why anyone would think that this reveals any information about the franchise at all, because if you reverse any other recording of "London Bridge is Falling Down, you should be able to hear the same thing. The animatronics get a little bit quirky at night. The animatronics get a bit quirky at night is a line by Phone Guy, which people have repurposed and overlaid over footage of, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but footage of Freddy Fazbear twerking. Was it me? These were a set of teasers released while Scott was making FNAF 4. They were each of a nightmare animatronic with the text of something similar to "Was it me?" The teaser having a color scheme relating to that specific animatronic, such as blue, red, yellow, brown, and gray for some reason. And there was a hidden text when changing the contrast and brightness of the images, such as Nightmare Foxy's teaser having text that states "out of order," referring to his state in FNAF 1. Other text on the images stated the variant of animatronics these were going to be, which was Nightmare. Was that the bite of 87? This is a meme in the community, which is pretty much a clip of Markiplier saying, in shock, "Was that the bite of 87? That was my Markiplier impression. This originates from a video Markiplier made on Five Nights at Freddy's 4. He says this after seeing the bite of 83, previously thought to be the bite of 87. Spoilers. He would have probably said this in shock after we have finally seen the bite of 83 after 4 games. By the way, this iceberg is going to contain massive spoilers, so you have been warned. Hashtag #StandByScott. This was a hashtag floating around Twitter where people were saying this to support the choice of retirement by Scott Cawthon and also the allegations. Some YouTubers like Daco posted a video talking about the situation, and there were also some other variants of the hashtag such as hashtag #ThankYouScott and hashtag #IStandWithScott. Connection Terminated speech. The famous speech is from the true ending to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Simulator, which was released on December 4th, 2017. Upon the player completing the Saturday shift, a message from Scrap Baby is heard, but is quickly interrupted by Henry Emily. It has been used in many different memes and has become its own copypasta. Thank you teasers. These teasers were used to tease the development of FNAF World. The first had the most characters from FNAF 1 through 4 with the text above them reading, "Thank you." When Scott started to make FNAF World, he began to replace the characters with their adventure counterparts while adding new adventure characters. Once all the adventure animatronics were on there, he added a date for which the game was going to be released on. It was also updated to add the Update 2 characters, Chica's Magic Rainbow, and the protagonist for Foxy Fighters. These were also to showcase questions like, in FNAF 4, why would the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? And what is seen in the shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. And most famously, 4 games, 1 story. Teasers with the questions were actually being updated on one of the Game Theorist live streams. 50-20 mode. When having all 50 characters set to max in Ultimate Custom Night, it becomes a special challenge called 50-20 mode. The challenge consists of all animatronics on their hardest difficulties all attacking you for the full 6 minutes. This challenge takes a lot of practicing to complete, and that's why Daco screamed and almost cried when completing it. 7 nights. Most games in the franchise have 7 nights, and that being the main 5, the custom night, and night 6. Games that don't abide by this are Security Breach, FNAF 3, and FNAF World. Sorry, I think I'm gonna butcher this next one. Abdul Sissy's FNAF Beatbox. This post refers to a viral video of a TikToker in a yellow shirt sitting in his car and beatboxing to the Living Tombstone's FNAF themed song Five Nights at Freddy's One Song. The video was uploaded to TikTok in August 2021 and went viral, inspiring numerous videos under its original sound. The video saw an increase in popularity around December 2021 as an exploitable on YouTube. Afton family. This is a family in the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise in which all of the lore is centered around. The father, William Afton, is obviously the killer and murdered the 5 children. The wife is unknown. The older brother, Michael Afton, put his younger brother into Fredbear's mouth to cause the bite of 83, or the bite of 87 depending on what you believe. The younger brother, the bite victim, was the one who was bitten on his frontal lobe, and the sister, Elizabeth Afton, who was scooped into Circus Baby after being tricked by the ice cream. Afton Robotics LLC. Afton Robotics, fully known as Afton Robotics LLC, a limited liability corporation, is a robotics company that was founded by William Afton, who is also the co-founder of Fazbear Entertainment Inc. It first appeared in sister location, appearing on the blueprints of the core animatronics of that game, Circus Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy. This company has made a huge amount of animatronics that we have seen and will see in the franchise. Ambience. Ambience is an audio cue which is in each FNAF game. They are creepy pieces of audio which can happen at different intervals, and they have been most used in Five Nights at Freddy's 1 and have faded out in use in each game. The ambience from Five Nights at Freddy's 2 has actually become more popular in recent years as they have become more popularly used in trash posts. Dude. This is the username that the creator of the franchise, Scott Cawthon, goes by on all platforms he has made an account on, besides YouTube, where it's just his legal first and last name. This name is paired with an avatar of a blue pixelated person running with 2 blue squares coming off of the head. His avatar was presumably created for There Is No Pause Button, another game created by Scott before FNAF, but he used it for his profile picture. For the troll game of Five Nights at Freddy's 3, the avatar had a Freddy head replaced over its actual head. Ballora is William's wife. This is a widely popular theory in which people believe that William Afton's animatronic Ballora was actually his wife stuffed into a costume. People believed this because every other person in William's family was involved in some sort of animatronic injury, such as Elizabeth Afton and the bite victim. Also, people believed that William's wife died, and the reason we see nothing about her is because he is grief-stricken. To this day, there is no proof of a Miss Afton for William Afton. Bite of 87 versus Bite of 83. This refers to a debate in the community whether the bite that we see in the FNAF 4 minigame is the Bite of 87 or the Bite of 83. Most people believe it to be the Bite of 87, until recently. There is an Easter egg which says the date 1983 on it, which made the majority of the fanbase think it was the bite of 83. Bonnie gave Scott nightmares. Scott Cawthon considers the FNAF 1 Bonnie to be the scariest animatronic in the franchise, and he's right. Which may be unusual to some. Scott said this in the interview with Daco, so his opinion could have changed, and this interview took place like a few years ago. Bonnie is purple. When the Five Nights at Freddy's 1 trailer was found by the public after the game was released, there were many oddities in the trailer, and one of the biggest obviously being the lost first trailer, but one of them was about Bonnie being purple, and he looks purple because of the lighting in the trailer. Bonnie is more of a lavender color. Burn Trap. Burn Trap is an optional final boss, saying optional because he is the boss of the Afton ending. He only appears in the Afton ending. This form is likely the result of Vanny somehow downloading Williams' consciousness from the Freddy Fazbear virtual experience into his old hybrid abomination of an animatronic suit, endoskeleton, and the little remains of his corpse. This animatronic has appeared in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach as a main antagonist, hidden and only alluded to throughout the game, and only seen in the Afton ending. Candy Cadet's stories. For the Candy Cadet minigame in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Simulator, you wait for an accurate time to get a piece of candy from him. If you wait for a precise amount of time, you can get stories from him with a specific theme. The first about a boy who buys 5 kittens, but a snake eats them one by one per day, and the boy then kills the snake by cutting it up and sewing the kitten back together. The second story is about a man who gives 5 orphans toys and food, but a burglar kills them one night, so the guy stitches 5 orphans together and puts them into one single coffin. The third and final story is about a woman locked in a burning building with a key, with 5 doors having 1 kid in each. She melts the keys together thinking it would work on all doors, but it works on none of them. These stories all follow the theme of 5 things becoming 1, which could be thought to be the 5 kids William kills, but is unconfirmed what these really refer to. Carl the Cupcake. Chica's Cupcake was the only character in FNAF 1 with an unknown name. This does eventually lead up to people giving the character a fan name. Some fans began calling him Carl, but that name soon caught on with every FNAF fan at the time. It was soon disproved by a Chica action figure, which included Carl, named as Mr. Cupcake. I like Carl better. This was one of the only cases that Scott had not adapted the fan-given name into the actual franchise, like Scrap Trap and Golden Freddy. Cassidy. Cassidy is the soul that people think is possessing Golden Freddy. Although people refuse to believe it as they think there are 2 souls possessing Golden Freddy, Cassidy and the Bite Victim. In 2020, Markiplier released some FNAF merch, with one of them being a golden kazoo called Cassidy Kazoo. CD Plus. By holding C, D, and plus, you can skip nights to 6 a.m. This can be used in FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, but in FNAF 2 you have to hover over Toy Freddy's nose on the poster. But it was soon taken out of FNAF 3. People thought CD Plus was coming to FNAF 3, as on Phantom BB's teaser, it had a CD on his hat, but it was probably a coincidence. CG5. This is a person who creates FNAF songs. He does centrally make other songs about other games like Among Us and Poppy's Playtime, but CG5 does also create original music, and he has made some music for the popular Five Nights at Freddy's internet personality Daco, the music being tailored to the franchise. Chipper & Sons Lumber Co. This is the game that Scott made before Five Nights at Freddy's. It follows the story of a lumber company ran by Chipper, a humanoid beaver, whose son, Tyke, has to do certain objectives ranging from collecting a certain amount of wood, talking to other characters, and building specific things, and playing mini games throughout the game. Scott made the game, but he got criticism on it, and the criticism was pretty much people saying that the characters move and look like animatronic characters. After that, he was thinking of quitting game development until he thought of the idea of Five Nights at Freddy's. Confusing timeline. I think that everybody in the FNAF community, or people who have heard of the franchise, know that the franchise has a very confusing timeline. Many people have tried to piece it together, but people argue about what goes where. MatPat has even made some videos trying to piece together the lore, and many people just go with him because people know he researches for a while to get his information. console and mobile ports. These are versions of the game in which the mechanics are changed to tailor to either mobile devices, which also include a store, and consoles, which make it so the different mechanics for the games correlate with different buttons on the controller. Some people in the community wouldn't usually prefer these versions over the original computer versions. Da Games. This is a person who has created many popular songs in the Five Nights at Freddy's community. They also do gameplay videos on games like Five Nights at Freddy's, Poppy's Playtime, and It Takes Two. Although his songs aren't as popular as The Living Tombstone, he is still well liked in the community. Daco. Daco is prominent in the FNAF community for making charity streams where he plays FNAF games or fan games. When he hits a specific goal with the money people donate, he teases something. All the money he would make in the streams, he would give to the chosen charity for the stream. Dream Coma Theory. This entry is referring to a theory made by MatPat in the video Game Theory FNAF, the clue that solves Five Nights at Freddy's, in which he believed that the whole franchise was taking place in the dreams of a child, which is really boring. I don't know why you would... No. He gave an example, the grandfather clock. The coma theory is a theory that states that the games take place while the child is in the hospital, in the time between the bite and the eventual removal of his front lobe. The biggest problem with this and Matt's original theory is that the kid dies in the end, and the sound of a heart monitor flatlining is heard signifying the death of the child. Endo 1 and spare heads staring at the camera. There's an Easter egg in Five Nights at Freddy's 1 in which, on the backstage camera, the Endo 1 character and the decapitated animatronic heads of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica all turn towards the camera with fully black eyes and small white pupils. The eyes look similar to when Bonnie stares into the same camera if you were to go into the backstage area. Failed Kickstarter. Scott started the Kickstarter before FNAF 1 was released. He tried to get money to further develop FNAF, but he got 0 backers and no money. It had many backer goals. Some of the most important ones were wallpapers, which are now considered lost media, and Scott would send you new versions of the game when something was updated. Fall Guys, Dead by Daylight, and Fortnite. Now I know you're thinking this is FNAF Iceberg. It is. This is why it's relevant. These were games in which people began to speculate that FNAF would eventually collaborate with. People thought Springtrap was coming to Dead by Daylight, and people thought there would be multiple Fall Guys costumes, and people thought a Freddy Fazbear skin was coming to Fortnite. Fan art. This definitely doesn't need a very long explanation. Fan art is an art which isn't official to the specific franchise. Five Nights at Freddy's could be up there to be getting the most fan art, but people usually just draw fan art of the characters. Sometimes they might draw fan art of anything relating to Five Nights at Freddy's. Fan-given names being canonized. Many characters used to have no official name outside of the game files, leading fans to come up with their own names for them. Some of these names have grown popular enough to be used officially, including Golden Freddy, Phone Guy, Purple Guy, Withered Animatronics, Shadow Bonnie, Freddles, and Scrap Trap. There are some characters that actually had original names prior to fans just giving them names, such as Golden Freddy, who was actually originally called Yellow Bear until Markiplier made a video called Was That Golden Freddy? Five Nights at Freddy's Part 2. Fan songs. On YouTube, communities of specific franchises make songs about that franchise, Five Nights at Freddy's being one of the most popular when it comes to fan songs. Many people have made songs tailored to this specific franchise, such as The Living Tombstone, Daco, and DA Games. Fazbear Fanverse Initiative. This was something started by Scott where he would give money to developers of the most popular fan games to make new ones for the series. Five Nights at Candy's 4, Pop Goes Evergreen, One Night at Flumpty's 3, Joy of Creation Ignited Collection, and FNAF Plus are the games which are being developed or have been developed. Scott also said they will get mobile ports of their games and may or will get merch. Fazbear Frights. This was a series of books which had 3 different stories in them, with one connecting story at the end of each book. There were 12 books in the series, with the 12th not being released solo, and you'd have to buy the 12-book box set to get the 12th. This series later got adapted into a graphic novel series, and the first book was released on July 2nd, 2021. Five Nights at Candy's. This is the most well-known of all of Five Nights at Freddy's fan games. This fan game was created by Emil Mako and is set in the same universe as the official Five Nights at Freddy's series. When this game was released, it came with great feedback, extremely positive, and Five Nights at Candy's 4 has been tied in reviews with FNAF World on GameJolt.com. There was a Reddit post done by Emil Mako, which was a beta version of Candy the Cat without a tie. Some people in the community named this as Sugar and regarded it as a hoax. Five Nights at Freddy's AR Special Delivery. Developed by Illumix, this is an AR game released on Android and iOS. The aim of the game is to defeat the animatronics in an augmented reality situation, which beating these animatronics will get you XP to get stuff from the store and new animatronics. Throughout the game, players subscribe to the Fazbear Entertainment's brand new Fazbear Funtime service and get their favorite animatronics on demand. Due to unfortunate circumstances, the visiting animatronics malfunction and attack subscribers instead of entertaining them. Illumix has updated the game many times with bug fixes, new characters, and new skins, such as Clown Springtrap and Flamethrower Indo, but some skins are based off of holidays such as Chocolate Bonnie and Lovesick Baby. The first of these was actually released as its own character, that being Freddy Frostbear. Five Nights at Freddy's VR Help Wanted. Developed by Steel Wool Studios, this is the VR game of FNAF. It is a collection of classic and original minigames set in the Five Nights at Freddy's universe. There is a total of 40 playable minigames in the base game, with 3 of them being featured in the demo. After completing the minigames, players can replay them again in a nightmare mode of some sorts, which cranks up the difficulty and distraction in every game. Upon fully completing the game, players are treated to an end which expands upon the lore of the games. The game introduced a key character, Malhare, otherwise known as Glitchtrap, a new incarnation of William Afton, which had invaded the game as a glitch. There have been 2 add-ons to the base game, one being Curse of the Dreadbear DLC and the other one being a non-VR mode. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Security Breach was a video game in the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise which started development in 2020. The game was released in 2021 and was a celebration in the community until the many glitches were discovered. The game follows the plot of a child named Gregory who is locked in the Pizzaplex and hides inside Glamrock Freddy's stomach away from the other animatronic band members. This game has been growing infamously because of many glitches found in the game, like texture mess-ups, rendering mess-ups, and animations not working, and many more. FNAF 1's protagonist is the killer. This was a fairly popular theory back in FNAF's heyday, with the main evidence being "it's me." It also provided a good explanation to why the animatronics were attacking you. With each new game, however, it became less and less plausible as new night guards became revealed due to paychecks or pink slips. FNAF 2 is a prequel. Self-explanatory, it comes before FNAF 1 in the timeline, but it was released after FNAF 1 in the real world. It's just what we were talking about earlier with the timeline being very confusing. FNAF in real life. On YouTube, kids' channels used to make videos when FNAF was most popular about FNAF characters visiting them in real life. The most popular one was Foxy, where he can be seen running down a house hallway. Most of the videos were made by a kids' channel called Bubblegum Monsters. FNAF movie set photos. Many photos of the set of the FNAF movie have been posted on sites such as Twitter, and many different things were leaked, like a pizzeria sign and the pizzeria itself and a Freddy animatronic. FNAF referenced in Deltarune. In Deltarune, at Ice Ease Pizza, on the top right, you can speak to a character who says, "Purple guy, man, that guy, you gotta." This is a reference to FNAF as it is near a pizza place and saying the killer's name from the series. Toby Fox denies this being a FNAF reference and didn't know who Purple Guy was. Sure, bro. FNAF will be real in 52 minutes. A meme in which a frame of Freddy from the FNAF 1 trailer being extremely low quality with the impact font text, "FNAF will be real in 52 minutes" on it. Sometimes it's 52 seconds though. That's literally it. FNAF World. A couple months after FNAF 4 was released, Scott Cawthon posted a teaser to the Scott Games site in which it featured most of the characters from Five Nights at Freddy's 1 to 4 and had the text "Thank you" on top. This was basically saying that the franchise was finished and there were no more games after this. This was false when people started seeing adventure animatronics, a name not known at the time, replacing the canonical counterparts. Later, with the release of FNAF World, a 3D adventure game which you fight numerous enemies to gain stronger and stronger characters to play as. There are many canonical endings, such as the clock ending, and many fans dislike this game, even Scott himself, as because of the sudden change in genres in the franchise, and many more reasons. In fact, Scott even said in his Doco interview, when he was asked about FNAF World, he said the problems with FNAF World, that's a completely different interview, it's an entire other interview. There was a DLC released for this game named FNAF World Update 2, in which it included most Halloween edition characters. Anim Dude, an 8-bit purple guy sprite, and characters from some of Scott's older games, and this also includes a new final boss. FNAF World on Steam and mobile stores. When Scott had first released FNAF World, he put it on Steam, GameJolt, and mobile. The Steam and mobile variants of FNAF World were quickly taken down for being disliked by fans, and this left GameJolt variant the only official way to download the game. FNAF X Cloak. This was a collaboration between Five Nights at Freddy's and Markiplier and Jacksepticeye's merch company, Cloak. It was mostly hoodies and shirts, but there were some other things as well. People weren't too happy with the designs because they thought they were a bit lackluster and plain. FNAF Plus. Five Nights at Freddy's Plus is an upcoming official non-canon remake reimagining of the original Five Nights at Freddy's developed by Fiznom, the developer of other fan games like Shadow Over Freddy's and Porkchop's Horror Show. This will be the only fan game which won't be free on GameJolt. Foxy did the bite of 83. People thought that Foxy could have been the real culprit for the bite of 83 as he is out of order throughout the first game. Another thing that pitches into this is that his jaw is extremely wide open, more than any other character besides Golden Freddy. But Foxy's toy counterpart, Mangle, is theorized now to be the true culprit of the bite of 83. Foxy is a good guy. This is a very old theory in the Five Nights at Freddy's community, in which people believed that Foxy was a good guy. Basically, people believed this because he doesn't actually jump scare you and only leans into the door and you just die of a heart attack. It is regarded as one of the most popular Five Nights at Freddy's theories. Foxy's Two Hands, FNAF's second anniversary. For Five Nights at Freddy's second anniversary, Scott posted images of the characters in development phases. One was a Freddy without a suit torso, one was of Bonnie taking his suit head off, and note the black bow tie, and one of Chica holding Winking Mr. Cupcake, or Carl, and two images of Bonnie and Chica in their jump scare positions, and one of Springtrap with his inside torso and his head exposed. The most peculiar one being Foxy, which has him without tears on his suit and torso, and he also has two hands instead of an endoskeleton hand and a hook. Fredbear and Ultimate Custom Night. When you turn all characters off in Ultimate Custom Night and have Golden Freddy on one, you start the game and go on the cameras to start collecting Faz coins. When you have 10, you can buy the Death coin. When Golden Freddy appears in your office, click the Death coin and get a jump scare from Fredbear. Freddy and Friends on Tour. This is a cartoon created by Steel Wool to tease up the release of Security Breach. It was a Scooby-Doo style animation. In each episode, Freddy would ask Foxy to be a part of the band with Chica and Bonnie. Foxy would then chase them, running through the doorways and the hallways from Scooby-Doo, and they would then unmask Foxy to be an endoskeleton. Each episode would then finish with the band performing, and then a teaser for one of the characters. After the first episode was released on YouTube, a website was created called securitybreach.com, which would display the most recent episode released, and the website is further explained in another entry. Freddy did the bite of 83. Due to the handprints on Freddy's eye and bottom jaw, people thought it was the handprints of a crying child trying to get his head out of Freddy's jaws. The handprint was then revealed to only show William putting the animatronic suit heads onto the kids' dead bodies. Freddy Fazbear's declining relevance. Despite being the titular character, Freddy has been getting less and less relevant, with each new installment being overshadowed by his golden counterpart or Springtrap or Baby every time. This finally changed in Security Breach when he became a major character and a gameplay mechanic. Freddy is a girl. This is a theory made by fans in which people think that Freddy is a girl. This is because in FNAF 1, Freddy peeks out of the girl's toilet instead of the boy's toilet. This was debunked by the gravestones in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Simulator, in which Freddy's Graves says Gabriel, but some people still think he's a girl, as both genders can use that name. Friday Night Funkin' mods. People make mods for the extremely popular rhythm game Friday Night Funkin'. Many Five Nights at Freddy's inspired mods have you beatboxing against the main animatronics from each game. The game is sometimes counted as a week, and they usually always reference lore in games. There aren't many mods actually being made in the death of Friday Night Funkin', and there are some YouTubers who use FNAF mods to get views on their videos, and thus earning them more money. Funko Backlight Animatronics. Funko has a line of merchandise related to FNAF called Backlight Animatronics, and they are bright and colorful versions of the animatronics, but sadly don't actually glow in the dark. The Blacklight animatronics have never made an appearance in the video game series, but the 4 main Blacklight animatronics were once originally planned to be included in Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted. They just go unused in the files. Funko leaks. There have been some occasions where Funko has accidentally leaked FNAF merch. They have mostly leaked Security Breach, as they once leaked all of the characters' names and the main Glamrock animatronics designs. These accidental or purposeful leaks that Funko had done had caught them into some controversies with the Five Nights at Freddy's community and has led to Funko having their Five Nights at Freddy's license revoked, but then regained. Funko stealing fan designs. People have been saying that fan art or designs have been taken by Funko for their merchandise. 2 of the most iconic moments of this being the arcade vinyl of Fredbear and Foxy in plush forms, which is just the basic Fredbear plush model used in SFM videos, and the Foxy plush was taken from the animation of FNAF plushies playing FNAF 4. The second one being the Twisted Chica pop, as it had been an unused look of the Twisted Chica done by Pinky Pills. Game theorists, Matt Pat. Hello internet, welcome to Game Theory. That was my Matt Pat impression, by the way. Matt Pat is a more prominent figure in the Five Nights at Freddy's community. He has made a collective 56 videos on the topic of Five Nights at Freddy's. First being Game Theory, Five Nights at Freddy's scariest monster is you. In 2014, the latest being Game Theory, FNAF, the clue that almost solves everything, FNAF Security Breach. In 2022. Glamrock Freddy talks about Among Us. This was a meme in which Glamrock Freddy would notice a vent and tell Gregory to vent. He then goes on to ramble about the hit 2020 game Among Us, and this was getting so popular that the voice actor of Funtime Freddy, Glamrock Freddy, and Fredbear, Kellen Goff, dubbed over it. This was then shared on Daco's FNAF meme review and got even more popular from there. Golden Freddy is Fredbear. This is a theory in which people believe that the characters Golden Freddy and Fredbear are the same characters. This would only make sense back in the Five Nights at Freddy's 1 days, as we hadn't seen Fredbear, but we had seen Golden Freddy. Five Nights at Freddy's 3 had influenced this, as Fredbear appears in Stage 1 minigame with Spring Bonnie, and his hat was black, and so was his bow tie. This was later debunked in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, in which Fredbear appears, but instead of a black hat and bow tie, they were purple. This was even further debunked in Ultimate Custom Night with the Fredbear Easter egg. Golden Freddy is in the kitchen. This is a fan theory which was started by the game theorists, in which it's believed that as you don't actually see Golden Freddy anywhere in the pizzeria, it is thought that he is sat in the kitchen camera, which you cannot see. As Golden Freddy is never seen until the poster is activated, and the kitchen camera is always cut out, it makes it the perfect theory to be for Golden Freddy's situation in FNAF 1. This is believed by a huge amount of fans, as it does make sense. Golden Freddy is possessed by 2 souls. This is a theory which states the idea of 2 spirits, the Bite of 83 victim and the black-haired missing girl named Cassidy, both haunted Fredbear. The Golden Freddy is a combination of their 2 spirits. This got widely believed after the game theorists had made a video on this particular theory. Golden Freddy poster. There is a poster in the West Hall corner of an image of Freddy Fazbear performing and facing the camera. Sometimes it can rarely change to a picture of Freddy in the same location, but instead ripping his own head in half and missing an eye. What's even more rare than that is it changing to a close-up picture of Golden Freddy's head, and this will cause Golden Freddy to spawn in the office as soon as the monitor is pulled down. hacked font. This is the font used in the Five Nights at Freddy's logo that is seen on the games, merch, and the book's front covers. Help Wanted, Curse of Dreadbear DLC. Steel Wool had added the DLC before Halloween named as Curse of Dreadbear to the game. It has many different Halloween-themed minigames such as Corn Maze and Trick or Treat minigame. It has also introduced new antagonists such as Grim Foxy and, of course, Dreadbear. Some minigames had set the release dates after the actual DLC released, and DLC in the end actually has nothing to do with the lore in the FNAF timeline besides Glitch Trap's appearance. Hidden minigames. Hidden minigames are Easter eggs in the Five Nights at Freddy's series. They appear in FNAF 2, 3, 4, Sister Location, Pizza Simulator, Help Wanted, and Security Breach. They all tailor to a piece of the lore, such as the Bite of 83 or 87, depending on what you believe, or when Elizabeth gets scooped into Circus Baby. And they play the most prominent role in Five Nights at Freddy's 3 because they help you get each ending. Hurricane, Utah. This is where the FNAF games and books take place, the most iconic being the original. I am still here. This was a teaser in which the sentence I am still here was left on the screen, which some of Springtrap's face on the right. Some people say that the Springtrap model used for that teaser was a beta design as it looks different than the in-game design. This has not been proven or denied. Ian and Braden Cawthon. These are Scott's children. Scott lets them playtest the FNAF games before release. A fun fact, Scott dared one of his children to beat each challenge in Ultimate Custom Night, and when he completed one, he would get $20. His son went on to beat every single challenge, running Scott out of his money. I think he earned like $300 that night. But it was really good because he ended up exposing a lot of bugs and glitches in the game that would not have been caught otherwise. Illumix skins. This refers to the redesigns of characters which tailor to a specific theme chosen by Illumix. The themes are usually just randomly chosen, but some are chosen for special or seasonal events, such as Christmas and Valentine's Day. Their first skin was actually its own standalone characters, which is Freddy Frostbear, as he has his own standalone character slot and mechanic. You would have to buy them from the shop menu. It's Been So Long. The Five Nights at Freddy's 2 song, Living Tombstone FNAF 2, was a song released by the musician Living Tombstone, which is based off of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. The art style is based off of an arcade screen which tells the story of a mother leaving her child behind at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, and the child gets killed and is alluded to being placed in a Golden Freddy animatronic suit. It became widely popular with over 200 million views. JJ. This was a popular Easter egg in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, in which a purple and blue Balloon Boy variant was hidden under the bottom right of the desk. When Five Nights at Freddy's 4 Halloween edition was released, the YouTuber GoMotion edited a picture of Nightmare Balloon Boy slumped in his chair as Nightmare JJ, and it is said is one of the most believable hoaxes to date. After that, FNAF World was released and JJ got so popular that they gained a slot in the character roster. JJ's last appearance was in Ultimate Custom Night as a recolored Balloon Boy. Joy of Creation. The Joy of Creation is a fan game inspired by the fourth installment and by the Boogeyman video game. The lore involves Scott and his family being attacked at their house by ignited animatronics, so it takes a different spin on the fan game scene. When it's referring to the Joy of Creation fan games, most people immediately think of the Joy of Creation Reborn or the Joy of Creation Story Mode. Orneza, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the last name, makes art for the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. She is most known for making art for the novel trilogy, which turned into teasers and posters for ScottGames.com. She also did some art for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Simulator, which can be found on the title screen and in other places, and in Fun Time Chica's Pictures and Ultimate Custom Night. Lolbit. Lolbit was an Easter egg character as their head was made only to replace Ennard's mask in the primary control module. This stayed fitting until the DLC came out for Sister Location's Custom Night, where Lolbit got bumped up to be the antagonist to the Night Guard. This treatment was also given to other characters like Yendo. The mechanic with Lolbit was for whenever Lolbit's Please Stand By logo appeared on the screen, simply type LOL. Lilbit had also appeared as a character in Dee Dee's roster in Ultimate Custom Night, and the mechanic was just a copy over from the Custom Night DLC of Sister Location. Lilbit has actually gotten popular enough to be more favorite than Funtime Foxy. Mangle's gender. There's a dispute in the community in which people are unsure if Mangle is a boy or a girl. People have been arguing about this because of Mangle's design. Mangle has red cheeks like Toy Freddy, Toy Bonnie, and Balloon Boy, which makes people believe that she is a boy, but also has lipstick and eyelashes like other girl characters, which makes people believe that he is a girl. Some people are believing that she is both. Markiplier. Mark Edward Fischbach is the most popular FNAF figure. He basically began the FNAF franchise by making a video on it called The Scariest Game in Years, Five Nights at Freddy's Part 1. It is his most popular gameplay video to date with over 100 million views, and he also started with a load of memes and edits such as, "Was that the bite of 87? McFarlane Figures. This refers to rip-off LEGO figures by McFarlane. They make sets which usually have 1 to 2 characters in them, and the sets are usually small. And they look a lot like LEGO sets until you realize the illegal building techniques, and the sets usually go for a lot of money. Michael, Don't Leave Me Here. An exploited voice clip from Squimpus McGrimpus's FNAF VHS series, in which it's William shouting for Michael not to leave him in the safe room. It has recently been exploited in the meme culture and the FNAF community. Mr. Hippo's Stories. In Ultimate Custom Night, when you die by Mr. Hippo, it will take you to the usual death screen, but then he starts talking to you like a lot of characters do, but he doesn't actually stop. Also, various different renders of Mr. Hippo begin to fade in, some even overlapping. And he tells different stories, usually about him and Orville Elephant, which don't mean anything to the actual lore. If you try to close and reopen the game, it'll just continue, and you have to sit through them until the end. Name debates. Many characters and names have been debated on in the community, and well-known examples being Malheur or Glitchtrap, with Malheur being the canon name and Glitchtrap being the name many fans do call him. The most famous, however, is the Marionette and the Puppet, the Marionette being the canon name and the Puppet being a fan-given name. There are many more examples, but those are the most famous ones. Nose Honk. This is an Easter egg which has been an addition to every Five Nights at Freddy's game besides Security Breach. In FNAF 1, it can be found on the nose of Freddy Fazbear in the Celebrate poster. In FNAF 2, just press the nose of Toy Freddy on the poster. In FNAF 3, click the nose of the Freddy on the poster above the box. In FNAF 4, simply click the Freddy plush on the bed. In FNAF Sister Location, click the nose on the Fredbear plush. This is only possible on Custom Night. In Pizza Simulator, click Helpy's nose above the monitor. In Ultimate Custom Night, click the Freddy plush's nose. In Help Wanted, tap Freddy's nose on the title screen when you load in. And in AR, click Freddy's nose on the shop menu. Novel Trilogy. These are the first books which were released under the franchise of Five Nights at Freddy's. They are actually important to the lore, as many character names were revealed in this series, such as Charlie, William Afton, and many others. These book covers usually have a specific character, the Silver Eyes having Freddy Fazbear, Twisted Ones having Nightmare, and the Fourth Closet having Funtime Freddy. The Twisted Ones having Nightmare on the cover is ironic because he never actually appears in the book. One Night at Flumpty's. One Night at Flumpty's is an indie point-and-click horror fan game series developed by Jonachrome. Instead of it being 3D and using Chuck E. Cheese-like animatronics, it uses cartoon characters, one being an egg with arm and legs, and there are other varieties such as that. It is also more comedic in decorations around the office or building. Original Ultimate Custom Night poster. While Scott was developing Ultimate Custom Night, he posted teasers to show off the roster as he added characters to it. But fans noticed some weird characters popping up in the rosters, such as Candy Cadet and Adventure Indo 1. These were eventually replaced by Withered Chica and Withered Bonnie, which were fan favorites, which made fans to be more excited. There are also some characters that were split up into 2 character slots, such as Nightmare Freddy with the Freddys, and the Trash and the Gang. They were eventually combined together into single character slots to make space for more important characters. Pop Goes. This is a fan game which was created on June 26, 2016 and is now regarded as the second most popular FNAF fan game, behind Five Nights at Candy's, of course. It was originally formed on a subreddit called r/2124 and was later formed privately by an entire team of people as an official FNAF fan game. It is a fan game of the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, and its story takes into account only the first 3 games of the series, the most famous developer of the series being Kane Carter. Purple Guy in the minigames sections. Purple Guy can appear in the minigames sections in different games. He can appear in the Go 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 minigame in FNAF 2, in which he kills 5 children who Foxy should have saved. He also appears in the FNAF 3 Death minigames, in which he dismantles each animatronic when they reach a blocked-off door. The most well-known minigame he appears in is the final minigame of FNAF 3, in which you play as a spirit and follow William until he climbs into a spare Spring Bonnie suit and dies. r/fivenightsatfreddys. This is an official subreddit for the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. It is used for news and community posts, but developers for fan games like to post teasers. And Scott usually likes to post updates on games or developments. If you want your upcoming fan game or fan art to be seen by many people, just post it to the subreddit. Rare screens. These are Easter eggs, which are unique pictures of a character or other thing. They are usually put in the games for lore, but some are not needed, such as the one of Molten Freddy, which was a random string of numbers over it, and nobody knows what it's used for. But some are more important, such as one of Lefty, which shows us that the puppet is inside Lefty. Another important one is the sister location minigames. It is framed as a platformer like Mario Bros, then having to go back to the beginning and see Elizabeth get scooped by a circus baby. Roblox and Minecraft remakes. People will try to remake the games in Roblox and Minecraft, and in Roblox, people will try to make their own version of the game or make a roleplay game to tailor to a specific game or just characters in general. And in Minecraft, people will just remake the maps from the games or go the extra mile and code something specific. Rule 34 art. When you have a fan base, there will always be people who will be into sexualizing the characters in the franchise that the fan base is a fan of. RWQFSFASXC. This is an Easter egg in FNAF 2. A black version of Toy Bonnie with glowing eyes and teeth will stand at the left side of your office. Staring at him will make your game crash. He appeared in FNAF World as one of the many playable characters. His most recent appearance was in FNAF AR, in which he guards the Remnant. Sanshi vs. Funko. This is a debate where people think either Funko is better at making FNAF merch or Sanshi is better at making FNAF merch. I mean, it's a weird debate. Most people say Sanshi is better because of their plushies looking more accurate to the in-game plushies and making merch which looks like it came straight out of the in-game universe, and Funko isn't the fan favorite mainly because of their Chica plush and Ballora plush. Sanshi's FNAF logo. For the merch Sanshi had manufactured, they created a logo for the franchise. You've most likely seen it. Each main character lined up at the top above the text Freddy Fazbear's Pizza with the tagline, "Where fantasy and fun comes to life." For the re-release of their FNAF plushies, they scrapped the original logo and used the more modern FNAF logo created by Scott. Scott Cawthon. Scott Braden Cawthon is the developer of the Five Nights at Freddy's series and many other games, which are based around Christianity. He has created a huge community on the internet, and children and adults alike. Scott retired somewhere around June 10th because of donating to, anti-LGBTQ stuff, thus has resided in Texas with his family. Scott's donations to live streams. When someone from the Five Nights at Freddy's community, usually Daco or MatPat, streams, it would be for a charity, such as St. Jude. Scott would usually come to the stream to donate a huge amount of money to the cause, but then he would just use the name Anonymous to keep himself hidden, and people usually clock in that is him instantly. The highest he has been known to donate is $50,000. ScottGames.com. This was the site that Scott mainly used to upload teasers for the upcoming games. The logo on the site had been changed to many different vibrant colors or colored depending on the event, like Halloween, where it would go yellow and orange. Scott Games had a feud with the source code of the site FNAF World, Scott's secondary site, and right now both sites have gone dark. Security breach character leaks. Once Scott had allowed Funko to make Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach merchandise, someone had leaked a sheet which contained the designs for the glam rock animatronics and their names. People were obviously enraged by this and said that the anticipation for the release of FNAF Security Breach was ruined because of this incident. Security Breach delays. Security Breach was delayed many times for remodeling, fixing, editing, re-recording voice lines, and many other things. It had taken Steel Wool 2 full years to get Security Breach out to the public, which made people have low standards about the game as they weren't happy with the amount of time it took to release it. Security Breach glitches. As we've seen from many gameplay videos, most prominently Markiplier's and Jacksepticeye's, Security Breach is extremely buggy. The thing that is most buggy is Glamrock Freddy as a whole. He can be seen T-posing, walking on air, and saying the wrong voice lines, and just a host of other things. It's a disaster. Shadow Freddy. This is an Easter egg in FNAF 2 in which a purple or dark version of the withered golden Freddy can be seen in withered Bonnie's position in Parts and Service. He then appears in FNAF 3 as he slumps against the left wall near the door. His most recent appearance is in FNAF World, where he is one of the many playable characters. In FNAF 2, when you look at him for too long, he will crash your game. Shared voice actors. Some characters in the franchise are voiced by the same voice actors, a good example being Kellen Goff, with him voicing Fredbear in Ultimate Custom Night, and Funtime Freddy in Sister Location. Another being Joe Goddett, who voices Mr. Hippo, Funtime Foxy, and Rockstar Foxy, all in Ultimate Custom Night. Showtime songs and renders. In Help Wanted's files, you can find renders of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy singing. There's also a Showtime song compiled in with it. This is the first time that some of the characters got voice lines. These would play when you press the Showtime button, but the button was hidden in the game. Sparky the Dog. This is most likely the first Five Nights at Freddy's hoax. It was posted to Reddit back when Five Nights at Freddy's had its first blow-up, and it was of a supposed screenshot of a backstage camera but with an animatronic peeking through the crack of the door. It was of a dog animatronic, with you only being able to see its face in a small section of the right hand. It had become a community favorite. Squimpus McGrimpus VHS tapes. Squimpus McGrimpus has made some VHS-style videos in FNAF. It usually starts off normally and gets scarier and freakier the more you watch, his most iconic ones being the Night Security Training video and Fazbear Entertainment video manual. These have been reacted to by many different popular Five Nights at Freddy's YouTubers, and even some people who haven't played any of the games from the franchise but know of the phenomenon. Stars. You can unlock stars by completing certain challenges in the FNAF games. You might be able to get them from beating Night 7, beating Nightmare, or whatever 20 mode, etc. These are obtainable in FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4, and Sister Location. As an extra piece of trivia, in FNAF 1 you can actually hold down CD1 to unlock the first star and CD2 to unlock the second star. Steel Wool versus Illumix. This is a debate in the community in which people think either Steel Wool Studios is better at making games or Illumix is better at it. People usually say Steel Wool because they can make a game for VR and mobile, Five Nights at Freddy's VR Help Wanted, and console, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. People don't usually say Illumix because they can only make a FNAF game for a phone, but it's an AR game. Survive the Night. Survive the Night was a song created by Mando Pony in 2014 after FNAF 2's release. It's themed around FNAF 2 and many animations have been created around the song. Mando Pony has created many other popular and iconic FNAF songs, such as Just Gold and Balloons. The Box. At the end of FNAF 4's Night 8, the box can be seen for the first time in the franchise. The box remains locked with text above it. Now, according to Scott Cawthon, this was intended to be open at this time, but, however, it was scrapped as the fanbase failed to solve FNAF 4 in time. With the release of FNAF World, there was unused texture of the files of an open box, but with nothing inside of it, which shows that it was meant to be opened in FNAF World, but later scrapped for unknown reasons. Later, the box appeared in the alien form in Security Breach Fury's Rage, with the inside of the head having many different things from FNAF 4 inside of it. The Desolate Hope. The Desolate Hope is a game made by Scott, and this game is a Metroidvania boss game, top-down view shooter, and other types and stuff like that. It falls under a lot of different genres, like Metroidvania, boss game, top-down view shooter, and games like that. You can go around to a world taken over by robots and defeating different bosses throughout the game, and your character is a walking coffee pot who is famous enough to appear in FNAF World Update 2, and also was an Easter egg in Five Nights at Freddy's VR Help Wanted, once in the prize counter, and another time in FNAF 3's game mode. Five Nights at Freddy's movie. This is a movie adaptation of the video game franchise Five Nights at Freddy's. It's being created by a movie studio called Blumhouse Productions, and they are also famous for Halloween, Happy Death Day, and The Purge. There have been many updates from the creator of the movie, and many people have created fake trailers and fake promotional posters to trick people into thinking it was released. But now we have a teaser trailer out, and it is coming out October 27th, 2023. I am very excited. The Five Nights at Freddy's ride. This was a ride started by Sally Dark Rides, and it was going to be a ride in which you sat in a golf cart and got toured around the pizza place with a flashlight. Animatronics will jump scare you, and you need to deflect them with the flashlight. People think it has been cancelled as there have been no news about it for months as of May 2022. The Freddy Files. This is a series of books in which they would give you a breakdown of each game in the series except for FNAF World, and also a breakdown of the other books in the series. The second installment of the series, The Freddy Files Updated Edition, fell into some hot water as it had many errors and used renders made by fans and also included action figure heads. The Freddy Files Ultimate Guide fixed this by using Ultimate Custom Night mugshots. The Living Tombstone. This is the most popular FNAF music person who creates songs about FNAF. He has stopped creating songs now, with the most recent one being about Sister Location. Their song, Five Nights at Freddy's one song, The Living Tombstone, is the most popular Five Nights at Freddy's video on YouTube. The Walton Files. The Walton Files is a series of VHS tapes, which is a recording of a burger diner called Bond's Burgers. It is an alternate reality game set across YouTube, and it has its own website. It has managed to gain itself a popular audience, and some even in the FNAF community. The animatronics in the series are haunted by the souls of different central characters of the series, and have also haunted the tapes. Its lore is easier to understand from a newer perspective, and many fans compared it to the likeness of the Mandela catalog. This VHS series was also based around a FNAF fan game called Welcome to Bond's Burgers, where there are many YouTube videos explaining it better, so you can look those up. The Hottest Dog. The Hottest Dog made FNAF animations using Source Filmmaker. Many of them have been turned into some of the largest FNAF memes. He's also the most popular FNAF animator, said by the community. He's also created some of his own characters to use in his standalone series, his most popular video being FNAF SFM Lullaby by Dr. Steele. They've also animated some other dank memes. Tryhard Ninja. Tryhard Ninja is a person who creates many songs about different video games. He's most known for his Five Nights at Freddy's songs, his most popular one being It's Me, with over 50 million views. A lot of his songs are made into Minecraft music videos, such as Follow Me and Don't Come Crying. Vanessa and Vanny are separate people. This is neither confirmed or denied, but shown in endings that the person who is in the Vanny suit is similar to Vanessa. It is not confirmed that the person who's actually in the Vanny suit is Vanessa or not. Well, FNAF AR confirmed that Vanny had rainbow streaks in her hair, but Vanessa's pure blonde, so it wouldn't add up. And the statue and the posters released by Funko show Vanny and Vanessa in the same room. It still could be a coincidence, but it could also mean something. Vincent. This is the name given to Purple Guy by fans before it was revealed to be William Afton and the Silver Eyes. Will Trap versus Mike Trap. This is a debate where people think either William is in the Springtrap suit or Michael is in it. People usually bring up the topic of the Final Cutscene Sister Location, and the most plausible option is William because of Scrap Trap's name and Ultimate Custom Night is William, but saying this would mean that the other Scrap animatronics would have the dead bodies' names as their names in Ultimate Custom Night, such as Scrap Baby as Elizabeth, Lefty as Charlie, and Michael isn't the fan favorite as there is barely any proof to him. Willy's Wonderland. This is a film that came out in 2021 which starred Nicolas Cage, who was also a producer. People were complaining that it was similar to FNAF as it was being set in a pizza place with killer animatronics, and some of the characters were even changed as they were too similar to actual FNAF characters, like Barry Bear being similar to Freddy, and Pirate Pete being similar to Foxy, and Regina Rabbit was too similar to Bonnie. Withered Balloon Boy and Marionette. These were edits created by someone called Fazboggle, in which they edited Balloon Boy and the Marionette into withered variants, and people were fooled by these, and it took them as Five Nights at Freddy's 3 leaks. The Withered Balloon Boy edit was so popular that the company Just Toys made it as an official dangler toy, and Fazboggle had created them not intended as leaks or to fool anyone, and they were created just for fun. Withered Freddy twerking. A clip commonly paired with a quirky phone call in which Withered Freddy twerks. That's it. Withered Freddy's eyebrow raise. In FNAF Trash Posts, or Trash Posts in general, some made an animation of Withered Freddy mimicking Dwayne Johnson's iconic eyebrow raise. The clip became quite popular and is usually paired with such sounds as the Vine thud sound effect. Yellow Bear. This was the original name that was in the files of Five Nights at Freddy's 1 before he was given the name from fans, more specifically from Markiplier. The name Yellow Bear was probably going to be used as a similar name to Freddy's original name Freddy Bear, as they bear a similarity with the word bear. Yendo. Yendo is an Easter egg in the 5th installment of the FNAF franchise sister location. It was an Easter egg which could rarely appear in the Funtime Auditorium while trying to stay away from the Funtime Foxy. Yendo is a duplicate endoskeleton model for the other Funtime character, Funtime Freddy. The only thing that sets Yendo apart from Funtime Freddy is his golden eyes, which has led some fans to believe that there's actually a Funtime Fredbear animatronic. U2's merchandise. U2's has created merchandise for the franchise, and they have made minifigures and even figures for fan games such as Pop Goes or The Joy of Creation. And some FNAF YouTubers have gotten many FNAF themed figures by U2's, such as Nightguard Daco or King of FNAF Markiplier. Plushies and pins were also created, but they're not as prominent as the figures. Tier 2. Now I'm going to kick your... I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. I don't know. In FNAF World Update 2's section on Foxy Fighters, there are 3 NPC protagonists which help the main protagonist, Foxy. One of these characters is Adventure JJ, who has many voice lines just like the other characters. And one of these was cut, however, in which the line said, "The entry. Now I'm going to kick your behind. You're a booty. You're a butt." And then he says, "Wait, can I say that in the game?" You can't. This is a quote which can be paired along with the character William Afton. We can see this by it appearing in the minigames after William Afton slides into you. Many people don't actually know why this is being said. Most people believe it's being said because it means that you can't save the lost children's souls. 395248. This is a code in FNAF 3 which you need to enter into the tiles on the office wall to enter the Stage 01 minigame. There's an actual clever Easter egg behind this, a specific number. It is actually a reversed hex code for the same purple as the purple guy sprite. And this wasn't discovered for some time, but when people found out, there wasn't a huge amount of attention. This was later forgotten until Help Wanted, and in Help Wanted, you can input the specific code to enter a coin for the prize counter. 5 a.m. at Freddy's. 5 a.m. at Freddy's was a series created and animated by Pymations, which used to make animatronics based off of different video games, but nowadays does original animations like Suction Cup Man, and these are notable in the series for being funny. And there's not much to say besides that they are a piece of concept people universally enjoy. 8-Bit Ryan. 8-Bit Ryan is a FNAF YouTuber who is like Daco in some ways, as he does play a lot of FNAF fan games, but unlike Daco, 8-Bit Ryan is known for playing a wider range of games outside of just FNAF. He doesn't have as big of a tie to Scott as Daco does. Despite 8-Bit Ryan not being as popular in the FNAF community as Daco, he's still very well respected. Adult Theory. Okay, this one I'm going to have to censor a little bit, but you'll understand what I'm saying. A theory created by Kane Carter after the Sister Location trailer had released is Adult Theory. The theory itself states that the location and sister location is a club made for adult entertainment, and this was one of the most regarded theories at the time. However, pretty quickly when this theory came out, Reddit started to go crazy about it, and they started to say the animatronics were people who sell their bodies for money, and just being absolutely ridiculous. Of course, this wasn't real, but there was a lot of backup for this theory being true, since Ballora having mammary glands, and baby often being a term related to adult things. And this theory ended up getting so out of hand that Kane had to do a follow-up post explaining a few things, and when all was said and done, it was completely incorrect. Adventure Mangle Hanging. This was a teaser, which was a black dark screen, and when you brighten it up, you would see Adventure Mangle hanging. But changing the contrast, you can see her lower body hanging by the paddle ball that she used at the end of the trailer. At the bottom of the screen, some slanted text can be seen reading, "See what you've all done." Afton's large forehead. A meme in which Afton, also known as Scraptrap, is said to have a large forehead compared to all the other animatronics. Many people compare him to things such as Jimmy Neutron, and this meme is factually incorrect as Scott modeled Afton after an actual human and the others not. Afton Built. Afton Built was a rejected pitch for a game that was a darker take on the FNAF franchise. The description on GameJolt says, following the events of FNAF 3, you play as the mechanic, one of the engineers responsible for the upkeep of the attraction. After saving the main attraction from the blaze, you find the animatronic has been possessed with the spirit of the founder of Freddy Fazbear's, William Afton. The mechanic and Afton team up to continue his work and build Afton a new body to walk amongst the living yet again. And the player is tasked with surviving 4 of the most harrowing locations in Fazbear history, using only their wits, movement, and a set of handmade tools. Using these, the player will have to fight back, striking back against the monsters that hunt them using traps in the environment to corner and scrap them, all the while exploring these locations for the secrets that lay just beneath the surface. In Afton Built, you are tasked with scrapping the main animatronic of each level. In order to do this, you are given a set of tools and environmental hazards to use to your advantage, and you can download the pre-alpha proof of concept demo on their page at GameJolt.com. Afton Built Controversy. The Afton Built controversy is an interesting one. Some game developers worked Afton Built in hopes of selling it to Scott Cawthon, but he didn't like it and asked to see more originality. So the team worked some more and came up with some unique aspects of the game, like being able to scrap the animatronics using tools. They continually sent updates to Cawthon, and soon he sent them an email asking to make an NDA or non-disclosure agreement. But this was the summer of 2021, a time where Scott Cawthon found himself at the center of a lot of controversy. And because of this, Cawthon wasn't able to get back to them for several months. The people at ClickTeam Fusion, a programming tool used for game design, were put in charge of fanverse communications, and they got along well with the developers of Afton Built. But they still hadn't done any paperwork, so they continued to develop their game at their own expense. They did eventually get an NDA, but that didn't grant them entry to the fanverse. Over a year later, they started discussing the budget. ClickTeam couldn't negotiate for Cawthon as he still owned FNAF. Communication between parties was still an issue, but not as much progress was made regarding the budget. Since no progress was made, it was very difficult to continue to fund the project. Finally, Cawthon agreed on a budget, development timeline, and funding structure, and the team quickly finished and sent over a demo to him. After a few weeks, they got an email from ClickTeam saying the team should be expecting their contracts within the next week, but Scott Cawthon changed his mind on the funding structure, implying that the development team has still not proven themselves, and he denied them entry to the fanverse and granted them permission to continue working on the game in a non-profit fashion. They didn't sign the contract. Animatronics looking at the camera. There's an unused texture in FNAF 1, it was for the show stage camera. The 3 main animatronics in the game are in their usual positions, but they are scarily or creepily staring into the camera. And some people say they have seen this in the game, but they are misremembering. It's literally not in the game. Another FNAF game open source. Another FNAF game open source is a fan game made by Fiznom. The description says, FNAF 2 has been remastered, absolutely terrifying. Another FNAF fan game open source is a moddable, infinitely changeable version of FNAF 2. It can be anything you want it to, so to make it the most enjoyable horror you have ever imagined, all you have to do is mod it. It's FNAF 2 with newer mechanics, a new office in different settings, and the gameplay is only a custom night as of the beta. However, it was going to have missions and unlocks available. The custom night mode has, alongside the character settings, night settings, and game mods. Bear of Vengeance. Bear of Vengeance is one of the anime sections or intermissions in Ultimate Custom Night. It is a style of a samurai anime instead of some other common tropes like Toy Chica High School Years was. The bear narrates the futility of his battles against the fox while lamenting his current punishment for the week before rebounding and plotting revenge. The scenes then transition to the fox in his dojo, gleefully remarking on the inevitability of the bear's retaliation and declaring that he will be ready, while Mangle comments. Each week the bear is forced to endure a different humiliation by doing household tasks. This could be symbolizing the relationship between William and Henry, but where Mangle falls in this theory is unsure, but some agree it is Elizabeth. There is some merchandise released by McFarlane of the fox in a smaller dojo part, excluding Mangle or the bear. Beaver and Wolf animatronics in FNAF 1. Scott had mentioned in the interview with Daco that he had many different plans for what the animatronics would end up being in the first game. Freddy was originally planned to be a beaver animatronic, but was switched to a bear for being too similar to Chipper from Chipper and Sons Lumberco. While Foxy had two different plans, one for being a fox, of course, but another one being a wolf, and he ended up being the former. Although these animatronic ideas were cancelled for the first game, they had come back in different forms later in the series with El Chip in Pizzeria Simulator and Twisted Wolf in The Twisted Ones. Beta Nightmare Fredbear in Help Wanted's trailer. In the first trailer for Help Wanted, there is a shot of Nightmare Fredbear walking towards the camera, but his color scheme is of Nightmare Freddy's. He has a black bow tie, brown and light brown fur. It is unknown if this was an error or an unused character. Fans dubbed it as Nightmare Freddy Bear. Blacklight animatronics in Help Wanted. In the files of Help Wanted, there are some animatronic versions of the Funko Blacklight line of merchandise. These animatronics were Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, with Foxy's Blacklight model being completely white and no color. These could have been used instead of the hard mode animatronics that are in the final game. Bonnie and Chica's groans. In the first game, Bonnie and Chica, after getting close to the door, will make humanoid groaning sounds. The sound will play when Bonnie or Chica are inside the office while you are watching the cameras. The sounds are not specific to each animatronic, as they both are the same exact sound. People have theorized that these could be the groans of the spirits wanting to escape. Bonnie plays with matches. An animation done by Exploshi in their signature dark style, in which it plays out as a sort of PSA to not light matches. Bonnie lights a pack of matches, and Freddy warns him not to. Bonnie then lights the pizzeria on fire and they burn to death, with the text displaying, "Yikes, fire is the least fun way to die," with flashing red and yellow lights before cutting to static. Bootleg plushies with teeth. This refers to a specific line of bootleg merchandise in which the animatronics like Freddy, Golden Freddy, and Bonnie not only have a top row of teeth, but they are extremely massive. These have been memed upon in the FNAF community for their dumb looks, possibly even referenced in Pizza Simulator on a poster in the office of the Rockstar animatronics. Buff Helpy. This is a meme in which someone had edited Helpy's head on top of a stock image of a buff man, hence the name Buff Helpy. It has gained some popularity in the FNAF community as it appeared in the very first FNAF meme review series by Daco. Daco pretended to hate it so much to scream at it and throw supposed holy water on it. There have been many fan games about this meme, and even Daco played one on his channel. He also dressed up as Buff Helpy, and has even grown an army in VR chat about Buff Helpy. Burntrap Death Cutscene. For the ending in which you battle Burntrap, it shows a cutscene of Burntrap being killed and strangled by the Blob and Gregory and Glamrock Freddy making a run for it. This cutscene is a highlight of the game as it is more high quality than the rest of the game, and this leads to the true ending of Security Breach. Burntrap uses parts from Glamrock Bonnie. People say this as we don't see Glamrock Bonnie in the game as an animatronic, and Burntrap also uses some animatronic parts such as an endoskeleton's arm and an animatronic's foot. Burntrap's death animation. There was an unused animation in the files of Security Breach, which was of Burntrap falling onto the floor and dying, and this was most likely unused due to the placement of the cutscene, as that's the way he dies, as it shows him being strangled by the Blob in the cutscene. Cam stalling. This is a method that had originated from the first game and is continued all the way up to today. Foxy is a quite complex character and is thus not considered camera stallable. Freddy, however, is, and Freddy would not progress as long as you were looking at him, but is not camera stallable on most cameras due to him still progressing when you lower the monitor. On his final stage, he is camera stallable. As long as the camera is in that corner, Freddy will never enter the office. He will leave after a while, as if the door had been closed, and this had not returned until Ultimate Custom Night. This mechanic was a major component and the final tactic found in order to make 50/20 mode possible. Cancelled due to leaks. There was a teaser Scott posted to scottgames.com in the development sister location in which it read, "Cancelled due to leaks." People were worried that people were leaking sister location before Scott released it, and he decided to cancel the game development. One person decided to brighten the image up, and it read about gas leaks in the Circus Baby pizzeria, and Scott had baited his fan base to hide some lore. Chips. Chips are a type of equipment which is a major mechanic in the widely disliked game FNAF world. They are used to make your characters more powerful in battles and to defeat enemies or bosses quicker. And there are 3 different types of chips in the game to complete a full collection, although you can only have 4 equipped at one time. All of these chips can be found in either a red chest or a gold chest, which are scattered around the map. Christened Evan Afton. People thought these were the names of the crying child, with Chris just being a fan-given name, no reason why, and Evan Afton apparently being revealed through the survival logbook page 95 in the 8-bit Foxy code. Many people still doubt the possibility of Evan, though. Chrome Freddy. Chrome Freddy refers to a hoax created by the YouTube Jimbathy. He maintains that Chrome Freddy is a hidden animatronic in FNAF 3, and to unlock it, you need to start a new game, mute the call from the phone guy, and once the clock hits 2 a.m., open the camera selection to the screen and go to camera 7, 6, 6, and then 5. Then reboot all the systems. Shut off the vent to your immediate right, and then quickly press the escape button. Then restart the entire game from night 1. Progress into night 2, and once night 2 begins, quickly mute phone guy again. Then go to the camera selection screen and go to camera 7. Press the following buttons in order: up, left, right up, down, right. This will activate Mangle's Quest minigame. Quickly complete it and get caught by a security guard. This will restart the night. As soon as the night restarts, mute the call again. Allow yourself to be jump scared by one of the hallucinations and reboot everything. Once you've rebooted twice, hit escape, which should cancel the night completely. After this, make it the night 4 in one try and use the wall panels in front of you. Yes, click on the actual wall and dial 15666. Go to your camera selection and select camera 6 3 times, then hit play audio. And finally, after this, restart the game one more time and Chrome Freddy should be in the game. I don't know how people come up with this stuff. Circus Baby on the game over screen. There was an unused texture in the files for a Circus Baby, but with red light coming from her left side and shadowed on the side facing the camera. People later discovered it was going to be used for a game over screen, and some fans of the franchise have said that it looks better with Circus Baby behind the static. Circus Baby's eye color changes. Before Circus Baby lured Elizabeth into being scooped, her eyes were blue. But when Circus Baby had scooped Elizabeth, her eyes had switched to green to match Elizabeth's eyes. We could see this in the secret ending of Circus Baby minigame in sister location, as when Elizabeth is scooped, Circus Baby's eyes change from blue to green, and the minigame turns to static and brings up the next night. CK9C. CK9C, also known as George Aguilar II or Jorge Aguilar II, or Chaotic Canine Culture on YouTube, is a musician on YouTube. They're on this iceberg because some of the songs they've made are FNAF related, such as Fun Time Dance Floor and Do You Even. Coffee Pot and Help Wanted. There are many Easter eggs in FNAF VR Help Wanted in which the protagonist, Coffee Pot from the Desolate Hope, can appear in different areas. The most well known of the lot being Coffee Pot appearing on the desk in FNAF 3 mode, near the end of the desk. He can also appear in the prize counter area, as they can be seen on the floor behind the counter. Dangler's Hate. Danglers refers to backpack hangers known as collector's clips or danglers, which are keychains based on the Five Nights at Freddy's characters designed by the Japanese company Evelet and released by Just Toys. They were first released in late 2015, and as far as people hating them, I found this review online that might explain it. They say, "I don't know, they're alright, I guess. Yeah, I do not have a burning hate for them like a lot of people do, I just think they're alright." So back on track, I have Toy Chica, Plush Trap, and BB, The weirdest one is Plushtrap, from the yellow fur to the golden bow tie. Heck, even his fur just changes. His belly is gray, and the inside of his ears are brown? They should be the same color. You know, he looks like Plushtrap from those Nights at Fredbear's. As for Balloon Boy, he cannot stand up. But all over he looks good, and as for Toy Chica, she looks like an alien. Dawko music videos. The popular FNAF YouTuber Dawko has made a variety of songs and music videos about FNAF, notably Out of Stock, the Glitch Trap song, FNAF 6 song, and Count the Ways. Dawko's 50/20 reactions. This entry refers to when Dawko finally beat 50/20 mode. He was so happy and shocked that he actually did it that he started crying. Demo screens. Demo screens probably refers to screens that only appeared in the demo of the game and didn't make it into the full game. Screens like this one saying, "Thanks for playing the demo, get the full version for the complete 5-day experience plus 2 unlockable modes of gameplay. Freddy and his friends are waiting." Destroyed Ball Boy. Destroyed Balloon Boy, aka Balloon Boy Prototype, is an antagonist in FNAF Animatronic Graveyard. Balloon Boy Prototype is a humanoid animatronic boy that is broken and ravaged. He resembles a nightmare Balloon Boy that is broken but has a friendlier look. The description says, created in 1981, Balloon Boy Prototype was Fazbear's Inc.'s first attempt at creating a humanoid animatronic to make children less scared of the animal-like ones, but since he is a prototype, this failed, resulting in a nightmarish abomination. Many things were off with this Balloon Boy model. His jaw is too big, his eyes were too small, and he had too many teeth for a normal human being, and his mouth opened too wide, revealing his endoskeleton teeth. Balloon Boy Prototype was sent to Afton Robotics Inc. to be fixed, resulting in a failed experiment. Obviously, in 1986, a new Balloon Boy was created, but Balloon Boy Prototype was sent away and into a locked room until the pizzeria is left to rot. DJ Sterf. This is a person who has created many videos about playing through each FNAF game and completing them thoroughly. He has also been in one MatPat charity livestream. Dormatibus. Dormatibus is a Five Nights at Freddy's fan game that was developed by Blackout, Own Trick, Steven Mater, and Super Arthur Bros. Faced with dangerous robotic abominations, the player has to survive 10 nights of terror and panic. The only things he is given to defend himself are an old dusty desktop computer and his own reflexes. Draw Kill Animatronics. The bot animatronics, otherwise more commonly known as the Draw Kill animatronics or fan animatronics created by a person on DeviantArt named Draw Kill. They are all stylized in the character's own art style and have emphasis on elements such as the hands or the hips, and there are also other animatronics which were adapted to fit the style, such as the toy animatronics and Mangle, and these grew into huge popularity as people thought they were a hoax for Five Nights at Freddy's 3. Drowned and Clock Ending. These refer to 2 possible endings you can get upon completing FNAF World. The Drowned ending is found in the similar fashion as the 4th glitch ending, with some minor changes at the end. First, you proceed to the 4th glitch, then pace back and forth above the lake. The Freddy sprite should begin to shift closer and closer to the lake before eventually falling in. Hitting the arrow keys back and forth will cause Freddy to struggle until he goes completely under the water. He will then be shown falling in the middle of a black screen. After about 2 minutes, the screen will cut to a figure who seems to have their back to the player and arms around 2 others. In the background will flash many colors and stay like this until the player closes the game via Task Manager or presses F2 to restart the game. Clock ending is unlocked by gathering all the clock pieces and solving their puzzles. To do this, first, anytime the player speaks to the storyline Fredbear, they must go through his dialogue until the Done button appears. Do not click it. After staying idle for a few seconds, Fredbear will transform into his 8-bit form and allude to darker things. Follow these steps to the letter. Number 1. The Fredbear at the beginning of the game will open this quest. Find the next Fredbear near the first glitched object. Number 2. The next Fredbear will tell the player to find a clock before proceeding into the first glitched object. The first clock is in the southeast of Fredbear Hills. To solve the game here, the player must push BB into the box. After the timer ticks down, the player will be transported back to where they were before. Continue until finding the next Fredbear. Number 3. The next Fredbear is in Choppy's Woods and will tell the player to find the clock in Dusting Fields, which is located near Lolbit. The second game has the player light up 4 buttons by touching them. Continue to the next Fredbear. Number 4. The next Fredbear will tell the player to enter the mine before entering the next glitched item, defeat Bouncer, and continue to the mysterious mine entrance in the northern side of Dusting Fields. The third clock is found by going straight under the first set of the board, turning left and going down, and it can be solved by pushing all 4 cupcakes into the boxes. Find the next Fredbear. Number 5. The fourth clock is located in the mysterious mine through the entrance at the first north center of the map, reached via Lilygear Lake. The player will be presented with another game. Properly set this clock, enter the code 395248, which appears from touching the center button, which must be displayed when time runs out. Find the next Fredbear. The next Fredbear, which is in Black Tomb Yard, will tell the player to go to Pinwheel Funhouse. Find the next Fredbear. One after that will tell the player to continue on into the funhouse. After the fight with Browboy, the player must wander the funhouse until they get to a wooded area with a clock easily visible. The game here is to push RWQFSFASXC into the box. Find the next Fredbear past the Bubba fight. This is the last Fredbear for this route. He will tell the player to ignore the guardians and find the key. However, it seems irrelevant on whether or not the player kills a guardian. Then, if all clocks are set right, the way through will appear. The player must defeat Pork Patch to get the key. Then they must travel to Choppy Woods via the northwest section of Lilygear Lake. There they can find the key block, and if they set all the clocks properly, a warp circle appears behind it, and you can enter the circle for the ending. Endoskeleton Innards. This is the etymology of Innard's name, the metallic spaghetti character from Sister Location. Electrobab. This is a character which appeared in Sister Location for the unlockable custom night game mode. It's basically a duplicate of the character Bidybab, but the only thing that separates them is Electrobab has golden eyes, in which he uses to drain the power of the player's computer tablet. Endoskeleton hand clipping in the FNAF 1 trailer. In the original FNAF 1 trailer, when the band performs in Children Cheer, you can see Freddy Fazbear's endoskeleton coming through the animatronic suit's hand. This is obviously an accident by Scott, and the merch company Just Toys thought it wasn't an error and put this into the Freddy Fazbear dangler. ETH Goes Boom. This is a YouTuber who animated 3D models of several FNAF characters such as Freddy, Springtrap, and Foxy, and makes them play several games such as FNAF VR Help Wanted, the Henry Stickman Collection, and Bendy and the Ink Machine. He would also list things by how bad it is, how good it is, and many other variations like tier lists. Fake Scott Cawthon email. This is a hoax when someone used Inspect Element to fake an email from Scott, and it talked about what was coming in FNAF 3. Everyone thought it was real, as there weren't many hoaxes pre-FNAF 3, and we didn't know much about FNAF 3 at the time before release. Faz Facts. An unused element in FNAF AR Special Delivery, in which there were facts about parts in the FNAF in-game lore, unlike the newspaper Easter eggs, and they contained many different pieces of information of the in-game universe, such as the first FNAF location being Fredbear's Family Diner, and how hurricanes are not the main cause of death in children in Hurricane, Utah, and how Rockstar Bonnie used parts from FNAF 1 Bonnie, and way more. Fazbear Frights number 12, Felix the Shark. The 12th Fazbear Frights book, Felix the Shark, is on here due to the book containing scrapped stories from the main Fazbear Frights series that were originally supposed to be in the other main 11 books, and the only way to obtain the book physically is to buy the third book set, as it was only released physically with them, though a digital version can be bought. Fazbear Frights ARG. In 2022, someone made a post on Reddit on the subreddit r/GameTheorists proposing a theory that Fazbear's Frights will be an ARG. The post reads, "So I don't have absolutely any evidence other than speculation, but looking at the evidence presented in the video, I have an idea brewing and you might be able to work something out with it, I guess." So the evidence I'm referring to is 1. ARG, 2. Clear reference to FNAF 3, and 3. Real life books. So we know there will most likely be an ARG, and we all know the story of FNAF 3. In 2023, a location called Fazbear's Fright is opened in Hurricane, Utah, and eventually it has Springtrap in it, blah blah blah. And the books are also called Fazbear's Frights. One of the clues said some of the puzzle clues such as Stinger Moot and even more frights. What if by next year, Scott will build a real-life Fazbear's Fright with lore clues in it, and maybe even an employee dressed up as Springtrap and Mike Phone Dude, etc. Or if he builds Fazbear's Fright attraction after Mike burned it down, aka when it's left in ruins, maybe it will connect with Security Breach DLC that also comes out in 2023. Anyways, those are my observations. Freddy. Freddy refers to an Among Us style drawing of Freddy Fazbear and other characters from the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, depicting the characters in a crudely drawn style with stubby legs, no arms, and misspelling their names by omitting and rearranging letters. The first Freddy image was posted to Tumblr in 2015 by artist Philip Banks, predating the Among Us meme, and shows the character Bonnie in the same style. The Freddy version was first uploaded to Tumblr in 2020, inspiring a redraw series in the following months. A subreddit for Freddy, photoshops, and ironic memes r/Freddy was opened up in March 2020, and on April 29, 2015, Tumblr user Philip Banks was requested through Tumblr's Q&A feature with the message, "Can you draw Bonnie obliterating his guitar?" To which he replied with a gif of Bonnie making a guitar explode just by looking at it, gaining over 3,200 notes in the 7 years. This was subsequently done with several other characters of the franchise, with various objects replacing the guitar. Five Nights at Freddy's Simulator. This is a game that was released by Obsidian, in which you play as animatronics racing towards and attacking the night guard. There are many different maps to play on, and with many updates coming on the way with more animatronics, there has been some hype on this. It has been played by many different people in the FNAF community, such as Fusions Gamer and Dako. Five Nights at Freddy's Wiki. The Five Nights at Freddy's Wiki is a comprehensive encyclopedia site about the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. Five Nights at Markiplier. This entry refers to a very creepy YouTube video called Five Nights at Markiplier's. The video starts with a parody of Phone Guy telling the new employee that he is tasked with watching over and monitoring Markiplier's house. When the employee checks the cameras, strange drawings of Markiplier are seen in place of the animatronics, and it's emphasized in the video that Markiplier loves milk and can't get enough of it. The Phone Guy states that he left a few gallons of milk in the basement for him and says the employee doesn't want to know what will happen if he runs out of milk, and he also states that the power is limited because the house runs off of milk energy, but he should be okay. Throughout the video, it's implied the employee is to avoid Markiplier because he'll eat his bones for calcium, and it ends with a hyper-realistic, uncanny 3D model of Markiplier eating the employee. Five Nights at Treasure Island. Five Nights at Treasure Island is a FNAF fan game made in ClickTeam, Fusion, and Blender, and the plot of the game is as follows. Your name is Jake Smith. You are a university student who joined the SSA through an educational program, mainly for your lack of money. The SSA has given you a rather strange assignment. Look over the notorious abandoned Disney resort, Treasure Island, to collect data. Little do you know about the dark secrets and horrors hidden on the island itself. Five Nights at Wario's. Five Nights at Wario's is another fan game by www Wario. Player works as a night guard named Richard McRoy for a newly reopened fast food factory where the spirits of Wario, Luigi, Waluigi, Peach, and Mario attempt to reach the office. As a protection, the player can choose to close a door and a window and use the monitor to make sure they don't get in. Lights may be used to check dark spots in the halls to make sure no characters are hiding there, and if the player is caught, the characters will kill the player, and the player must restart the night they were on. FNAF 1 Jump Scare Origin. X Scream is the jump scare audio for the characters in FNAF 1, including Golden Freddy because he is just Freddy's jump scare with lower pitch. This piece of audio comes from the movie Inseminoid, a British movie in which a woman gives birth to alien babies, and the origin was unknown until someone found it on the r/Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit. FNAF 3 Free Roam Hoaxes. This entry refers to a rumor people believed that FNAF 3 was going to be a free roam game mode instead of a point and click similar to FNAF Security Breach. This was influenced by some fan-made FNAF 3 trailers, making it have a free roam element. This obviously never came true and was similar to the previous two games. FNAF Character Encyclopedia. Five Nights at Freddy's Character Encyclopedia is a book by Scott Cawthon that is exactly what it sounds like. And the Amazon description says, an in-depth look at all the characters from Five Nights at Freddy's in a beautiful deluxe hardcover format. The massive roster of characters from Five Nights at Freddy's is presented here in a giant hardcover that will make the perfect addition to any fan's library. From the games to the novels and short stories, all the characters are here and laid out in awesome detail that will deepen the knowledge of even the most enthusiastic player. With over 200 pages of full-color art, this encyclopedia is not to be missed. FNAF Meme Review. In a similar vein to PewDiePie's meme review series, this is a 30-plus episode series Dako does on this channel, in which he looks at FNAF memes submitted by his fans on Twitter. And the most iconic meme to come out of this series being Buff Helpy, which was previously mentioned on the Iceberg. Dako had even done a spin-off of this series named FNAF Horror Review, Similar concept to the series, but with its horror terror-based images, which hasn't stuck as much as this series has. FNAF Turns 8. FNAF Turns 8 is a week-long Game Jolt event that was celebrated in honor of the franchise's 8th anniversary. It has included many different things to celebrate this milestone, such as a live stream of Cake-tastic Cakes making a Five Nights at Freddy's themed cake, fan games like Fazbear Tycoon, the Glitched Attraction, and a Golden Past, and a live stream playthrough of the first Five Nights at Freddy's game by Sancho, the Bold, and Planet Jupiter. This event also comes with a Try Not to Jump option. FNAF X Hex. This entry refers to FNAF collaborating with Hex, Daco's merch company. They created and sell plushies of a lot of the characters, and the plushies are about 10 inches tall and cost around $35. 4 games, 1 story. This entry refers to when Scott Cawthon updated his website with the text 4 games, 1 story before the release of FNAF World. Game theory was going absolutely insane, and the internet was trying to piece all the details together, and it was a wild time. Fredbear and Friends 1983. This refers to the advertisement played on the TV in the minigame segments of FNAF 4. It displays each animatronic in order: Fredbear and Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and finally Freddy. This selection is odd due to the only animatronics in the restaurant at the time being Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, and this Easter egg deconfirms the idea of the Bite of 87 happening in FNAF 4. Fredbear Dancing. Fredbear Dancing is a meme that shows Fredbear absolutely tearing up the stage with Spring Bonnie just standing there and watching him. I'm not sure if he's staring in shock or awe. Freddy stares at the camera. When all the other animatronics, Bonnie and Chica, leave the stage in FNAF 1, it is only Freddy that's left. There is a possibility that Freddy can stare at the show stage camera with completely dark eyes and white pupils. Freddy's top teeth. In some merchandise produced by certain companies, there have been many pieces of merch of Freddy. Some have had Freddy's teeth being able to be seen, and usually he has just a bottom set of teeth, like the endgame design, but some pieces of merchandise have a top row of teeth. And many people in the fanbase have no clue how you can mess something as simple as that up, as Freddy's teeth are commonly seen throughout all the games he's featured in. Freddy Bear. In the description of the Kickstarter made by Scott before FNAF was uploaded to Desura, the name of the titular antagonist, Freddy Fazbear, was originally Freddy Bear, and this was scrapped and replaced with a placeholder name as Freddy, which led to it becoming his actual canon name in the series. Fright Dome 2016. This was an event held in Circus, Las Vegas. It was first announced in September of 2016 and began the same month and ran throughout the month of October. Scott later revealed that it would not be open in 2017 due to management changes, and it was basically a real-life version of the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location. There are some slight changes, like a headless pink animatronic which slightly resembled Bonnet. And the office has the Freddy mask next to a door frame, and there's also, there's a ton of other stuff. FNAF. John is a YouTuber making content related to FNAF theories, updates, merchandise, or news, and he's well known for his entire history of FNAF video, where he discusses everything from FNAF's heyday to when the video was uploaded. Fun with Plush Trap. In between each night in FNAF 4, you will get a minigame named Fun with Plush Trap, and this is a minigame where you have to try and get Plush Trap on an X in front of you, stopping his movement with a flashlight. Getting him on the X will have 2 hours taken off the next night. There's a different outcome if you activate cheats explained in Tier 4. Game theory saying, Music Man. This refers to MatPat having an insane reaction at the reveal of Music Man in the 2021 FNAF Security Breach trailer. In the trailer, Music Man comes out of a pipe in the wall and crawls after the player. Gamer Toy Freddy. People refer to Toy Freddy as Gamer Freddy because one of his skins is a neon color and has him wearing a VR headset. Give Gifts, Give Life's fifth child. In the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame from FNAF 2, as the puppet, you give all 4 of the main kids their animatronic masks. Once you give their masks to all of them, you get a jump scare from Withered Golden Freddy. For a brief second before the Withered Golden Freddy's head appears, you can see a dead 5th child, which is because of the Withered Golden Freddy jump scare. It is speculated to be the spirit of that animatronic. Glamrock Mr. Hippo. Glamrock Mr. Hippo is a Glamrock counterpart of Mr. Hippo, who plays the triangle and is a minor animatronic only seen in a newspaper article at the end of Security Breach. In that ending, a newspaper image reveals that Mr. Hippo has taken Monty's place as the bassist, with Monty now taking the role of Glamrock Freddy as the lead singer of the band. He has a flower on his chest and a star around his eye and leg. Golden Cassidy Kazoo. This refers to a website called cloakbrand.com releasing a golden FNAF themed kazoo with the name Cassidy on it. People immediately thought this meant that the spirit of the child inside Golden Freddy was named Cassidy, but Cawthon clarified this was a mistake and changed the words on it to Cloak FNAF. Golden Toy Freddy. Golden Toy Freddy was a hoax from FNAF 2. This is stated on the wiki as one of the least believable hoaxes from the community. I mean, just look at this picture. Golden Freddy Ultimate Custom Night cutscene. This is a cinematic and Ultimate Custom Night, and once the player has seen all of the Bear of Vengeance and Toy Chica high school years cutscenes and achieves a score of 9800, then the last cutscene they experience will be a cutscene of Golden Freddy and his original Five Nights at Freddy's appearance, twitching and fading into darkness. Go Motion. Go Motion, also known as Jody Gomo or Gomo Gal, is a YouTube channel often focusing on Five Nights at Freddy's, its fan games, and other video game media. Originally posting speed edits and fan music, the channel shifted into episodic reviews and video essays helmed by Gomo Gal sometime around 2017, with the episodes divided into 3 separate seasons. Known for their zany and fast-paced humor, in-depth dives into the content she covers, and overarching lore from the second season onwards, and a love for chunks of plastic related to their favorite franchises. Gray Fredbear. Just like the other characters leading up to FNAF 4, Nightmare Fredbear got a Was It Me teaser. Nightmare Fredbear's character was a bit special though, as his colors were not his usual yellow and purple, but gray and purple. This is most likely a stylistic choice, but some believe it to be a beta design in place for Nightmare. How to make Five Nights at Freddy's not scary. This entry refers to a series created by Garrett Williamson, in which he would edit footage of each game, adding comedic audio, visuals, or voice lines. And this first episode was hugely popular with over 51 million views, and it being his most popular video, followed by the sequel and the threequel. Ice Cave Song. On FNAFWorld.com, Scott had put an unused song file under a FNAF World teaser. That song was for an unused cave named the Ice Cave, which could have been a tie between the Dusting Fields and cave system. There's not much known about this besides the audio. Illusion Discs. Illusion Discs are items that appear in the Five Nights at Freddy's novel series. They are described as flat discs about the size of a $50 coin. One that was removed from Twisted Animatronic had Afton Robotics LLC, written in tiny letters on the side of an old-fashioned flowing script. The discs employ 5 high-pitched frequencies that constantly change. The noise is only detected by the subconscious, which becomes overwhelmed with patterns. This causes the listener's perception to change due to what they expect to see, not what it really is. And a side effect of the noise is feeling sick. The discs have a maximum range and do not affect vision after a certain point. And images of those affected by illusion discs appear blurry and distorted, as shown in the fourth closet, when photos of Baby are blurry when she is disguised as Charlie. IV drip, flowers, and pills. In FNAF 4, from the bed on rare occasions, a bottle of pills, a vase of flowers, or an IV drip may be seen on the bedside table located from the left. A lot of people had taken this to indicate that the entirety of FNAF 4 is your character recovering from the bite of 83 or 87 and is now suffering from nightmares or hallucinations that plague him every night. Jack Black is a FNAF fan. Jack Black has shown an interest in the FNAF series, and he had done a video while playing FNAF 4 with Markiplier back in 2015, and Jack had also done a video singing the It's Been So Long song by The Living Tombstone, whilst wearing pants with the FNAF logo on it. He had even done a video on his channel, Jablinski Games, where 6 minutes in, he plays through FNAF 1, so clearly he is a fan. Juniors. Juniors is a location featured in one of the FNAF Pizza Simulator minigames called Midnight Motorist. An unspecified restaurant with a sign for Juniors is seen in a secret area where the player talks to a green person and is barred from entering, located in the middle of the woods. A parking lot outside contains several other cars, and there's some speculation as to what Juniors is exactly, with theories ranging from the original Fredbear's location to a bar. Juniors is FNAF 2. Since we just talked about this in the previous entry, there's no need to introduce what Juniors is again. But another theory that people have is that Juniors is the FNAF 2 location. JT Music. JT Music is a YouTuber who makes songs and skits for video games, and their most popular video by far is a song they made based on sister location called Join Us for a Bite, with 214 million views at the time of recording. They have also done a variety of other songs based on the franchise. Kira Breed Risley. This is a person who helped Scott make the original series, The Silver Eyes, The Twisted Ones, and The Fourth Closet, and the graphic novels, The Silver Eyes graphic novel, The Twisted Ones graphic novel, and The Fourth Closet graphic novel. Her name usually goes unseen and is sometimes not credited when people talk about the books. Lego FNAF. Apparently, you can go on Amazon and get knockoff Legos of FNAF characters, and they actually look really good, and this entry could be referring to a fan-made FNAF game that's basically the exact same as FNAF 1, but everything is made of Legos, and it is widely popular, even attracting the attention of Dawko, and a trilogy was planned, but they got DMCA'd by Lego themselves, and you can no longer find the game online, at least I don't think so. Low-quality bootleg hoodies. This entry probably refers to the $5 FNAF hoodies you can find on wholesale sites like AliExpress. The quality is so bad that if you watch it once, it shrinks 3 times. If you had a picture of a whale on it, it would come out of the wash looking like a dolphin. Imagine that with a FNAF hoodie, it would be unrecognizable. Lives in FNAF 1 through 3. Lives were going to be used in FNAF 1, 2, and 3, and they would have the mechanic where you would restart the night that you were on, but when you lost all your lives, you would restart from night 1. You can actually see them in the video Five Nights at Freddy's gameplay uploaded to Scott's channel. Lost FNAF 1 trailer. There was a rumor which led from a comment on the video Five Nights at Freddy's, which is a trailer of the upcoming game at the time of the same name posted to Scott's channel. It is said something along the lines of, it was a good choice to remove the creepy red eyes from the original trailer, and this made people believe that Scott had posted an original trailer on his channel. People had then put Scott's Google Plus through the Internet Archive Wayback Machine and found a privated video called Five Nights, which people believed that this was the lost trailer, but the original commenter was just confusing it with the trailer currently on Scott's channel. Mad Science with Dr. Scraptrap. In FNAF Security Breach, you can find an arcade cabinet called Mad Science with Dr. Scraptrap, with the artwork on the cabinet being a Scraptrap in a lab coat with a beaker of bubbling green liquids. And this was the first time Scraptrap was referenced as his name in the official FNAF game. As in Ultimate Custom Night and Pizzeria Simulator, he was dubbed as Afton. Some fans believed that the gameplay would play out similar to Dr. Mario or Puyo Puyo, and someone has even made a good recreation of this concept. Mangle and Springtrap's pre-release design changes. In teasers released by Scott on his website, Mangle and Springtrap's designs seem to have changed before the games were released, Mangle being the most recognizable as he can be seen with a hook, just like Foxy from FNAF 1. Springtrap's design most likely didn't change, as lightly skewed in this book, a heavy shading. It made his face look like other shapes, like a fox or a bear. And before FNAF 3's release, the lighting led people to believe that Springtrap was a golden fox or a bear animatronic, with the possibility of an older golden Freddy, aka Fredbear, as the original antagonist. Mangle with a hook. In a teaser posted in development stage of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, Scott had of course posted a few teasers to keep fans hyped. One of the teasers had a sign with the number 2 on it in front of the Pirates Cove curtain. And 2 animatronics could be seen peeking around the curtain, one being Mangle, unknown at the time, and weirdly Foxy from the first game. And you could see that Mangle had actually used a hook to pull back the curtain to peek behind, just like Foxy did. The design went unused in the final game. Marionette and Balloon Boy in FNAF 1. Due to the marionette appearing in the FNAF 2 hallucination segments, of course the marionette puppet can be seen. This leads many people to believe that the marionette could have been in FNAF 1 Pizzeria, and MatPat also theorized that Balloon Boy is also possible to have originated from the FNAF 1 Pizzeria, as he is the only unique animatronic, along with the marionette, to be present in FNAF 2. Microtransactions in FNAF 1's mobile version. In the mobile version of FNAF 1, you can buy plushies of the 3 main animatronics, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, which do nothing, and they are all priced at 99 cents. You can also buy a cheat mode, which gives you a radar map with unlimited power, and many people were annoyed by this and began not to think well of the mobile ports. Mike. There was a sprite in the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 file in which it was a segment of a skull representing the head of Frogget, an enemy from Undertale. This was not chosen to be in the final game, as it is unknown what it's going to be used for. Someone in the community had created a full version of the image, even including a set of 2 rabbit ears. Molten Freddy Blueprint. The Insanity ending in Pizza Simulator shows 3 blueprints, but in the game files there's an extra 4th blueprint pertaining to Molten Freddy. Despite being unused, it's still canonical to the lore. Montgomery Gator destroyed Shamrock Bonnie. Montgomery Gator, also known as Monty for short, is one of the 3 secondary antagonists along with Glamrock Chica and Roxanne Wolf of the Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. He is an animatronic alligator who is brainwashed by Vanny into killing a young boy named Gregory. Montgomery is the replacement for Glamrock Bonnie, who is scrapped for unknown reasons before the events of the game. It's been implied that Monty actually killed or removed Bonnie to take his place, and that he will do the same to Freddy to become the face of Pizzaplex. One of the images or messages reveals Glamrock Bonnie was last seen going to Monty's Gator Golf before being scrapped, and at one of the levels of the golf minigame, Freddy is seen in the garbage while Monty, Chica, and Roxanne are playing a show on the stage with Monty on the center and a giant Monty hologram behind them. If this is true, this would make him the only one out of all the Glamrock animatronics that is inherently evil and doesn't need Vanny's hacking to cause harm. Natterjohn's FNAF Iceberg. Natterjohn is a Reddit user who posted a FNAF Iceberg to the subreddit r/fivenightsatfreddys. Here's a picture of it. I'm not really sure why this is on the iceberg, so let's move on. Newspaper clippings. Newspaper clippings refers to the missing children incident, which was an event that occurred at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location, presumably in the 1980s. It was a series of unsolved murders committed by William Afton. In the first game, the incident was mentioned in the newspaper clippings, occasionally seen replacing the Rules for Safety sign normally appearing in the East Hall. Nightmare JJ. Nightmare JJ is an animatronic appearing in the Nightmare Files, the first entry in the fan-made Untold Mysteries series. She is a twisted and monstrous version of JJ, and like her original version, Nightmare JJ is a recolored version of this game's version of Balloon Boy, using JJ's color scheme from the Five Nights at Freddy's game. Razbowski. Raz Williams, also known as Razbowski Online, is a Scottish YouTuber who mostly uploads Five Nights at Freddy's and reaction videos, although his FNAF content is definitely the most popular. The real Freddy Fazbear's Pizza image. This refers to an image that has made its rounds on the internet a while ago, with the poster of the image claiming they found the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location. In the flesh, not clickbait, gone wrong, etc. It was obviously photoshopped, which sucks because if Cawthon allowed it to be created, the place would be insanely popular. Scott Cawthon, if you're listening to this, I'd love to work in the real Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I can even invent menu items. We can have these little cheese balls like as appetizers and call them Freddy Fazballs. The Rise of Frankenfreddy. The Rise of Frankenfreddy Alpha is a pre-release prototype of Help Wanted's Curse of Dreadbear DLC found on PlayStation 4. On October 27, 2019, only days after the DLC's initial release, a Reddit post by user/NR Superstar was made on the official Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit about his accidental discovery of an old build, which he had downloaded the DLC to play for himself, and he discovered that the game was also attempting to download a large file immediately afterwards. Curiously, he stopped the update and started the game without it to see if it would work. And to his surprise, the game worked, and he was introduced to an alpha build for the DLC, including the old name. Salvage. I believe this refers to the salvage room in the Pizzeria Simulator. It is a room of indeterminate size where the player can salvage animatronics found in the back alley. The animatronics that can be salvaged are Molten Freddy, Scrap Trap, Scrap Baby, and Lefty, and the salvage room is dimly lit by what appears to be a single tungsten light bulb overhead. The only things visible are a wooden table, a cassette player, and maintenance checklist, and the animatronic being salvaged. It is impossible to determine the size of the room because of the poor lighting. Scott is self-taught. On November 4th, 2014, during an interview with Click Team, Scott Cawthon was asked, during your studies, did you learn the process of creating a game at university, or did you self-taught everything? To which he replied, I went to college for computer animation way back in 1996. I'm old, folks. So that's where I learned how to create the graphics for my games. As far as game creation itself, it's self-taught. Second Fanny, Vanessa is her ghost. Vanny is a follower of the digital virus Glitchtrap, a form of the serial killer William Afton, and is the main antagonist of Security Breach. It's revealed in the Princess Quest minigames that she was the main protagonist in Help Wanted, where she was first corrupted by Glitchtrap. She also plays a role in AR Special Delivery, and is heavily implied that Vanny and Vanessa are the same person with Glitchtrap controlling her, resulting in a Vanny alter ego. However, there is evidence that both supports and conflicts with this conclusion. The name Vanny seems to be a portmanteau of Vanessa and Bunny, a fact called out by Glamrock Freddy if Gregory discovers Vanny's hideout in Phaser Blast. While some people believe that to be evidence for Vanessa being Vanny, others see it as too shallow of a connection, as the name is too incriminating for Vanessa. Vanny and Vanessa are never seen in the same place at the same time. In the scrap survival mode for the game, Vanessa would hunt Gregory, and eventually a meter would fill and the game would replace Vanessa with Vanny, and in some instances, fans who dug into the game's code to make some of these feature work used in NoClip to see that Vanessa and Vanny cannot exist at the same time in this mode. Sister Location Custom Night. Sister Location Custom Night is an extra night in Sister Location. It was released on December 1st, 2016 and can be unlocked only after finishing the game and unlocking all 3 stars on the menu. Custom Night takes place in the private room where the player must defend themselves from almost all the animatronics in FNAF Sister Location, excluding Circus Baby and Innard. Like the first game, the player must manage their resources, in this case the power and the oxygen. Closing the doors will drain power as well as Electrobab, while the first variation of Mini Rena and Yendo will drain the player's oxygen if they are present. There are many different challenges the player can complete, similar to Five Nights at Freddy's 2 Custom Night. Beating each preset game mode on the very hard difficulty except Golden Freddy mode unlocks a cutscene of Michael Afton walking along a street, which each cutscene showing him slowly decaying and becoming purple. At the end, Innard leaves the decaying body and enters the sewers when Michael falls down, and moments later, Baby is heard repeating the words, "You won't die," until Michael gets up and Innard's eyes light up in the sewers. The end, thanks for playing. In 2015, Scott Cawthon updated his website to the words, "The end, thanks for playing," over a black background. A lot of people took this at face value and assumed there would only ever be 4 FNAF games released. Cawthon posted on a forum stating that although he still isn't sure what his Halloween release will be, it won't be FNAF 5, but many people found that they could take the image on the website and brighten it up to reveal a question mark after the word end, signaling that it might not in fact be the end of the games, just the end of the canon story. Theft King. Theft King is an American gaming YouTuber and reviewer who primarily focuses on events in the Five Nights at Freddy's community, often including reviews and breakdowns of the various FNAF VHS web series on YouTube. On his channel, he claims to be the #1 FNAF channel in the world, and at the time of recording, he's made 160 FNAF videos. Theft King and Kane Carter drama. After Kane Carter made a post on Twitter about his annoyance towards FNAF YouTubers claiming the bad things about the Fazbear Fanverse initiative, a collaboration by Scott Cawthon, the creator of the FNAF franchise, to help fund big fan games. Theft King took the tweet personally, though the tweet didn't mention him directly, and Kane's statement was just to the trend of YouTubers talking bad about the initiative. Most of Kane's fandom presumed the tweets was toward Theft King and allegedly sent Theft King multiple death threats and rude direct messages. However, there's no actual proof of this. Theft King tried to inform Kane about his fandom's harassment, but Kane allegedly ignored him, and Theft King soon made a video titled An Open Letter to Kane Carter, Fazbear Fanverse Developer, about believing the tweet was about him. Theft showed clips from his videos of him being supportive of the initiative, and Kane would respond to the YouTube video on Twitter with a FNAF-style rickroll. Theft King and his community took it offensively, which Kane thought was foolish and stated there is no way a man in his 30s was affected by a rickroll, or that my followers saw this as some kind of announcement to go and abuse Theft. Theft King would go on to stream for 5 hours, which would involve him complaining and explaining that Kane was ignoring him. Kane Carter, who was watching the stream then, made a post to his alt Twitter account showing proof that Theft King was lying. Kane had responded to Theft's message by instead deciding to hold the conversation on Discord, which Theft intended to paint as being simply ignored. He donated to Theft King's stream to bring Theft King's attention to it, with the donation saying, "Hey man, keep your chin up, you should definitely check the latest tweet by @LostPopGoes, it's important." This was much to Theft King's disapproval as he stated, "Are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding? Do you really think this is the venue for this? I DM'd you. I'm begging you to speak to me. I've been begging you, and you just, inaudible, ignoring me. I've been ignoring you. And now you come in private, and I'm trying to resolve this in private, and you come to my live stream and do a donation. Are you serious? Are you kidding me, dude? Do you know how unfair of a position you put me in? Are you serious? Wow, dude. Wow, dude. The tweet in question was a screenshot of their conversation on Discord, which would expose his lie, forcing him to end the stream not longer after making another, in which he complained about Kane's tweet and community, stating that if Scott Cawthon sees the video, he will be sorry. Theft King stated that Kane was a vindictive, evil person and that Kane would be burning in hell for all of eternity, and Twitter would mock him, and this would prompt Theft King to make an immediate apology. Kane eventually released a video responding to all of this drama, and in this video, he showed that Theft King responded to Kane on the 25th of June on Discord. And Kane asked for proof of the harassment and explained that the titles Goodbye Fanverse and the End of the Fazbear Fanverse Initiative are clickbait, hinting at a negative video, yet actually containing fairly positive content. Theft didn't have any proof of the harassment, which follows another DM on Discord from Theft King after the tweet in which he stated to Kane that he really started to piss off other content creators by attacking anyone who dares to talk about something that could portray the fanverse as in a negative light. And if you continue to attack content creators on Twitter, where most of us don't have super large followings, they're going to retaliate on their own platforms, and I absolutely do not want things to get anywhere even close to there. Theft demanded Kane make a public apology by threatening to ruin his reputation, and then Kane showed other direct messages from the people who Theft talked to on Twitter who shared their experience with. King Carter's video brought light to many issues that Theft had, and several of Theft's friends cut ties with Theft after sharing their own sides of the story and how the story is manipulated to displaying King Carter in a bad light, and this further damaged Theft's career. Tricon 1980's FNAF banner. This infamous FNAF image was used by several news media outlets and was originally made by DeviantArt user Tricon 1980, and I think the reason it's on this iceberg is because a lot of the media outlets incorrectly attributed this image's origin to Scott Cawthon. What can we use? WhatCanWeUse.jpg was a picture on scottgames.com to tease FNAF 3. And there was a lot in the image to pick apart and people went wild with it, and it features Springtrap, Toy Bonnie, Balloon Boy, Foxy's hook, Bonnie's guitar, Freddy's hat, Chica, and Mangle. Newspaper Easter eggs. Newspapers in the first 3 games contain trivia about the development process, like Foxy being designed in a bumpy car ride. These facts are all blurred out, as the edges of the screen, when showing FNAF Pizzeria advertisement, are blurred to bring more attention to the advertisement. Nightmare Foxy's tongue. In Foxy's teaser leading up to FNAF 4's release, Foxy's face is close up with his mouth open and hook raised. The only thing different on this teaser is Foxy's design of having a metallic tentacle-like tongue. Scott said he cut Foxy's tongue in the final game due to it being hard to animate. Old Man Consequences. This is a character which appears in FNAF World and later appeared in Ultimate Custom Night. He sits by a lake and does the activity of fishing. And Old Man Consequences is a pixelated character with a solid color of red and has what seems to be the mouth of a crocodile or alligator. And they show up in the 4th layer of the flip side, and they say the phrase, "Come and sit with me a while, leave the demon to his demons, rest your own soul, there is nothing else." This is the way to get the drowned ending. Old Man Consequences later appeared in the game Ultimate Custom Night as a character who would make you catch a fish. If you failed, he would disable your monitor for a while. Original Pizza Simulator jump scares. Like Springtrap situation, when FNAF 6 released, the jump scares were lackluster. People said all they did was lean into the protagonist's camera, and Scott had updated those, and the old jump scares are left in the files. Original Help Wanted teaser. This was a teaser where it is similar to the FNAF VR box art, but there are slight differences. Nightmarion is replaced by a fan creation of Spring Bonnie, and Funktime Foxy was there, but they were a fan render. This spawned anger in the community, and Steelwool eventually changed it to the characters previously mentioned. Panstand missing from Ultimate Custom Night. Unlike the other members of the Trash in the Gang, whether it be an actual enemy like Mr. Candu, Bucket Bob, Number 1 Crate, or simply a cameo like Mr. Hugs, Panstand is seemingly completely missing from the entire game. There was no reason for the exclusion. Phone Guy in FNAF 4. At random intervals in FNAF 4, you can hear muffled speaking very faintly in the background. This is deepened and reversed version of the FNAF 1 Phone Guy call. This makes it one of the only games Scott's voice was in. Pink Guy. Pink Guy is a supposed character that appears in FNAF 2 in the minigame Easter Eggs, and we can tell he's a different character from the colors of the sprite, his being pinker and the other purple guy sprites appearing in other minigames. And many people don't actually believe in a different character is very similar to Afton, as just could be an error on Scott's part. Princess Quest. Princess Quest is an in-universe video game franchise that appears in both the mobile port of Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted and Security Breach. In the Help Wanted mobile port, the minigame can be accessed from the Freddy Fazbear Virtual Experience's main hub room. In Security Breach, it can be accessed through an arcade closet. Purple Guy animatronic. A short while after Five Nights at Freddy's 2's release, there was a hoax going around the FNAF community, and it was a purple guy animatronic in the office slumped over just like Withered Golden Freddy. The hoax would supposedly, for a split second in the office, appear. People quickly caught on that it was a hoax, and the body was just Withered Golden Freddy's body, but purple. Return to Freddy's is a long-running FNAF fan game series released by Tyler Ahlstrom, starting from December 2nd, 2014, with a game named Five Nights at Freddy's 3, a game where it reused numerous textures from FNAF 1 and 2, and the game got rebranded into Five Nights at Freddy's 3 fan-made and then Return to Freddy's Classic. Later games in the series, like Return to Freddy's 2, had Tyler Ahlstrom create his own models and textures as such, including Lockjaw, Doug the Dog, and Kitty Fazcat. In the original volume, that being the TRTF Classic, TRTF 2, 3, and 4 were originally going to be remastered by Colin Miller in partnership with Krea Studios, but they were all cancelled. Scott's VIP list. In the Scott Cawthon interview done by Daco, Scott mentions that he has a VIP list on his computer, and he has only special people on there, which get his games early. The one confirmed member so far is Daco, as Scott mentioned it in the interview, and some people in the community have theorized that similar people to Daco are on the list, such as Markiplier, MatPat, and DJ Sturf. Security Breach Fury's Rage. This was a game released by Scott to keep FNAF fans entertained while Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach was still in development. The point of this game was to be a beat-em-up style game using anthropomorphic versions of the main Glamrock animatronics to beat up several anthropomorphic versions of other characters from the franchise. SecurityBreachTV.com. This is a website which was created by Steel Wool, and it was updated to showcase the new episodes of Freddy and Friends on Tour, and it was also updated to add Easter eggs to the other characters or add new decorations on either the table or on the smaller screens around the main one. Shadow BB. This was a hoax that spread that was about a shadow version of BB. It was said that it only appeared on the mobile version of FNAF 2 and would crash your game, similar to Shadow Freddy and RWQFSFAXSC. Showbiz Pizza Images and Help Wanted. In the Help Wanted files, a hidden image of an endoskeleton head from Showbiz Pizza Place was grayscaled and had a weird filter on it, and the FNAF community says that the image was taken with an iPhone 6s Plus. Speed edits. There are some YouTubers who are dedicated to making edits of characters, either to fix them or to change the animatronic type to make them seem different or to make some completely new characters. And a lot of these channels have gained a lot of subscribers, such as Alexander133 and Weirdo Speed, and the most famous being GoMotion. Springtrap jump scare hate. When the FNAF 3 was released, people were saying it wasn't that scary, and they said this because of Springtrap's jump scare, as all he does is lean in. The Phantom animatronics weren't that mentioned, but people were still unhappy, and fans were telling Scott to update Springtrap's jump scare to make it scarier, but he never did. Steel Wool interview. This is a video by Daco where he interviewed two people from the development of Security Breach, and Daco asked a lot of questions about the layouts of Pizzaplex and if there are any recurring or new characters. Sunglasses. Apparently there are FNAF-themed sunglasses you can buy, and they are well known for being trashy and low quality. The FNAF Show. This was a series split up into two different seasons done by Daco, where he would interview many FNAF voice actors such as Kellen Goff, Joe Gotta, and PJ Haywood, and they would all have voiced one or more characters in the FNAF series, and Daco has discontinued this series and has not brought it back. The Freddy Files. The updated edition errors. Basically, the second release of Freddy Files had way more typos and misinformation compared to the first one. The Immortal and the Restless. The Immortal and the Restless was a fictional animated soap opera in sister location watched by Michael Afton every night after work, except night 3, and it follows an arguing couple of a male vampire and a human wife arguing over who their baby belongs to, and the vampire saying it's not his, with it clearly having fangs and wings. Toxic Meter. An unused texture in the FNAF 2 files shows a bar with the word toxic above it, and this is thought to have been used when having the mask on to stop camping from other animatronics, and you will die slowly from the toxicity. This is probably unused in the end due to the addition of the marionette or puppet, since you have to wind their music box. Toy Chica: The High School Years. Toy Chica: The High School Years is one of the anime sections or intermissions in Ultimate Custom Night. It is in the style of a high school type anime following Toy Chica starting the day at high school with a new crush after the previous one didn't work out, and her methods trying to win over her crush have become more extreme after each episode. It is heavily implied that each crush is murdered in some fashion, and this could be symbolizing the murders of the children in FNAF 1 done by William Afton. Trash and the Gang. This was a group of characters which appeared in Pizzeria Simulator, and you probably guessed by the name that they are made of trash. Their names are Bucket Bob, Pan Stan, Mr. Can Do, Number 1 Crate, and Mr. Hugs. The 3 characters were actually going to be in 3 different character slots but got combined into one, making room for more characters. Twisted Chica. This was a scrapped animatronic which was said to have appeared in the novel The Twisted Ones, along with the other twisted animatronics, and there is no mention of this character in the books or teasers, thus believed to be scrapped by Scott. The only mentions we get of this is a Funko Pop of the character, along with a piece of artwork made by Lady Fitzy. The Pop had originally used an early design of Twisted Chica, as that was the only art of the character which we had seen at that point, and Funko had then realized this and made another using the current design we all have probably seen. Unused Special Delivery Emails. Special Delivery has some emails that went unused or scrapped, and many of them actually animatronic shipment emails, while the majority are emails containing Louis and Vanessa's story, along with the spread of the circuit board virus. Vanessa Afton. A theory that was conjured up saying that Vanessa from Security Breach is a member of the Afton household. Some people thought this as her last name is seen as having an A at the beginning. This is not confirmed or denied. Vanny in the Glamrock Freddy teaser. In the second variation of the Glamrock Freddy rock teaser, you can see a silhouette representing Vanny holding a sharp knife upon the giant window. This was used to tease the main villain of the upcoming game, Security Breach, and many people had actually thought this to be Malhair, otherwise known as Glitch Trap, because of the humanoid rabbit costume with the knife. 3 teasers late, the silhouette was revealed in its own teaser with a text stating "Obey." Weird Gacha Life videos. Gacha Life is an app where people can create avatars of real people or fictional characters and roleplay them in specific situations and stories. And obviously, there will be some Gacha Life videos on Five Nights at Freddy's. Some can be utterly harmless, but some can be weird and non-advertiser friendly. Will Hell vs. Mike Hell. These are 2 separate theories about who Ultimate Custom Night is actually for, whether it be William or Michael. The likely verdict is William, due to him having more of a criminal past with Fazbear Entertainment and Afton Robotics. And the only reason it could be Michael is that he caused the bite of 83. XOR. XOR is a monochrome version of DD in Ultimate Custom Night, and when they do appear they will glitch all across the bottom of the screen, in which a garbled version of the original DD voice lines play in the background. Instead of spawning only one of the bonus characters like the regular DD, they would instead spawn all of the 6, and XOR is most well known to appear in 50/20 mode, but can rarely appear at any time outside of 50/20 mode. U2's presents Five Nights at Freddy's. U2's presents Five Nights at Freddy's is an augmented reality mobile game developed by U2's. It's similar to another game, FNAF AR Special Delivery, but instead of animatronics, it's the Glamrock U2's figures released by U2's and also Dako. The player stars as a U2's employee trying to ship out the figures, and the player must save up their dwindling power supply and survive until 6 a.m. when the toys are scheduled to be picked up. And at first, the box's top will open and animatronics will come out of the box and move around the area. If the player is jump scared, the screen will turn to static, and a GIF of the jump scare and a photograph will serve as the game over screen. Freddy, you're supposed to be on lockdown. This entry refers to a quote from Security Breach in which Officer Vanessa is talking to Glamrock Freddy. She says, "Freddy, you're supposed to be on lockdown," and Freddy says, "Officer Vanessa, I do not know how I got here." And thus a meme is born. Group hug and the thank you teaser source code. If you open up the thank you teaser photo and notepad referenced in the previous tier, in the code you will find the words group hug, and not really sure of its relevance other than the photo in question being of all the FNAF characters in a group. The wall in the hall changes to a bloody writing that says "It's me." In FNAF 1, there was a small chance of the player witnessing an Easter egg in which the wall in the hall, as seen through a camera, suddenly has bloody writing on it that says, "It's me." The show will begin momentarily, everyone please stay in your seats. In FNAF World, Circus Baby has a line that goes, "The show will begin momentarily, everyone please stay in your seats." And some people claim she says this because of some sort of accident that happened because someone didn't stay in their seat. You don't know what we've been through. This was a line said at the end of Sister Location in the trailer, and it is unknown who says it, but it's theorized to be Biddy Bab. And some people have said that this was a scrapped line to be put into the game, but scrapped for unknown reasons after being in the trailer. And this line presumably alluded to the scooping of Elizabeth, as the Biddy Babs would have been witnesses, or just the bad events in general that happened in that location. Pizzeria. In both FNAF 1 and 2, the newspaper screens got revised. In FNAF 1, it was for a typo. Pizzeria was spelled as Pizzeria with an A, and then the phone number change, and in 2, it was only the phone number. Programming characters teasers. These were teasers that were leading up to the release of Ultimate Custom Night as a way of showing the progress of Scott adding characters, not including Dee Dee's bonus characters. Real and fake ending text, Sister Location. Sister Location has two endings, one is real and the other is fake. In the bad or real ending, Baby will lead the player to the scooping room, pretending that they are being followed by Ballora. But if the player gets jump scared, it is actually Innard who jump scares the player, not Ballora. However, when the player reaches the scooping room, they will see the mangled bodies of the animatronics on the floor and Innard behind the window. Innard will apologize for lying to the player, explaining that she had no choice, before disemboweling them with the scooper. The screen turns black, which shows a cutscene of a bathroom mirror. The shadowy figure of the player will limp in front of the mirror, opening his eyes to reveal purple irises. The credits roll, and this ending features the words, "The End" in red. To access the good or fake ending, the player must gain the second star achieved by completing Circus Baby's minigame. This gives the player an access card which unlocks the private room, and the player must then start Night 5, but after returning to Funtime Auditorium, the player must disobey Baby, ignoring her instructions, and go forward and left, not stopping until they hear the female AI voice say, "Access granted," which takes the player to a room similar to the FNAF 1 office. Hand Unit then tells the player that they will be rescued at 6 a.m. and promptly fired. Hand Unit shuts off, leaving the player to fend Innard off from the left and right doors and the front vent. Unlike other games, there are no lights, meaning that the player must use the monitor to keep tabs on his whereabouts. And Innard will start out slowly but gain speed with every passing in-game hour, and each hour is a minute and a half, making the night a total of 9 minutes long, and from 12 to 3, Innard will speak to the player with Circus Baby's voice, or from 4 to 5, it will change to the voice of William Afton's daughter, pleading the player to let them in. If the player manages to keep Innard out until 6 a.m., the player will return to their home and watch another episode of The Immortal and the Restless, and after the show ends, Innard will drag itself in front of the television with its right eye flashing. The screen cuts to black, and the credits roll with "The End" written in blue. Character Simulator. Examples being Chica Simulator and Bonnie Simulator. These are fan games in which you move around the camera by clicking on them to then get into the office to kill the night guard. Killing him will earn you points, leading to you being able to get other animatronic skins or extras. And many of these games are pretty cheap, as they basically use all the assets from FNAF 1 in the gameplay aspect besides the menus. 10 teaser countdown to FNAF 3. For no apparent reason, the Guess Who had a big 10 on it that appeared when brightened, and much later, Scott was asked about this and explained that there was going to be a countdown of 10 teasers leading up to the game's release. 3 a.m. videos. This entry refers to those absurd YouTube videos you see with people appealing to gullible fan bases by titling their videos things like "Calling Freddy Fazbear at 3 a.m. gone wrong, almost died," or "Going on a date with Chica at 3 a.m. 5120 mode. As a joke to annoy Daco, Scott has said that he would add another character to make it 5120 mode, and this obviously never ended up being true, and he just added Dee Dee with the 6 bonus animatronics. A Storm Brews. This refers to the song used in the FNAF 3 trailer, which is super cool and sounds amazing. You should definitely check it out. FNAF AAA game. The Five Nights at Freddy's AAA game is an upcoming project relating to the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. It is currently in development and is said to be a multiplayer game, and as of August 5th, 2019, Scott Cawthon updated his upcoming project's mega thread on Steam with info on the game. Quote, AAA game, 0%. A deal has been signed with Universal to create a AAA multiplayer game. They've had a few setbacks getting started, but hopefully they will get it worked out soon. And there were some really cool ideas for it. This post was updated again on September 29, 2019 and said the following, quote, AAA game, cancelled. Well, not really. There has been a shakeup for this project. I'm actually not at liberty to discuss some details, but I'm taking control of this one and feel a lot better about its direction. This won't get started until late 2020, however. Afton's experiment. This experiment consists in keeping the child inside an ordinary bedroom, only to have them surviving against horrendous robots coming from each side trying to bite the flesh out of them. This could be thought of due to the Easter egg of the cameras and sister location custom night. Alexander133. Alexander133, or 133 Alexander, is an artist on DeviantArt. His profile reads, Hello, I'm Alexander, I'm 18 years old, birthday is July 23rd. I want to present my works dedicated to FNAF speed edits. I hope that people who come here will be pleased to see my works, which appear here very often. I always try to do only good work for you, in particular, do what you ask me to do. So go to my channel, he links the channel, and leave comments. I will definitely read them and make a couple of notes for myself. Subscribe and write your satisfied comments if, of course, you like the video, and I very much hope for your support. Andrew John 100. Andrew John 100 is a YouTuber who almost exclusively makes FNAF videos. His most popular videos include the Freddy Fazbear and Friends series, with episode titles such as Freddy's Knee Trouble, The Bunny Rat, and Bonnie's Guitar. Animation Time's Final Fights. This entry refers to another YouTube channel called Animation Time. They make videos where they animate FNAF characters and make them fight, and through subtext you can determine the rough storyline they're trying to convey. Autobiography of a Yogi. The backwards phone call in FNAF 1 is actually speech, it's not just garbled sounds. It is of Scott reading the book Autobiography of a Yogi, written by Paramahansa Yogananda. It is an autobiography on his life and encounters with spiritual figures. There is no reason known for Scott to have chosen this random book for the call. Baby's Nightmare Circus. Baby's Nightmare Circus is a small fan game based on the popular franchise Five Nights at Freddy's. The game's description on GameJolt says, This time, you've gotten lost in your mind. You're trapped, unable to wake up and remember. Best guess is to defend yourself in your dreadful sleep. Use your flashlight to ward off unwanted creatures. Venture into tents to explore. Find a way out. Baby's split personality. This refers to Circus Baby's personality change between Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator. User/peanutbutterjellyart on Reddit describes it this way, quote, If there's one thing that always bothered me about Scrap Baby, it's her sudden out-of-nowhere personality change. I did a little bit of thinking and then it hit me. Baby changed because Elizabeth is no longer a part of her anymore. Now before you say that doesn't make sense, please take a moment to read what I have. As you recall, on the final night of Sister Location, Baby had Michael remove a small chip from her. And Baby told him there was something bad, and made it clear that she wanted it out of her. Maybe the chip was what contained Elizabeth's soul. It seems that Baby's AI still has sentience herself, and she can recall memories from before she killed Elizabeth. So more than likely, Baby and Elizabeth coexist as sort of a Jekyll and Hyde situation. Because of this, if Baby was behind the whole inner plan, Elizabeth could be against it, or whether or not she knows Michael is her brother. So, Elizabeth was holding Baby back from executing the plan. So as a way to get rid of Elizabeth, she had Michael remove her, claiming that it was something bad. Balloon Boy's Jump Scare. Although Balloon Boy is often a nuisance, he is not aggressive and he is the only animatronic that does not directly attack the player. Thus he is the only animatronic without a jump scare prior to Five Nights at Freddy's AR special delivery. Baddington's VHS tapes. Baddington is an animation YouTuber known for making horror animations based off of Squimpus McGrimpus's FNAF VHS tapes, and also making an original animation horror series called Harmony and Horror around 2021. Baddington decided to announce that he will be remaking Squimpus McGrimpus's FNAF VHS tape series. The most notable videos remade are Sound Response Check, Pirate Cove Pre-Show, and Non-Existent Video, while the former being the most viewed with 6 million views. Balloon Boy's Laugh used in Cocomelon. The sound Scott had used for Balloon Boy's laugh in FNAF 2 is actually a stock sound effect, and since it is a stock sound effect, it's used in many places, and one of these being Cocomelon. This was brought to attention due to a short video created by CG5 in which he vibes to the Cocomelon until he screams when he hears the sound effect. Big Chungus. People relate the different Bonnie variants to Big Chungus for some reason. BioWorld. BioWorld is a company which creates merchandise for the different pieces of pop culture, as they say on their homepage. Their merchandise is well known for being lackluster in quality, and the most iconic piece of FNAF merchandise they made is a shirt that features 3 low-quality and incorrectly colored versions of Freddy, Bonnie, and Foxy. Blacklight Slime. Blacklight Slime products are slime toys released on September 11th, 2020 in stores like GameStop and Hot Topic by Just Toys. They are blacklight colored slime materials sold in small plastic cans and come with lids designed after each toy's respective animatronic. Blow Up Costumes. I'm pretty sure this refers to the various inflatable costumes you can buy online of the FNAF characters. They are kinda creepy. Bonnie is a girl. Zanimation is a YouTube channel that creates animations based on popular media. They've notably done FNAF, Among Us, and Minecraft. Bonnie as a Girl is a reference to one of their videos having that title and being about Bonnie meeting a girl version of himself, only for her to be taken away by Bendy from Bendy and the Ink Machine. Bonnie is a remodel of Freddy. This refers to the fact that Scott Cawthon had said in this interview with Daco that he modeled Bonnie by remodeling Freddy for FNAF 1. Bonnie Running. In the FNAF 1 trailer uploaded to Scott's channel, Bonnie can be seen doing many things he does not do in the game, like taking his suit head off to reveal his endoskeleton head, him looking at the camera along with Freddy and Chica, and finally running down a hallway. Bonnie Running was probably a placeholder for Foxy as he had not had his model ready, or as a cover-up for Foxy to surprise players with different mechanics. Both FNAF 3 endings are canon. This entry refers to the fact that some people theorize that both endings are canon and compatible with each other. Okay, for this to make sense, I need to explain both endings. The bad ending goes like this. If the player progresses through the game normally, then after the Night 5 minigame ends, the player will be taken to a screen featuring the illuminated heads of Freddy Fazbear, Foxy, Chica, and Bonnie in that order, lying on the floor, symbolizing that the souls of William Afton's victims are still trapped inside the animatronic suits. A 5th head can be seen silhouetted in the background, which is widely speculated to be Golden Freddy's head. The bad ending goes like this. To achieve the good ending, the player must get the cake ending for the following minigames. Number 1, BB's Air Adventure any night. Number 2, Mangle's Quest on night 2. Number 3, Chica's Party on night 3. Number 4, Stage 01 on night 4. Number 5, Glitch minigame on night 5. And number 6, Happiest Day. You must clear the other 5 games before you do that one. If the player has gotten the cake endings of the secret minigames, then after the Night 5 minigame ends, the player will be taken to a screen similar to the one from the bad ending, but this time the animatronic heads are empty, symbolizing that the souls of William Afton's victims have been freed. The 5th head from the bad ending is nowhere to be seen, even if the player brightens the image, and it should be noted that the positions of the animatronic heads match the gravestones in the Lore Keeper ending in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, heavily implying that those are the names of each of the souls that inhabit the animatronics. Brain inside Nightmare. In the Head of Nightmares mode, you can see the brain inside of his head, which is a human brain, different to every other animatronic, and this could be symbolizing how the crying child's frontal lobe was bitten off by Fredbear, since Nightmare is a variation of Nightmare Fredbear, who is a variation of Fredbear. Breadbear. Breadbear refers to a photoshopped version of the Five Nights at Freddy's antagonist, Nightmare Fredbear, imagining what the character would look like as a non-Nightmare version created before the official release of the normal Fredbear character model. A Photoshop edit was posted to r/5nightsatfreddys in 2015 and inspired memes about how it looked, many comparing it to Almighty Loaf and deeming it Breadbear. Burned Freddles. The Burned Freddles are unused characters from the Five Nights at Freddy's VR Help Wanted files, which would have appeared in the Bill Domingo series of the Curse of Dreadbear DLC. The Burned Freddles are, as the name implies, burnt versions of the Freddles. They are identical in appearance, but with burnt texture similar to Burnt Foxy's, black and orange cracks in them. Burn Trap Chase Sequence. Burn Trap holds a lot of unused content within the files, including a death animation and data for a chase sequence. Calendars. You can buy FNAF themed calendars with pictures of animatronics for each month. That's it. Chica is a parrot. I couldn't find anything on this entry, but apparently some people believe that Chica is a parrot, which is interesting. Chica, look at you. This was a texture that was similar to Toy Bonnie's, as when he entered the office, he would slide across the screen with you having to put the mask on to not die. This texture was presumably going to be used in the same way, but alas, the feature was never implemented into the final game. Chipper haunts the whole series. According to Cawthon, Chipper, a character from one of his previous games, Chipper and Sons Lumber Co., haunts the entire FNAF series to this day. It's not elaborated on. Chompers. Chompers is a cancelled FNAF fanverse pitch. User/ElementalDuck on Reddit gave this summary of why it was cancelled. Quote, "So you got these three dudes, Ultra Knight, the creator, Ramanov, and some other dude, and they had a really close connection to the other popular fan game developers such as Emil Mako and King Carter and Candies and Popgo's creators, respectively. The thing is, they had a chat in which they shared leaks about many fan games such as Candies 4 or Popgo's Evergreen, and they talked in this chat about leaking this info to the public eye, and I think they also doxed some people and had private pictures of Scott and his kids, and I think, if I can recall correctly, they threatened the respective creators with leaking them, and Kane told Scott about this, and he cancelled Chompers for the Fanverse initiative. When the team became aware of this, they began to dissolve, and Euro posted an incomplete version of the game with some developer commentary. Circus Babies Entertainment and Rental. Circus Babies Entertainment and Rental, owned by Fazbear Entertainment Inc. and previously Afton Robotics LLC, is the main location in which Five Nights at Freddy's sister location takes place. Colossal is a reused model from Chipper and Sons Lumber Co. Colossal is a colossal squid enemy and one of the multiple enemies encountered in FNAF World. It is encountered in Lilygear Lake. Colossal has an appearance that resembles a giant squid, colored light gray with narrowed blue eyelids and red irises. He has a total of 8, although one seems to be hidden, long whip-like tentacles. Colossal's model was recycled from the character Squiddy in Scott's previous game, Chipper and Sons Lumber Co., along with Crabapple, albeit retextured. Crying children posters. Rarely in the East Hall, the posters from the wall will be replaced with drawn "It's Me" texts or crudely drawn faces of children crying in a similar style to that of Edward Munch's Der Schrei der Natur. Note that such hallucinations cannot occur if Freddy or Chica are in the camera feed. Cursed Haunting. This entry refers to a piece of cut content from FNAF World. Files for unlocking a red chip called Cursed Haunting are stored between the unlock screens for Pizza Fury and Block Unscrew. The chip itself, however, doesn't exist in the files. Presumably it would have used Haunting on all enemies from start of the battle, or else a Ghost Freddy would appear and stun the enemy occasionally. The chip may have been replaced with the green chip Quick Start Party, which stuns enemies for the first few seconds of the battle. The Regular Sauce. The Regular Sauce is a YouTuber who makes FNAF videos, with his most popular videos being San Japan 2021 Springtrap Cosplay Contest Walk On and Taking Glamrock Freddy to the Arcade. His channel description says, "Hi, I'm Atriu. I build cosplays and other funny robot-like things. Oh, and I also really like Five Nights at Freddy's." Dabbing Chica. The survival logbook includes an image of Chica dabbing. It was paired alongside the other FNAF 1 characters, and they were doing different poses as well. And they were used so you could draw yourself next to the animatronics like you get a photo with them. Doofuzz. Doofuzz was the first game ever created by Scott Cawthon other than tests. And it was made on the game-making software Click and Play, now known as ClickTeam Fusion, in 1998. The player must use the mouse to move the character, very much different from his newer games. Left click to shoot as well as right click to use the extra weapon, both right and left click to use your special weapon, with the player having 7 lives, white swirls being used to refill lives if lost. The plot is as follows. Doofus the dinosaur has ruled over Dunostria in great success after having opened the Spazicore. The Spazicore was a one-way portal to the realm of Lord Grok, who was in charge of making sure universes got their fair share of evil. Doofus created the Spazicore so Dunostria could toss it right back into Lord Grok's face. Grok, after having grown tired of this, decided to take matters into his own hands. Grok created Meatcanyon and Prochin out of all his remaining evil for his attack on Dunostria to destroy it. Egg Baby Plush. Ike Baby is a scanner animatronic who makes minor appearances twice in the Five Nights at Freddy's series. This entry refers to an unreleased plush of its likeness. Either Vanessa or Vanny is Baby shapeshifting. This entry refers to a post on the r/Game Theorist subreddit by user/Curbland. It reads, Vanny is Baby. What we thought. For the longest time since FNAF VR and AR, we've been led to believe that Vanessa was mentally taken over by Glitchtrap, making internet searches like horrific torture mechanics of the human body, but also messages like help me, with a voice actor being hired under the guise reluctant follower, and the Curse of Dreadbear content. We also saw how she had made her own bunny mask, seemingly reluctantly following in the steps of her brainwashing master, Glitchtrap, aka William Afton. One of the FNAF security breach endings shows Vanny thrown off a roof and unmasked to show a blonde girl looking like Vanessa, and then Vanessa still on the roof looking down and scared. Theory: Vanessa is being compromised by Glitchtrap, but she is not Vanny. Baby is Vanny, following in her dad's murderous footsteps. This is done by using Vanessa's log and details, all of the dodgy internet searches and hacks from her account, her access to the building, therapist tapes confirming that she works too long and Vanny or Baby has a room in the Pizzaplex to keep toying with things while Vanessa sleeps, and donning a rabbit costume like her dad. Notice how she dances like him in one of the VR endings. It throws you off because she looks so human, but she is Circus Baby, built to perform. And looking human, even imitating a specific human, is something she has been practicing quite a bit in the book. Something to do with hallucination discs and pins to replace real humans. Would that explain why poor Vanessa could be extra confused and blamed for more than she's even aware of? It might also explain why the screen gets glitchy in Security Breach when you see Vanny, but not Vanessa, the regular human. Why does she love the outside and hate basements? Maybe because she's been stuck in the sister location basement for so long before she escaped? And maybe why she seems to hate Freddy, not being trusted by him and ordering him to be brutally ripped apart. Wasn't Freddy the original animatronic designed and built by her father's partner or rival in the yellow gold guy, who's constantly been trying to help the children, just like Glamrock Freddy is doing now? There's even therapist dialogue about how she's being manipulated, and then the last therapist theorizes she's actually the one doing the manipulating. Very in line with Baby and how she lured you into the scooping room and sister location. And it might also explain why her game is called Princess Quest. Her dad, Afton, could be considered the king of all this, so she is the princess of murder. Lastly, in the therapy sessions, we hear a tragic backstory of a little girl whose manipulative father pushed her to give false testimony about her mother, giving him full custody, and causing said mother to commit suicide. The last therapist looks into Vanessa's story and confirms that she had two lovely parents and asked why she lied. But maybe this was Baby's story. A manipulative evil father, William Afton, and a missing mother, Ballora. In the FNAF 4 Afton house, we see the bullying older brother, the Bite of 87 victim younger brother who became Golden Freddy, and the sister who got scooped into Baby, Elizabeth, but no hint of a mother. And the song Ballora sings, it could tie in. It wasn't at the older brother visiting sister location, but they thought it was you, so she's asking her husband to save her a dance. Alright, that's the end of that Reddit post. Okay, yeah, tell me what you guys think. Elizabeth survived Circus Baby. I believe this refers to a Gacha Lifestyle YouTube video in which it's shown that what would have happened if Elizabeth had survived her encounter with Circus Baby. In the video, after she gets scooped, Elizabeth is badly injured but is still alive inside of Circus Baby, and eventually gets released. When questioned about the design feature of Baby having a scooper, William Afton openly explains the entire story of how he murdered a bunch of kids, and that he put that feature in Circus Baby so he could kidnap children and he could murder them in the scooping room after the pizzeria closes. He then apologizes, and the person he's talking to says he should instead apologize to Elizabeth. Enchanted Mob. This is yet another YouTuber who makes FNAF videos. At the time of recording, their last couple videos seem to be more about Poppy's playtime, and they unfortunately haven't uploaded anything for 7 months at the time of recording. Endless Tycoon. This is a fan game that's currently in the works on Game Jolt. The description says, extended version of Freddy Fazbear Pizza Simulator by Scott Cawthon. The game will be the same like the Tycoon mode in it, with lots of new improvements in animatronics. It will be full 3D exported to 2D Click Team Fusion, the same as the engine of the FNAF games. And the idea of making it came when I won the Freddy Fazbear Pizza Simulator, and afterwards I was so disappointed because I couldn't work in my pizzeria anymore, XD. Endo Plush. Endo Plush is the endoskeleton of Plushtrap and one of the unlockable characters in FNAF World. It is a very small endoskeleton with a pair of green eyes and a pair of small antennae, from the top of its head. It also has a green button on its chest. Innard's mask once belonged to another animatronic. This entry can be traced back to a Reddit post on the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit by user/masterofmachines98. It reads, "Was Innard its own animatronic once? Let's take a look. Innard's mask has faceplates. It fits perfectly on an endo school. It was clearly designed for an animatronic. Do you think Innard actually is the OOS animatronic and he was simply fusing himself with all the other fun times? I mean, that mask has to have been made for an animatronic. Perhaps Innard being OOS resulted in it being hung as decoration." And someone responded and said, "I believe that is highly likely. The endo that chases you on night 5 in the Ballora gallery clearly isn't Ballora herself due to vastly different teeth and eyes. Also, the fact that all the animatronics were scooped into Innard. My personal theory is that this mystery animatronic is from the old location that Baby talks about, which also passed on the idea of combining the sister location animatronics. I named it Circus Bernard." Epic Surfing Vids. This is yet another YouTube channel that posts FNAF videos, or should I say posted FNAF videos, since their last video was uploaded 6 years ago. Every FNAF jump scare in 1 second. This is a YouTube video by Cosbury, where they showcase all the FNAF jump scares in 36 seconds, 19 seconds, 9 seconds, 5 seconds, 2 seconds, and 1 second. The family of staff robots. The staff robots are employee robots of Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex, who first appeared in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Many believe the table of 5 staff and the staff silo are meant to represent the Afton family, with the Magician Bot representing William Afton, and the Nanny Bot representing a potential Miss Afton, and the Circus Baby Bot representing Elizabeth Afton, and the Server Bot representing Michael Afton, and the Headless Bot representing the bite victim from FNAF 4. Five Nights at Freddy's 4, The Final Chapter. The teaser for FNAF 4 said the final chapter, and obviously that didn't come to fruition. Five Nights at Freddy's World the Musical. This is a 2.5 minute long YouTube video put out by Logan Hugeny Clark. It's pretty much if someone tried to make FNAF into a musical. I'm kind of disappointed that there's only one video on it, because the song slaps. Five Nights at Freddy's Retrospective, the series. This is another YouTube video by Sagan Hawks that goes over every single FNAF game out there. It's almost 4 hours long. Five Nights at Freddy's The Untold Story. This is a fan game available on GameJolt. Its description reads, "It's been years since the Fazbear Entertainment closed its doors since 1987. Since then, the locals have been reporting some strange activity from the old Freddy Fazbear's pizza location. Some stated they heard screaming from inside the establishment, and some stated they saw one of the characters looking out the window. That's why we need you, Jacob, to gather as much evidence as you can before the company takes whatever remains inside the location and find out what's causing the paranormal activity." Five Nights at Memes. This is a fan game created by C_A 2019. On its GameJolt page, it reads, "Have you ever wanted to play the third worst FNAF fan game ever? Well, here it is. Along with that, there is also some changes, such as proper saving, which was not possible with the original versions, and in case you don't want to enter a code, as well as the custom night being integrated into the main game if you beat all 6 nights. Listen, these games are bad, and I'm not going to update them as I don't see any point in doing that. There's no actual description of the game, so I played it myself, and let me just say, wow. It's FNAF 1, except everything is replaced with memes and there's background music." Five Nights at Sonic's. This is another fan game exactly the same as the entry before, except instead of memes, it's Nintendo and Sega stuff. FNAF 2 marionette textures in FNAF 3. This refers to the fact that if you decompile the files in FNAF 3, you'll find some textures for the marionette, even though it's not in FNAF 3. Scott Cawthon said that in the past, he leaves things in the files sometimes because he knows people will find them. It could be that he left those files in there to imply that even during the events of FNAF 3, the puppet was still around. FNAF 2 original release date. The first teaser for FNAF 2, the grand reopening teaser, had an original release date of 2015, which means Scott may have wanted to work on the game more and add other features that were found in the files like the toxic meters and the lives. FNAF but British. This is a YouTube video posted by ThoughtYT, where it states the phone guy's lines but in a posh British voice. Eventually the player is jump scared by Freddy twerking, and the video ends with Markiplier saying his line was that the bite of 87, but once again in a posh British voice. FNAF Fan-Made Model Showcase. This is a YouTube series done by Zarek the Dog in which he showcases fan-made 3D models of FNAF characters that people have made up. They're very unique and presented on a stage, spinning around. FNAF Horror Review. In an episode of FNAF Meme Review, Taco had seen a creepy video of Freddy running towards the camera. He had then said, "Would you guys like a one-off horror review?" This then led to a series called FNAF Horror Review on Taco's channel, in which he watches creepy and disturbing FNAF videos and looks at creepy FNAF edits. In the third episode, Taco saw a FNAF VHS video by someone called Spectre, and he had then done a separate reaction video on a different VHS video made by Spectre. FNAF the Musical, the complete series. This is a 30-minute long musical featuring Markiplier, Nathan Sharp, and Matt Pat. Imagine a FNAF musical. Is it good? Is it bad? You decide. FNAF World and Ultimate Custom Night Connections. This is a Reddit post made by user/RoxasTheLusario on the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit. The post is titled, "So apparently the FNAF World and Ultimate Custom Night have cross-compatibility," and reads, "I didn't manage to get any screenshots of this, so someone please confirm this for me and tell me I'm not going crazy. About a day before Ultimate Custom Night was released, I decided to re-download FNAF World. I absolutely loved that game. I've been playing it the last few days and taking my time even after Ultimate Custom Night came out. Possible spoilers for both games ahead. Earlier this morning I finally got to the Pinwheel Funhouse. Then I heard about the OMC Easter egg in Ultimate Custom Night where you have him set at 1 difficulty. I did that, and once I did the little trick where you drown yourself in the lake, the game closed. Oh well, that's pretty neat. A few hours later I decided to go back to the FNAF World. Keep in mind I only just got to the Pinwheel Funhouse and this was a fresh copy of the game, so no endings. I load the game and somehow I have the drowned ending unlocked. My first reaction was immediately, what in the world? And then I remembered, Ultimate Custom Night. I did the drowned ending on there. So either I'm going crazy, or you can in fact do the OMC Easter egg in Ultimate Custom Night to unlock the respective ending in FNAF World. Can someone here maybe do this as well to see if it happens to them too? And the comments on this post confirmed that this is the case. Forgotten Memories Roblox. This is a fan-made FNAF Roblox game. The description is as follows. After a group of friends take a security job at an abandoned pizzeria, they slowly start to uncover the mystery behind the abandonment of Freddy's Pizzeria. That's the description. Foxy.exe. To unlock Nightmarion in FNAF World, you would need to be a second-class horror game that requires his code, which is transmitted by his voice. The player controls Bonnie with the A and D keys and has to listen to Withered Foxy to find the key to beat the stages. You can get jump scared by Withered Foxy if you don't hide when he speaks or when one of his minions collides with the player. Withered Foxy's minions are Withered Freddy, who can randomly appear in front of the player, or the Kitty, taken from Kitty in the crowd. Nightmarion will be unlocked after beating this game. Foxy with a tail. This entry refers to the fact that Foxy in FNAF 1 and 2 does not have a tail, which is highly unusual. Freak Show Baby. When Scrap Baby was first teased, the community's name for her was Freak Show Baby because the background had a poster that said Freaks. Fredbear's Ultimate Custom Night voice lines were originally Freddy's. Scott had intended for Fredbear's recorded lines to originally be used in FNAF 1's Freddy's voice lines. Scott must have just repurposed them to seem more mystical and creepy in meaning, and Scott is reusing assets once again. Freddy Frostbear figurine sold for $5,000. So Funko made these figurines of Freddy Frostbear and someone actually bought one at an auction for $5,000. I am in shock and awe at this entry. When I researched it, I thought it was a troll, but I was wrong. Freddy plush on strings. The teaser plush is the Freddy Fazbear plush shown in 3 teasers for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Simulator. His appearance in Ultimate Custom Night is based off of his appearance in the final teaser he appears in. Sometimes when you put down the monitor, a moving string will appear hanging off the ceiling in your office, only visible when using the flashlight. Hovering over a string will make you cut it, and you lose access to the global music box for 5 seconds. Fright light. Fright lights are a special kind of flashlight created by ThinkGeek. They are sold in public stores like GameStop and Walmart, and each one comes with 3 AAA batteries. Full-size wearable Freddy head. A lot of people online were selling blueprints for making your own full-sized wearable Freddy head with parameters to adjust it to your own head size, and others have made tutorials on how to make them from scratch yourself. German Funtime Freddy. During MatPat's interview with Kellen Goff, it was revealed that Funtime Freddy was originally going to have a German accent. Glamrock Freddy cosplay. This is an incredible cosplay of Glamrock Freddy done by Deregular Sauce. It's like he pulled it right out of the game itself. Even Scott Cawthon commented on the video, calling it absolutely amazing. Glamrock Freddy is possessed by Michael Afton. There's some speculation online that Glamrock Freddy is possessed by Michael Afton, and there are a few specific lines that heavily imply that he is possessed, like "I am not me," and referring to Burntrap as a he instead of an it, like Gregory states. Also, MatPat says so. Gregory is a robot. Some people in the fanbase think that Gregory from Security Breach is a robot. Just a few points to aid this view are as follows. Freddy calls Gregory broken, not hurt. Even if he's a robot, he knows English words, so that must have been deliberate. The fact that Gregory sees static whenever Vanny is nearby, the fact that the screen turns to static when Gregory is caught, and the fact that he doesn't feel the need to eat or drink, and he's never gotten tired. It's a kid running around a relatively big place, and you would imagine he would bring it up at some point. Halloween decorations. The Halloween update is a minor seasonal update added to the first 3 Five Nights at Freddy's installments. In the 4th game, this Halloween update is a special optional update that either introduces new unlockable cheats and challenges, or is a reskin that replaces the original antagonists with new animatronics. This update is exclusively available for PC and remastered mobile ports, but cannot occur in console ports. Implemented since October 31st, 2015, and the following release of the 4th game's Halloween Edition update, this update can occur once every year when the date hits October 31st. Although the player can actually get to see this whole change at any time by modifying the date to October 31st on their computer or mobile device. When the date is correct, the player's office will be automatically decorated with Halloween lights and a jack-o'-lantern for a little fun Halloween celebration. Other than being used as environmental props, they serve no actual gameplay functions. Hanging technicians. In Night 4 of Sister Location, when checking out Ballora and Funtime Foxy, 2 technicians are hanging by ropes on the stages. This is one of the darkest things to be in a FNAF game. Harmony and Horror. Harmony and Horror is an analog horror YouTube series written and animated by Baddington. Inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's and the works of Squimpus McGrimpus, it narrates the story of a serial killer who murders his entire family and reanimates them as living toys with the help of a demon, all for the purpose of creating the perfect toy. The first season began on December 21st, 2019 and ended on October 22nd, 2020, with a grand finale that hinted at more to come. Sure enough, on January 31st, 2021, Baddington launched a video celebrating his channel's milestone of 100,000 subscribers, in which he announced that a second season of Harmony and Horror was on the way. Season 2 premiered on June 21st, 2021 and is currently ongoing. Help Wanted multiplayer. In 2019, the user on Steam community forum for Help Wanted named Cottonwood144 sent an email to Steel Wool asking, "Hey, I have a question, will multiplayer be added?" It was found in the game files but was later removed, so I was wondering if it was just a scrapped concept. To which Steel Wool replied, "Fazbear Entertainment has no knowledge of any alleged files." Hero World figures. Hero World figures are vinyl collectibles based on the Five Nights at Freddy's characters released by Funko. They are sold exclusively at Target since January 8th, 2018. How audio enhances the horror of Five Nights at Freddy's. This is a video by the YouTuber Scruffy, which has 8 million views at the time of recording. He spends 18 minutes going into the different audio aspects of all the games and the history of the sounds themselves. Into Madness. This is an upcoming fan game. From various statements made by Scott Cawthon online, the game would be in the spirit of Foxy Fighters or a mashup of games similar to Foxy Fighters in the vein of Update 2, where minigames are connected to create a single experience, and later stating it would be a compilation of several previous gameplay ideas in the same vein as Update 2, just a free game for the fanbase. He does, however, state that the game may not happen. Mangle had a parrot. This is a fan theory that proposes that Mangle's extra head was actually his pirate parrot. If Mangle kept using the pirate theme from the original Foxy with all the improvements around the place, maybe she got a new pet that was added as an extra head dressed as a parrot that was stuck on her endoskeleton. That would explain why there is one eye on the floor at the Kids Cove and why one of them is using an eye patch. The hook used in one of the teasers was probably removed because it was dangerous to children. Map Hive Room. This refers to an unused room with security breach. It's an arcade-like room with some cool lighting. Map Kitchen Large Vat Room Lights On. This is another unused map from Security Breach, and it's a large area that, despite being referred to as a kitchen, resembles more of a warehouse than anything. This was shown in some pre-release material, namely the reveal trailer. Marionette Hallucinations. This is a hallucination in FNAF 2. Occasionally, after the puppet has left, it may appear on the camera for a very short amount of time, and it appears in the main hall at Cam 7, usually flashing its face for short intervals, or sometimes even standing up. Mexican Staff Bot. This was a cut staff bot in Security Breach. It was a server bot and wore a sombrero with pink coloring. It was only seen in the tech demo of the game. MikeBot. MikeBot is the theory that Michael Afton is an android with synthetic human flesh like the Terminator instead of a normal biological human. It was created by user/Blackfoot on Reddit and popularized by MatBat. Mini Rena in the Popcorn. Rarely during the fake ending and sister location in Michael Afton's home, a Mini Rena can be seen popping out of the popcorn bowl after eating some popcorn and then immediately going down. Night 8 in FNAF 1. Night 8 does exist in FNAF 1, but it's a lot harder to get. That's why most people only talk about FNAF 2's Night 8. You pretty much have to rely on the game glitching in order for you to get access to it. Nightmare Fredbear slaps Plush Freddy. This is a YouTube video uploaded by Team Plays that shows the Nightmare Fredbear backhanding the Freddy plush from FNAF 4 and sends him flying into the hallway. The video is 5 seconds long, so if you have time, it's hilarious and definitely worth checking out. Nightmare is Shadow Freddy. Nightmare in FNAF 4 is confirmed to be Shadow Freddy, as in the game files of FNAF 4 he is literally referenced as Shadow Freddy. Still, a lot of the fanbase doesn't accept it. Nightmare Puffs. Nightmare Puffs is a rare Five Nights at Freddy's breakfast cereal that can be sold in FI exclusively, or FYE. The cereal is clearly based off the cereal brand Cocoa Puffs. The box includes a withered Freddy cardboard mask from the back and a short maze activity. The description on the FNAF wiki states, "Yes, it's real. This rare actual cereal is based on Scott Cawthon's hit video game Five Nights at Freddy's. Are you brave enough to endure the Nightmare Puffs?" These are actual cocoa munchies made from sweetened corn cereal and made with real cocoa. This limited edition cereal is extremely rare and perfect collector's item gift for your hardcore gamer. No place to run and exactly one place to hide. This was a teaser for FNAF 2 posted to scottgames.com that showed a picture of the view of inside of the Freddy mask with the caption, "No place to run and exactly one place to hide," with a giant 2 at the bottom. Original Fazbear Frights No. 7 cover. This refers to the beta cover for the book Fazbear Frights No. 7. The cover has red letters with a black background and says Five Nights at Freddy's Fazbear Frights No. 7. Original UCN office. In development, UCN had a slightly different version of the standard office. Scott realized he hadn't put anything FNAF 4 related into the office, so he had just placed down the green caterpillar toy on the desk in the background. Paper Pal in the FNAF 2 office. The Paper Pals are small paper plate dolls in Party Room 4 in FNAF 2. This entry refers to the fact that a Paper Pal can be seen on the right wall in the office. Photo Booth Mode. Photo Booth Mode, sometimes referred to as Photo Booth, is a part of FNAF AR that allows the player to take photos of the animatronics they have obtained. This was initially added during the Winter Wonderland event, but was swiftly taken down due to fans finding it lackluster and rushed. It was re-added with the Heartstoppers event and was purchasable for 4,000 event tokens. Princess Quest protagonist is Cassidy. This refers to the fact that if you decompile Security Breach and go into the Princess Quest files, you will find that the protagonist of Princess Quest is labeled as Cassidy. Puppet Steve. Puppet Steve is a YouTuber who specializes in unboxings. His about page says, Puppet Steve is the master of unboxings. Join Puppet Steve and co-host Zombie Steve as they review and unbox Five Nights at Freddy's, Bendy and the Ink Machine, Minecraft, Baldi's Basics, Goo-Jitsu, Lego, Pokemon, SpongeBob, and so much more. And we can't forget about Puppet Steve's friends that like to stop by, like Plush Freddy, Plush Bendy, Puppet Alex, Skeleton Mikey, who is scared of everything, Lego Batman that loves to steal the spotlight, and the evil Snow Golem that wants to take over the Puppet Steve show. Toy reviews, video game reviews, movie reviews, upcoming news, and a wide range of topics are covered while adding in humor and skits. Pyrocynical Vanessa cosplay. This refers to a cosplay done by Pyrocynical. He's known for doing great cosplays, and this one only aids that reputation. r/FNAF cringe. This is a subreddit where people post the freshest cringe from the FNAF fanbase. I visit the subreddit a lot, and I do find a lot of cringe there, although some of the posts aren't really cringe, they're just fails. Rick Astley silhouette and sister location. This refers to a silhouette and sister location that a ton of people have been obsessed with. The community jokes that Rick Astley's torso fits the silhouette perfectly, therefore somehow completing the timeline. Rubber masks. This refers to those crappy rubber masks you can get online, like places like Amazon and eBay. And they look like the kind of mask you wear, and within 10 seconds your face is already soaked because of the condensation from your own breath. Secret way to update 2 without completing update 1. In FNAF World, there are 2 versions of the game, the original having the main character roster, and update 2 adding FNAF 4 Halloween Edition animatronics. Chipper from Chipper & Sons Lumber Co., Coffee from the Desolate Hope, Purple Guy, and Anno Dude. You can unlock all of these new characters in Update 2 after completing the original game, but you can get the Update 2 section by walking through some trees in the left of the Fazbear Hills. Shattered Montgomery's Death Roll. The room spinning when Shattered Montgomery jump scares you is a reference to the death roll tactic used by real alligators. Sister location Easter egg found 5 years later. If you go to Ballora Gallery and Sister location, press 0 and 1 simultaneously on your keyboard. This will cause a small counter to appear. Wait for the counter to reach 5,000 and immediately press 1. This will cause your screen to turn blue, displaying 2 columns of seemingly random numbers. Nobody really knows what the numbers mean. Son's Secret Room. The daycare attendant's room is a secret location in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. The entrance is located in the Fazbear Theater and is where the daycare attendant resides before Gregory goes to the Superstar Daycare. To unlock the room, Gregory must use the Fazcam to take a picture of the 4 cardboard cutouts of the characters on the poster for Captain Foxy's Pirate Adventure, which can be found across the main entrance of the Fazbear Theater. Taking the picture causes the cutouts' eyes to illuminate. Taking a picture of all 4 cutouts unlocks the door that the poster is on, which will give you access to the room. Super FNAF. Super FNAF is a 16-bit graphic-style platformer game developed by LSFD Development. The game was released on the 23rd of October 2016 and features the original classic gang and a location from Five Nights at Freddy's 1. It is an adventure side-scroller with platforming elements set in the FNAF 1 location, focusing on the story of the 5 missing children who try their best to avenge their deaths at the hands of the Purple Guy. Guide Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, and many others to their victory. Explore Freddy Fazbear's and many of the other locations to find a way to end all of the pain they endured over the years. The Glitched Attraction. The Glitched Attraction is Five Nights at Freddy's inspired survival horror puzzle game. The description says, "Welcome to the new Fazbear Horror Attraction, where you will have to escape from the popular and safe animatronics of Fazbear Entertainment, complete the puzzles, and escape before time runs out." The official Five Nights at Freddy's How to Draw. The official Five Nights at Freddy's How to Draw book is a Five Nights at Freddy's activity book that was published on January 4th, 2022. The illustrator is Claudia Schroeder, and the description reads, Learn how to draw all your favorite Five Nights at Freddy's characters, filled with all of your favorite characters from the best-selling horror video game series Five Nights at Freddy's. This how to draw is packed with step-by-step instructions to create your own artwork of these terrifying creations. The gang is all here, from mainstays like Freddy to Chica to the twisted and glam rock animatronics with 96 pages of drawing fun. The Pizzaplex was built on top of Pizza Simulator. Sometime after the Pizzeria Simulator location was burned down, it remains sunk down into a sinkhole. Eventually, the Pizza Megaplex would be built over that sinkhole, with it being located at Roxy Raceway. In addition to the Pizzaplex, new versions of the original animatronics, which are the glam rock animatronics, were also installed to serve not only as entertainers, but also as a rock band to be played on special events or during parties. The Taliban watching the US deploy Freddy Fazbear. The Taliban watching the US deploy Freddy Fazbear, or Freddy Fazbear Taliban, refers to a series of trash post memes about Freddy Fazbear from the video game Five Nights at Freddy's being deployed by the US as an ultimate weapon to fight the Taliban. The majority of the memes are image macros about the Taliban in shock while watching Fazbear being deployed, which were popularized in late 2021. Toy Proxy, Big Toy Proxy. Big Toy Proxy is an enlarged version of Toy Proxy, found in the files of FNAF VR Help Wanted. It was most likely used as a placeholder for the Night Terror sections. He will walk through the duct system and follow the audio lure. He cannot kill you by himself, and whenever he hits a wall, he will leave a large indentation in it, which allows other characters to traverse towards you faster. Ultimate Custom Night was originally a Pizza Simulator update. Once Ultimate Custom Night got too big for its own good, Scott designed it to make it a separate game altogether. Functioning Magician Staff Bot. The Magician Bot is a staff bot from Security Breach dressed in a magician's attire with a top hat, red cape, and a red bow tie. The Magician Bot was technically designed to perform like an actual magician, hence its name. However, this bot was incapable of physically performing magic tricks and only comments about it. It only speaks to the other staff bots from the auditorium but never interacts with Gregory. Unused marionette jump scare frame. This is an unused texture of the puppet's full body attached to strings. According to the MFA files in Click Team Fusion 2.5 program, this unused texture is named Puppet in Office, suggesting that the puppet was originally intended to appear in the office in a similar fashion to Withered Freddy, Withered Bonnie, Withered Chica, and Toy Freddy. Vanny is a robot. Okay, this one's a long one. This refers to a post on Reddit by the user /RetroBeetle on the Game Theorist subreddit. It's titled, FNAF Security Breach, Is Vanny a Robot? And reads, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting Vanessa, the reluctant follower, is a robot. I'm suggesting the robot character Vanny, the white suit that attacks the player, is a robot. The first thing that tipped me off was the Vanny and Vanessa statue that was revealed in November 2020. Vanny, the character we've been assuming is the new killer in a rabbit suit, is shown standing in the Pizzaplex. However, the security guard is shown kneeling behind her. Assuming the statue's title isn't referring to the person in the suit and the suit itself, then the security guard must be Vanessa, whose name we all thought was the full version of Vanny. At the time, we all assumed that this was just a way of showing that Vanessa, like William Afton, works at the mall most of the time, but disguises herself as a rabbit when she can lure and kill a kid. But what if there's a better explanation for this statue, and it doesn't have to break the laws of reality? What if Vanessa isn't the one in the suit, and what if it's a robot? Sounds crazy, right? I thought so too. But then I considered everything else we've seen in regards to Security Breach, and now I can't ignore it. The first piece of evidence for this theory is obviously the fact that both Vanessa and Vanny are in the same place at the same time on the statue, and I think it's safe to say we aren't looking at some kind of world-bending scenario where the same person can interact with another version of themselves. Need I remind you of the Fredbear incident in FNAF World? So there must be something else at play here. Well, we can look at the two trailers we've gotten for Security Breach so far for clues. Both consist of shots and scenery in the mall played over dialogue from Vanny. And that dialogue is what I primarily want to focus on today for a few reasons. In the first teaser, notice how Vanny's voice keeps messing up at points. Why would the voice of a human in a suit be bugging out like that? Next, consider the line, "It was just a glitch." What could be malfunctioning here? And then notice the jump scare at the end and how Vanny's eyes appear to be glowing. What could cause a fabric suit's eyes to glow? Moving on to the second teaser, we have more glitching audio. Even more interesting is the fact that the voice seems to split at around halfway through the trailer, with the more noticeable part of the split sounding much more human than before. Why would there be two voices seemingly coming from two places? All of these questions, incidentally, happen to make sense from the perspective of the suit being worn by a robot. The voice keeps glitching because the robot keeps glitching, and further, the audio is split is caused by Gregory being close enough to hear both Vanessa and the robot. The glitch being referred to is with the robot, and the eyes are glowing because the eyes of the robot and the suit are glowing. What really tied everything together for me was one of Vanny's lines in the second teaser, "I see you." If she were in the suit trying to stalk Gregory, then why would she tell him that? She could easily sneak up and stab him without him knowing she's close. And I don't think she's bluffing to get him to move either. Again, notice the voice split. So what is she doing? Well, consider this. Maybe she can see him on the cameras. Think about it. If she has access to the Pizzaplex security system, then why wouldn't she take advantage of it? She could monitor the building and find any lost children, in this case Gregory, and control the robot and have it go lure and attack them. That could explain why there seem to be two voices. It's the same sound coming from both the robot and herself. In addition, consider how much tighter the security is at the Pizzaplex. If this is really supposed to be the safest place on Earth, why would she take the risk of wearing the suit herself and traversing the building in full view of the glam rock animatronics? She wouldn't. So she put a robot in a fabric suit to make it do the killing while she controls it from the security office. If she gets caught in the act, there's nothing to worry about. She's not the one in the suit, so they can't arrest her or even prove it is her. Not to mention the fact that the glam rock animatronics appear to be incredibly aggressive, points to clip of Monty breaking through gate. Clearly something is wrong with them, and I'd assume it's that they've been hacked by Vanessa and reprogrammed to kill anything they find. And if that's the case, then it gives her another reason to stay as far away from them as possible. All of it just seems to add up. It makes perfect sense for Vanessa to try to distance herself from the murders in this way, since she's literally got the voice of William Afton in her head, and he would certainly know what mistakes to avoid. It's a smart move on her part, and something I think Steelwool knew barely anyone would guess. There still remains the question of Vanessa's awareness during this, however. During the gameplay trailer, we very clearly see her helping Gregory, and unless she's a really good actor, her voice sounds genuinely distressed. This leads me to wonder if perhaps the security guard and the killer are two separate personalities, and Vanessa is completely unaware of what Afton is getting her to do. There's not a whole lot of evidence either way, but it's something to consider. And as an extra cherry on top, remember tape 9 from Help Wanted? In case you've forgotten, here are the first few lines. There was something that looked like a Halloween mask lying on the floor. I didn't understand. Ink must have spilled. Ink or oil? Add that to the mask and I have to wonder, was Vanessa working on her animatronic in the office? Could that have been a prototype Vanny mask and oil to use on a machine? Now look at this line from tape 6. The supply room was lit, and I didn't even notice Jeremy standing in the testing room as I walked past. The supply room was so bright, glowing from all the way down the hall. What could be glowing in the supply room? It couldn't be the lights, otherwise they wouldn't have drawn any attention. And it couldn't be Jeremy since he was standing in the testing room. What if Vanessa was doing something with her robot that caused there to be so much light? Maybe there was a power surge or glowing lights in the animatronic's eyes. In all honesty, I'm not entirely confident in the last part relative to the rest of the theory. Just call it my Starman theory equivalent. Am I right? Is Vanny a robot controlled by Vanessa, or am I reading too much into things like I always do? I suppose only time will tell. Welcome to Freddyland. This is a fan game available on GameJolt. The description reads, Five Nights at Freddy's, Welcome to Freddyland gives you a chance to discover the only truth that has been lost. Someone died here, right here in this restaurant, and maybe their souls still wander to take revenge on people who did not save them. There will always be a lot of hardcore mods for you to try. Machine Puppet won't give you a chance to live and get out of this place. All you have to do is run and run before something terrible happens to you. William killed more than 5 kids. This entry is referring to the fact that it's confirmed that William Afton has killed at least 6 children, those being Charlotte the puppet, Susie, referring to Chica, Gabriel and Freddy, Fritz and Foxy, Jeremy and Bonnie, the one you shouldn't have killed, or probably Cassidy, and Golden Freddy and Fredbear. Withered Bonnie's eye color changing. In certain lighting in FNAF 2, Withered Bonnie's eye color changes from red to white, and most iconically, when he is in the left air vent. It is unknown if this is an error on Scott's part, or just a lighting issue. FNAF 3 The Musical. Five Nights at Freddy's 3 The Musical is the 27th video game musical released by Lugeny on the 19th of March 2015. It is a musical parody retelling the events of the 2015 video game Five Nights at Freddy's 3. It is a parody of the song Addicted to You by Avicii. Argumentative, standards, elevation, passive, heights. This entry refers to what this audio clip from Sister Location might be saying. Here's the audio at normal speed. Here's it sped up.
Argumentative, standards, elevation, passive, heights.
Speculation online has some believing that the voice is saying the words argumentative, standards, elevation, passive, and heights as an acronym for the word phase, referring to the angsty teen phase. What do you guys think? Buff Security Breach Teaser Trailer. This refers to a troll post made on Reddit featuring a teaser the user claimed was from scottgames.com for Security Breach. The image features a backshot of Glam Rock Freddy with the caption, "Buff," and even Daco fell for it in the comments. Creepin' Towards the Door FNAF song. This is a song uploaded by the YouTuber Griffinilla, which is a really nice jazzy composition. You should definitely check it out. If you keep following him, you will only finish a story. There is something more important for you to do. This is an unused line that was supposed to be said by Glitch Bear in FNAF World. There's a ton of speculation as to what this line was supposed to be referring to. Sister Location Double Meaning. Some believe that the title of the 5th installment of the FNAF franchise, Sister Location, has a double meaning. If you take the title at face value, then it obviously refers to another Freddy Fazbear's location, but if we look a little deeper, we can see that it might also be referring to the fact that Michael Afton's goal in Sister Location is to locate his sister and put her back together. What FNAF character are you quizzes? This entry refers to those quizzes you find all over the internet that you take in order to find out what FNAF character you are or which one you resemble. And I took one from proprofs.com and it said I was Mangle. And if you take the quiz, let me know what you got in the comments. I linked the quiz in the description. Character sings the FNAF song. This is a YouTube video uploaded by SGF Animation where they go through what they think the different FNAF characters would sound like if they could sing, and some of the takes are very interesting, I must say. I did not imagine Bonnie to be a tenor. Fourth Afton kid is the kid in the Freddy mask. In the final FNAF 4 cutscene, Michael Afton and his friends put the crying child into Fredbear's mouth where he bites down on the child's head, and one of Michael's friends is the subject of this entry, specifically the one with the Freddy mask. For some reason, he is speculated to be William Afton's fourth child, although it's only ever been confirmed that he had 3 children. 6-8 in Withered Chica's mouth. When Withered Chica is T-posing while looking into one of the cameras in FNAF 2, her mouth is wide open. And if you look very closely inside, you might be able to see something on her endoskeleton that looks like a 6 or an 8. And this could be something, but it could also be nothing. What do you guys think? Afton's head is actually normal. Some people, after looking at Scrap Trap, thought Afton's head was unusually long, like in the forehead area, and this probably has to do with the model being proportionally realistic, as a normal human head wouldn't be able to fit in the mask if it wasn't elongated. Animatronic Jump Scare Factory. This is a mobile app that allows you to create your own animatronic characters and make them jump scare you and other people. The description reads, Animatronic Jump Scare Factory isn't your typical character creator. Aside from allowing you to make thousands of combinations of characters, you can even view the animated jump scare of your creation and record your own custom screams. At the minigame lab, you can blast away enemies to survive the 5 hours of the night in Shootout Showdown, or hunt down wanted animatronics in quest mode to even unlock more parts. The possibilities are endless. Get ready to create your own nightmares. Whether you want to experience the thrill of barely surviving until morning in Shootout or scare your friends in surprise mode, the Animatronic Jump Scare Factory has it all. Animatronics Corrupted. This is another mobile game based on FNAF. Its description reads, "Survive the nights while defending against terrifying animatronics. As you progress, their difficulty will crank up and more of them will appear. Each animatronic has a unique ability, and they help each other to keep on distracting you, and eventually even jump scaring you. Occasionally, you will unlock more animatronics in the custom mode. In this section, you will be able to create your own custom night by changing the difficulty of the animatronics. After beating your custom level, you get points for each animatronic depending on their difficulty. If you're brave enough, you can even try setting them all up to the highest difficulty and getting the highest amount of points in the game, and doing so will grant you access to something mysterious. Aside from the main functionalities of the game, there are a lot of Easter eggs to find. So what are you waiting for? Go on, challenge your friends and see who can beat the game first. Good luck and have fun." Beating Fun with Plush Trap with cheats. In the regular game with no cheats, after beating Fun with Plush Trap minigame, you will get 2 hours ahead in the next night. Beating the Fun with Plush Trap minigame with cheats, activated from the extras, will only get you 1 hour taken off. Black Ice Frost Bear's Incorrect Lures. For some reason, Black Ice Frost Bear's party banner image in AR shows Boulder Toy Bonnie's lures instead of his. Bonnie with a black bow tie. In one of the behind-the-scenes anniversary images Scott posted in 2016, Bonnie's bow tie is black instead of red. Bonnie's guitar was changed due to copyright. Bonnie's guitar, which was originally based on the Flying V model, was changed in 2018 due to copyright issues hitting various companies, including Funko in 2017. That's why future games, merch, and ports tried to remove, change, or obscure the old design as much as possible. Bonnie's tail. Does Bonnie have a tail? Well, he's a rabbit, so yeah, a short one. But this is really only ever seen on Toy Bonnie's model. Bubba's Diner. Bubba's Diner is a FNAF-based game with innovative mechanics and, of course, a dense backstory. Its description on Game Jolt reads, "You're the handyman of the brand new Bubba's Diner. Expect the unexpected. Enjoy the reopening. The new Bubba's Diner has the most advanced animatronic models of the city, Bubba and Pork Patch. Let your kids enjoy their songs and play while you take a breath and eat our delicious food." Camera flipping glitch. A FNAF 1 glitch that allows you to keep flipping the cameras up and down to survive Bonnie and Chica's jump scares. Skilled players can continue this up to 6 AM. Chica's Feeding Frenzy. This is an unused, unfinished minigame in Security Breach that was probably supposed to have glitches like Balloon World. Chica's Magic Rainbow Swearing. This entry refers to Chica's Magic Rainbow in FNAF World having some lines in which she swears, which is unusual considering its audience is mostly children and teenagers.
Damn it.
Complete Phantom BB model. Before Ultimate Custom Night was released, Scott Cawthon announced on Steam that he was releasing a demo of the game, and this turned out to be a troll game. In the game, however, we can see Balloon Boy's full body. Custom Cursors. Apparently on customcursor.com you can download FNAF-themed cursors for free. Nice. Dark Springtrap. Dark Springtrap is Springtrap as he appears in the cutscene after beating Golden Freddy mode on Very Hard in the Five Nights at Freddy's sister location custom night. The difference he has from Springtrap is that he is missing an ear wire and a pelvis. Diagonal walking in FNAF World. This refers to the fact that until update 1.24, you couldn't walk diagonally in the FNAF World overworld. The inability to make this maneuver before the update caused a lot of annoyed players to take to Reddit to post about the issue. Fan and Pearl. Fan and Pearl are unlockable bites in FNAF World. The fan is a gray-white fan that is unlocked right after unlocking all 48 characters, and it will stand in the front of the party and can't be killed. It automatically boosts your party, and it randomly shoots a lot of lasers at the enemies. The Pearl heals party members slowly and is obtained after getting the Pearl from Dee Dee's fishing hole 5 times. It does not take up a bite space. Fan-made cupcake model used in PAX East Help Wanted demo. The cupcake from the PAX East demo and some screenshots has a slightly different model with early color textures for the frosting and wrapper. It turns out to be a fan model made by Super Kerbin in 2015 and ultimately was replaced by Scott's official model a while later. Fan games at Freddits. FNAF was a game jam event organized by Fiznop and Buzzek. The event lasted 2 months from December 1st, 2018 to February 2nd, 2019, and the participants had to develop a FNAF game consistent with the game jam's theme, which is working at Freddy's before the event ends. After that, all the players voted on the game they liked the most by February 17th. Fetch was going to be called Sparky. Fetch is a major antagonist in the first story of the Fazbear Frights Fetch. He was one of the animatronics at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Fetch is believed to be inspired by Sparky the dog from a leaked FNAF game image, which turned out to be fan-made. Five Nights at Love. Five Nights at Love is a FNAF-themed dating simulator available on the Amazon, Google, and Apple app stores, as well as on GameJolt. Its description reads, "You are the new security guard, and you can talk to the animatronics which live in the place and gain their love. Like other dating sims, you gain love points every time you talk to or do something with them. See what happens if you get 100% on a route. Pretty simple. Like in FNAF, the animatronics will move around in the camera locations, and it may be harder to find that one animatronic you want to date." Flashlight Freeze. This is an unused map in FNAF VR, and it has vents and all the classic animatronics, and I imagine the game would have been like the game's statues I'm sure we've all played a variation of. A brief description is that you have one person who is it, and if the person who is it looks at you, you can't move. And if they see you move, you're out. The objective of the game is to touch the person who is it, and it's really fun in large groups of people, and I imagine this mode would be similar, as in, if you shine the flashlight on an incoming animatronic, they couldn't attack you, but meanwhile, every other one is moving toward you. FNAF 3 map is Anim Dude. If you turn the FNAF 3 map upside down, it looks very similar to Scott Cawthon's avatar he uses on all his social media profiles, which is Anim Dude. FNAF 4 2020-2020 mode. Surprise! FNAF 4 has a Night 8, and you can unlock it by going to the extra page and typing 20202020. If you're on a console, scroll down to Nightmare mode and press XYXYXYXY. FNAF is banned in Albania. The Albanian government once considered banning all the FNAF games because of its disturbing lore. Thankfully they changed their minds, though some people to this day believe they did in fact ban it. FNAF Liminal Spaces. A liminal space is the time between the what was and the what's next. It is a place of transition, waiting, and not knowing. There are pictures of places and environments that supposedly represent this definition of liminal space, and many maintain that a lot of the areas in the FNAF games are good representations of these spaces. For example, the hallways in FNAF 1. FNAF Scratch Band. Scratch is a free educational block-based programming language that is developed by a group at MIT. On November 16th, 2015, Speak Visually announced that FNAF led to mass issues such as nightmares and some school districts banning Scratch, which means that restrictions will be laid out to these projects and projects with jump scares and frightening content will be unshared. However, this caused complaints from the FNAF fan base, which led to the exaggeration that FNAF was banned was more likely due to misunderstanding and flaming in the announcement topic. Additionally, new accounts cannot have a username resembling the franchise. FNAF Back in the 80s. This is another FNAF fan game available on GameJolt. Its description reads, "You play as a character who goes back to the FNAF 1 location in the year 2020. But what he didn't know is the animatronics are still there, and they are thirsty for blood." Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Massacre. This is yet another fan game on GameJolt, and it doesn't have a description, and I wasn't able to download and play it, so check it out if you're interested. The Freddy reference in Henry Stickmin. Henry Stickmin, a game known for its many references to pop culture, references Freddy Fazbear at one point. Here's the clip. Glass pressure trigger. There is an audio clip of the female AI voice telling the player to not push against the circus gallery's glass, hinted by the game's NDDB page, telling the player to, quote, step away from the glass. Here's the audio.
Glass pressure trigger. Please do not push against the glass.
Gravity Falls coincidence. When Season 2 of Gravity Falls was just finishing its animation and FNAF hadn't been released yet, Disney released the trailer. And in the trailer, you can see Dipper and Mabel being cornered by two animatronic-like creatures, both holding guitars, and many thought, in hindsight, this was a reference to FNAF, but since it came out just before the game's release, it can be chalked up to a huge coincidence. A Helpy plush without buttons. Funko released a demo of a Helpy plush they were developing which didn't have buttons, and as a result, it looks very strange. Something is clearly missing, although without knowing the buttons are gone, it could be difficult to place. Incorrect Toy Chica beak. This refers to a page in the FNAF character encyclopedia which shows a picture of Toy Chica with an incorrectly colored beak. An easy fix, but an embarrassing mistake on the publisher's part. It's all in your mind. This was a teaser for FNAF 3 which shows a picture of two phantom animatronics, Foxy and Chica, with the caption, "It's all in your mind." A lot of people took it out of context and claimed that it was referring to the entire series being in someone's mind, but in reality and in hindsight, it's simply referring to the phantom animatronics being hallucinations. Jason. Jason is one of the secondary protagonists in the Silver Eyes series. He's the younger stepbrother of Marla and accompanies her and the others in their second and third adventures to the abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. He's the only one who noticed that Carlton Burke gets kidnapped by Bonnie, but isn't taken seriously. Jeff's Pizza. Jeff's Pizza is a fictional pizzeria from the Fazbear Frights universe that appears in Into the Pit and the epilogue of Gumdrop Angel. Oswald describes the pizzeria as a very weird place. The rundown pizzeria has yellow walls, tons of unused floor space, and lots of unused electrical outlets along the base of the walls. On the far wall is a small stage and an empty dance floor. The vinyl on the booth seats had been repaired with duct tape and the plastic letters had fallen off the menu board above the counter. Kickstarter wallpapers. This entry refers to the fact that on his Kickstarter for FNAF 1, Scott said he would release a wallpaper pack if you donated $10 or more, and unfortunately, these wallpapers are lost to time, as nobody donated anything. Kitty in the Crowd. Kitty in the Crowd is a game developed and published by Scott Cawthon for Windows, iOS, and Android. It was released for Android on April 28, 2014, and its description says, select from 3 difficulty settings, then scan the crowd for 9 kitties who could be hiding anywhere. Play again and the kitties will be in new hiding places. Fun for everyone. Little Joe. Little Joe is one of the props for the Circus Control location in the Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. At 3 a.m., he will appear in your office and laugh, raising the noise meter. He will only leave once the noise meter is on 1 bar when no sounds are being made outside of Little Joe himself. Mangle is possessed by Susie's dog. This is a niche theory that was popularized by MatPat, and there are plenty of things wrong with this theory, especially the fact that Susie's dog died before she did, which was before 1987, and that Phone Guy states that Mangle was made specifically for the FNAF 2 location as a remake of Foxy, and finally, that Mangle talks in Ultimate Custom Night, which I really don't think would happen if they were possessed by a dog, but lots of weird things happen in FNAF, so while I doubt the theory, I'm not saying it's wrong. Mathman. Mathman is a minor character that appears in Five Nights at Freddy's The Freddy Files. At 2 a.m., he will pop up in the bottom left corner, blocking the power, noise, internet, and toxic meter. Solve several math problems using the textbook at the top of the screen to make him leave. Molded coffee mug of Springtrap. This is an unreleased coffee mug made by Funko. It features Springtrap's face and a lid for the cap, and the lid being on top of his head and has his 2 ears. Moon Plush Jump Scare. The Moon Plush in Security Breach has an unused jump scare animation which would have had a chance to play when receiving the plush. Mr. Creepypasta's FNAF Audios. This refers to a series of videos the YouTuber Mr. Creepypasta made that centered around secret FNAF lore. The videos don't actually contain any secret lore, they're just scary FNAF videos with added dialogue in them. They're still worth checking out though. Nightmare Mangle Hanging in Teaser. This is a teaser for the FNAF 4 Halloween update posted by Scott Cawthon. It features a picture of Mangle with the caption, "Come hang out," and you're only able to see Mangle if you brighten the image. Nightmare Jackachica's Changing Tooth Count. In FNAF 4, Nightmare and Jackachica have 3 sets of teeth, but in Ultimate Custom Night, they only have 2 sets. It is unknown why the last set of teeth were removed. Party Freddy. Party Freddy is a skin of Freddy Fazbear in FNAF VR Help Wanted. He appears in the Night Terror's Pizza Party level. Party Freddy's body is the same body and color as his counterpart, Dark Freddy. The only difference he has from Dark Freddy is that his eyes and teeth are black, while the outer eyes and teeth are glowing red. Phone Guy is the killer. What I found on this is a Reddit post by someone who has since deleted their account on Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit. The post is titled, "Why Phone Guy is the Killer?" and reads, "Anyone remember the phone call from FNAF 1 where the phone guy tells you that if the animatronics were to stuff you in a suit, your eyes and teeth would pop out? Well, how does he know this? Here's how, people who have wasted their hard-earned time to read this. The murderer most likely would stuff the kids into the suits to dispose of their bodies, most likely because it is explained that blood and mucus comes out from the suit along with weird smells, and that only the killer can know the effects of being in the suit. Phone Guy is the kid murderer. He stuffs their bodies into the suits, and he watched what happened. Then a suspect was arrested, not the phone guy, which explains why Phone Guy can still have his job. It can also explain why the animatronics were much more difficult to him on the 4th night, because the haunted animatronics remember him, and they hate him. But that's just my theory. You guys probably think it's a garbage theory, but I believe it's still a good theory. In theory. See what I did there? Yeah? Okay. Also, he's the last person we'd ever expect, and the comment section completely ripped this guy apart. Poor guy. Puppet is called Sock Puppet in the FNAF 2 files. In the FNAF 2 files, the puppet is indeed referred to as Sock Puppet, which is really confusing because there's also a character in the game Freddy in Space 2 called Sock Puppet. Maybe it's a reference. Purple Guy's Piece of Toast. This refers to Tumblr fan art of the purple guy with a piece of toast. Nobody knows why he's depicted with a piece of toast or where it came from, but the only reason I can think of is because his badge in some of the minigames looks kinda like a piece of toast. Staff bots voice themselves. This is a joke that refers to the fact that the staff bots in the security breach are voiced by text-to-speech programs, so it's a bot voiced by a bot. Oh, one more thing, there was a comment saying that they couldn't tell if my voice was AI or not, and to that I say, I hope that proves it. Scrap Baby's Eyes. This entry refers to the fact that even though Elizabeth's soul was removed from Circus Baby at the end of Sister Location, when Baby becomes Scrap Baby long afterward, her eyes are still green when they should be blue, as they're only green when she's possessed by Elizabeth. Security Breach is in the same universe as Poppy Playtime. This is a Reddit post on r/GameTheorist posted by Ace the Title, and goes, "Now our world has 2 amazing famous horror games themed around haunted toys and robots and experiments, Five Nights at Freddy's and Poppy Playtime. However, it is in my theory, a game theory, that both these franchises exist in the same universe. Let's look at some key plot points in FNAF. It was already established that William Afton was no ordinary murderer, but even a great engineer creating mechanisms beyond his time. So, after 2 of his children presumably died, Elizabeth and the Crying Child, he decided to replace them with machines. I explain a lot more in the comments of the Game Theorist FNAF videos. In a nutshell, the Crying Child is clearly dead, but Elizabeth, on the other hand, isn't confirmed completely. And in Help Wanted, as well as Security Breach, Vanessa matches the physical features of Elizabeth, meaning she could have been in a coma hidden by William. But that wouldn't explain Circus Baby's awakening, and this contradicts my other theory mentioned before in the other videos. So what happened? Simple. She was cloned. And before anybody says theory is too far-fetched, then you don't know what franchise we're talking about. Elizabeth was cloned, presumably many times, just to get a perfect vessel for the character to house the identity and personality of Vanny, just like Gregory and Patient 46 explained in other common theory. So, this is finally the story. One of the Elizabeth clones left and made her own life, which was known as the Stella Graber, to the public. Stella clearly had some mental issues like the Vanny and Vanessa, as she was willingly ready to possess the toys in Poppy Playtime and continue said project with the player. The way Poppy guides the player is incredibly similar to Circus Baby. The player helps both characters only to be their pawn. This theory might also explain which company is making so many Fazbear and Fazbear themed products, even though all the main antagonists of FNAF remain dormant for years before causing havoc. This means that the player of the Poppy Playtime franchise eventually helps Poppy win in the end and probably dies or loses, while Poppy continues making possessed toys one way or another to be successful. Well, this is just my theory. A game theory. Edit. The sequel disproves some of my points, but the rest still seems plausible. Sister location schedule. Sometime after the first entered teaser, Scott hid the sister location animatronics' schedule for the week in the source code of scottgames.com, including a fifth animatronic labeled OOS for out of service. FNAF Squeeze Keychain. You know those old keychains with the squishy characters on them that if you squeeze them their eyes pop out? Apparently there are FNAF versions of these sold by Funko. Of course Funko made them. Survive till 6 a.m. This is another game, except Funko made this one. Survive till 6 a.m. is a board game available on Amazon. Its description reads, "You are the night security guard. We're Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and it's your duty to check the security cameras and keep the equipment in good working order. And beware the animatronics that activate on their own at night. Each turn, you'll check the cameras and react to movements in the dark. Choose to turn on the lights or close doors to protect yourselves. But watch out. Each reaction depletes your limited power. Keep Freddy and his friends out of your office until you can clock off at 6 a.m. I mean, it's literally just FNAF 1, except as a board game. I don't know how that would even be possible, but it has good reviews, so I guess there might be something to it. The Escapists 2 controversy. This game once fell under heavy fire from the FNAF fanbase for allegedly modifying the sister location main menu theme to use as the lockdown theme, but it turns out they both use the same GarageBand audio loop. Tyke and Sons Lumber Co. This is another fan game available on GameJolt based on Chipper & Sons Lumber Co. Its description reads, "A few years after the events of Chipper & Sons Lumber Co., the newest member of the Beaver family, Mike, gets into the family business. Being led by his father, Tyke, he must obtain items and craft objects for the inhabitants of the forest and many more magical places. Join Mike on an adventure that goes far beyond what you've seen before, with many guests, games, and some dark twists concerning his long-lost grandfather, Chipper." I was actually impressed someone thought of this. It's a great idea. Ultra Custom Night. Ultra Custom Night, also known as Ultra CN, ULCN, or UCN, is another Five Nights at Freddy's fan game, specifically of Ultimate Custom Night. It was created by Camille Firma, the same developer who created the rejected Custom Night series. Ultra Custom Night is more than 10 times as big as Ultimate Custom Night, containing 724 characters, including most of the ones from the original game, and is currently still getting updated. Vanny Meter. Security Breach was originally going to have a meter that would fill up the longer you stayed idle, and once the meter was full, Vanny would attack you. This is an incentive to keep moving, I guess. Vanny uses illusion discs. This is a post on Reddit by the user Revenant925 on the FNAF Theories subreddit. The post is titled Vanny and Illusion Discs and reads, "Apparently some people think or thought Vanny was using an illusion disc in Security Breach, and here's why she's likely not. For starters, illusion discs warp the viewer's perception about what they're about to see. Gregory, however, doesn't expect to see Vanny as a bunny woman. He says, 'What was that?' and didn't expect to see her or any rabbit woman. In the rooftop ending where he unmasks her, he doesn't expect to see Vanessa either. If he's confused to see her, then it's not an illusion. Camera distortion isn't accurate either. Illusion discs blur photos, yes, but they only blur the user. The rest of the photo is unaltered and the blur is described as motion blur. Vanny, however, distorts the entire camera and does so by creating shutters. Illusion discs have an effective range. If you look at Vanny from a distance, you'll see she looks the same. Furthermore, the discs don't make you invisible to animatronics. Illusion discs require a human-to-human-like mind to work, as they overwhelm the subconscious with noise. But instead, Vanny is invisible to animatronics, not people. If anything, she's more likely using a chip like Charlie Emily made. I don't know what the distortion effect is or how she causes it, and it's possible it's a variant on illusion discs, but we can say she's not using one as they've described. In case someone points out how Gregory's mind would have nothing to build off of, so he'd see her normally, he's surrounded by murderous glam rocks. If she was using a disc, that would likely be how she'd look. What do you guys think? William is British. William Afton is voiced by PJ Haywood in Sister Location as well as Ultimate Custom Night. Haywood has a British accent, so this detail, along with Scott saying that Afton is a smooth talker, and a lot of other details, leads the fanbase to conclude that William Afton, and thus his family, is British. Yeve. Yeve is Scott Cawthon, who was photoshopped to look symmetrically mirrored, and was originally done by a fan from the official Five Nights at Freddy's Reddit around 2017. And this strange Photoshop originates from one of Scott's selfie photos at the Fright Dome event. The meme was later referenced in a couple of games. For the intro of Freddy in Space 2, Freddy's spaceship has Yeve's name on it. From the starting intro of Security Breach Fury's Rage, when Scott imagines himself being a hero in his dreams, he wears a t-shirt written with the Yeve text on it. Yo Mama FNAF Jokes. Well, in Tier 4 with this entry, Yo Mama FNAF Jokes. It's exactly what it sounds like. Allow me to give you a few examples. Yo Mama's so fat, and when she plays Five Nights at Freddy's, they can't stuff her into a suit. Yo Mama's so ugly, and when she plays FNAF, the animatronics hide from her. And finally, Yo Mama's so hairy, when she plays FNAF, the animatronics thought she already had a suit. 1987 in FNAF 2's Custom Night. This refers to a Reddit post made by a deleted user on the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit. The post is titled, "Today I learned FNAF 2 has a 1987 Custom Night mode programmed in, but it remains unused," and reads, "If you set Withered Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, and Foxy to 1987, it sets the variable 1987 to 1 in the same fashion all R20 gets set to 1 when all 10 of them are at 20. This variable is never actually called anywhere else, so it is useless." This is literally the only piece of information I could find on this entry. At least until they ruin everything by making 47 sequels. Looking at you, Cawthon. This is a quote from Smosh Games' video on Undertale. FNAF 57 Freddy in Space was actually a reference to this quote, as the character Scott's Head references making many different sequel games after FNAF 57 Freddy in Space. Custom Night. In the screenshots and Ultimate Custom Night's Steam's and Game Jolt pages, the phrase Custom Night is seen in place of the offices, power-ups, and challenges buttons. This sprite also exists in the game files but is unused. Slurp. In the intro to Freddy in Space 2, the word slurp appears next to Freddy as he drinks his non-alcoholic beverage, but is invisible against the black background. Withered is never said in FNAF 2. The word withered is never said in FNAF 2, even in reference to the withered animatronics. In the game files, they're referred to as old animatronics, and the term withered originated in FNAF World. Since then, we've been referring to them using the prefix withered. New office under construction, please come back later. In 2018, Scott Cawthon posted this teaser to his website, scottgames.com. It shows an image of Scott's avatar, Anim Dude, with a hard hat on, and the caption, "New office under construction, please come back later." 6666 unlocks the camera in the kitchen. In FNAF 1, there's a camera for the kitchen, but it's audio only. There's a prevalent rumor that if you type 6666, it'll unlock the camera. Unfortunately, this has never worked. There are no files in the game that would allow the kitchen camera to turn on. Army of Endos rising from the bowling alley. I believe this refers to a YouTube video posted by Boba T is Good For You that showcases something interesting in Security Breach. Whenever you're in Bonnie's bowling alley, endoskeletons come from the alleys to try to catch you, and if you look at them though, they don't move. Very interesting. Bed sheets. You can get these sweet FNAF-themed bed sheets online. Go to sleep while Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy keep the monsters out of your closet, out of your bed, and out of your dreams. Biddy Bab in the circus control room. A Biddy Bab can rarely appear behind the glass, similar to how a Biddy Bab can appear behind the glass in the elevator. Here's a picture. Bilge Rat. In Help Wanted's Curse of Dreadbear DLC, if a player gets 0 points during Foxy's Pirate Ride minigame, players will be awarded the Bilge Rat ranking before being greeted by a jump scare. Bounce Pot did the bite of 87. In FNAF World, possibly the easiest enemy you can come across is Bounce Pot. This bouncy onion plant thing has the lowest points in the game, and only awards you 5 XP when defeated. On the mobile version of FNAF World, at the end of the clock ending, it's suggested by Bounce Pot that he is the perpetrator of the bite of 87. This is probably Scott Cawthon making fun of all the fan theories about who committed the bite. Candy dispensers. These candy dispensers are made by Funko and are likely available at your local Walmart. You can find them in their Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica versions. They function exactly like Pez dispensers, which, fun fact, if you lift up the top really fast to dispense a piece, you can shoot it into your own eye or up your own nose, and don't ask how I know that. Depressed Freddy. This is a meme in which Freddy Fazbear is shown at a table looking down with 2 bottles of unknown liquid. Okay, they're beers, looking like he's having an existential crisis. The majority of these memes that I've seen are shown in response to something with no text on them. Early glitch trap design. This refers to this picture of what was supposedly Glitch Trap's early design. It looks like they really toned it down for security breach, because to me this design looks a lot like Springtrap. Endo 1 with nostrils. In one of the cutscenes for FNAF 4, we can see the crying child locked inside the repair or maintenance room. On one of the shelves, we can see the head of one of the Endo 1s. What's interesting about this head is that it has nostrils, and it's unknown why. My guess is that it's probably just to make it look more like a skull or to symbolize death for a bit of foreshadowing. Innard's Mask teaser. This was a teaser for Sister Location that showed Innard's Mask. If you brighten the image, you would be able to see the projected release date. What's nice about the image is that Innard's Mask isn't in one piece and almost looks like it's falling apart. Like, not all of him is the same. Face into static. In FNAF 1, when you get jump scared, you just get a screen of static after you die. There's some speculation online regarding if there are faces or details that can be seen in the static. Some see faces, some see eyes, but I think it's just a case of pareidolia or seeing something that isn't there. What do you think? Do you see anything? Fighter Mage Bard. Fighter Mage Bard is a mobile game released by Scott Cawthon in 2014, right before FNAF 1. It's a pixelated RPG game where you can choose between being a fighter, which is easy mode, a mage, which is medium, or a bard, which is hard mode. The game can be beaten within an hour by the experienced player, but with secret bosses and hidden upgrades, there's plenty of replay value to be found in this pint-sized adventure. Unfortunately, I could not find it on the Apple App Store. Maybe it's on like the Google App Store or something like that. FNAF 1 Foxy and the FNAF 2 trailer. In the third teaser for FNAF 2, we see Mangle and Foxy peeking out from behind a curtain with a 2 on it. What's unusual about this is that the Foxy on the left is the FNAF 1 model of Foxy, which doesn't appear in the game. Scott must not have been done with the withered Foxy model. FNAF 2's phone call in the trailer. In the trailer for FNAF 2, we can hear Phone Guy saying, "If you're hearing this, then chances are you've made a pretty poor career choice," which is a line we only hear in the trailer and is never used in the game, which is a crying shame because it's a great line. FNAF 3 Night 7. There's a glitch where you can get access to Night 7 for FNAF 3, although it's pretty hard to execute and it's obvious you're not supposed to be able to access it. It doesn't give you any access to any sort of special ending or minigame. There's no special reward for completing it except for bragging points, but if you go around to the average FNAF fan and tell them you beat FNAF 3 Night 7, they probably won't believe you anyway. FNAF 3 Scream and My Little Pony. This refers to a sound effect used in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. In the scene, Starlight Glimmer says, "Everything else I've said is true. The only way to be happy is if we're all equal." To which Party Favor replies saying, "Except for you," inciting Starlight Glimmer to turn around, snarling. And at this moment, you can hear the sound effect that would later be used in FNAF 3 and 4. Here's the clip.
Everything else I said is true. The only way to be happy is if we're all equal.
Except for you.
FNAF face paint videos. There are plenty of videos online of people painting their faces to look like certain characters, and the FNAF fanbase is not exempt from this, and you can find Springtrap, Circus Baby, Bonnie, Mangle, Ballora, and many others. FNAF underwear. Of course, if you're looking to add some comfort to your life, look no further than the FNAF underwear line. Indeed, you can go online and pick yourself up a pair of security briefs today. FNAFopedia. FNAFopedia is, well, it claims to be an online encyclopedia of FNAF knowledge. It's famous for consistently getting things wrong, for example, referring to events happening in 83, happening in 87. and pretending that William Afton doesn't exist while mentioning the missing children. Freddit Free Build. Freddit Free Build is an online community launched on July 6, 2015 that started as a Minecraft server based on Five Nights at Freddy's. 2018 is regarded as its only peaceful year because every other year of its existence has been filled with ownership battles, takeovers, and accusations left and right. As a result, it doesn't have a very good reputation. Freddy's Son. Freddy's Son is an NPC from Freddy in Space 2. He is Freddy Fazbear's son, if you didn't get that from the name, and he alerts Freddy to Lolhax's schemes and gets saved at the end of the game if you get the good ending. Funtime Fredbear. This is a fan-made image of what someone thought a Funtime Fredbear would look like in Sister Location. Unfortunately, the only time anything Fredbear related appears in Sister Location is a Fredbear plush in the breaker room. Glamrock Bonnie. Glamrock Bonnie is an animatronic canon to Security Breach, but we never see him. He is mentioned in a few lines, so we know that he at one point did exist in the location, and it's heavily implied that Monty killed or dismembered Glamrock Bonnie in order to take his place in the band. Gummy Pizza Slice. This is a gummy made to look like a slice of pizza sold at FYE since 2018. Its description reads, "Fuel your night shift at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza with this giant gummy pizza slice. Since it comes with all the toppings, you should have plenty of energy to stay vigilant. Sweet gummy flavors include orange, green apple, strawberry banana, cherry, and mango." Goat Animatronic. People were making fake versions of the Goat Animatronic, and it was said to be a custom version of Endo 2. The majority of FNAF fans were not fooled because they knew Endo 2 would either be a Freddy variant or a Foxy variant. Later That Night. Later That Night refers to the secret minigame section in the game Midnight Motorist from Pizzeria Simulator. There is a gap in the bottom corner of the road at one point, and if you go through it, you'll immediately begin the Later That Night game. During this game, you drive along a road until you come to a fork in the road, where you can go straight or west. If you go west, you'll arrive at Junior's. If you try to go in, the person at the door will tell you, "Come on, you know you can't be here. Don't make this any more difficult than it has to be." Once you get back into your car, continue down the road and it'll get more and more narrow until you get out of the car and follow the path to your house. Once inside, you'll enter the living room and find someone, presumably a child, watching TV. If you approach them, they'll say, "Leave him alone tonight, he had a rough day." If you go further into the house, you'll see a door that, when approached, a knocking sound will play and your character will say, "I told you not to close the door." If you try to leave, your character will say, "This is my house, he can't ignore me like that." If you return to the door, a pounding sound will play with your character shouting, "Open the door." Once it's clear that the door won't budge, you leave, saying to yourself, "I'll find a way in from outside." Outside at the back of the house, you'll find a broken window and footprints leading into the forest behind the house. Your character says, "Ran off to that place again." He will be sorry when he comes back, and at this point, the minigame ends and you go back to your pizzeria. Lolbit Mask in the primary control module. In Sister Location, Ennard's mask can be seen hanging high on the wall directly in front of you. Sometimes this mask can be replaced with Lolbit's mask. Fun little detail. Mangle calls the police. One of the characteristics of Mangle is their static noise that they play. It has what sounds like garbled speech, and some have tried to decipher what it means, and have come to the conclusion that what we're hearing is the recording of the police radios and sounds around them right after the bite of 87. Phrases like, "We got a little boy," and something about a frontal lobe are claims to be heard. Here's the recording. What do you guys hear? Markiplier Animatronic. The Markiplier Animatronic is a secret animatronic in the FNAF fan games Five Nights at Candy's 1, 2, and 3, and it can be triggered by clicking the Wharf Stash drawing in Camera 11. He then appears on the PC, on the player's desk, and yells, "I am the king of Five Nights at Freddy's." This is a nod at what Mark says upon beating the 5th night of the original FNAF game, and he has repeated this phrase many other times. In the remastered versions of Five Nights at Candy's, when clicking the Wharf Stash in the drawing room, Markiplier appears on the PC and says, Wahaha, hey there. Hey, how you doing there, kitty cat? This line refers to the first time he played Five Nights at Candy's, in which Cindy had appeared at the door for the first time. FNAF Monopoly Clue. Monopoly is a great, or evil, depending on who you ask, board game to play for lots of family fun. Or suffering. Cluedo, also known as Clue in North America, is a murder mystery board game in the same vein as Monopoly. They both have lots of variations based on lots of different fan bases, and one of the variations they both have is Five Nights at Freddy's. Look at the Monopoly version. I want it so badly. Nightmare Purple Guy. This could be referring to a number of things, but I think it's referring to this image posted on Reddit by FNAF Giffer 7 on the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit. I can't really decide if this is scary or not. It's kind of neutral, I guess. But other things this entry could be referring to are various YouTube hoaxes where people claim to have seen or captured footage of a Nightmare Purple Guy in games like FNAF 2, but in reality, it's just a recolored Nightmare Bonnie. Orange Guy symbolizes William Afton. In the Later That Night minigame discussed earlier in Pizzeria Simulator, you play as an orange character. The consensus among most of the community is that this represents William Afton, from him pounding on the child's door, referencing FNAF 4, to him talking to his son inside the house, presumably Michael. People have pieced together that this orange fellow is most likely Afton himself. Phone Guy is Purple Guy. This is a theory that was popularized by MatPat in 2015. I do want to say that although this theory is pretty much laughable now, back in 2015 it made a lot of sense. Consider these points in context. Phone Guy is the purple guy because he's the only one who knows about the safe room and the spring lock suits. Because he says Foxy is his favorite and is standing next to Pirate Cove smiling in the Foxy minigame, and because he is holding a phone in the Save Them minigame. In the context of 2015, this was borderline irrefutable proof that Phone Guy was Purple Guy. Of course, now we can look back and laugh. Pickles the Parrot. This refers to Rockstar Foxy's parrot, who was never given a name. Fans have named it though, and they decided on Pickles. The decision was made to name it Pickles simply because there's a jar of pickles available for purchase in the Pizzeria Simulator, and its purpose is unknown, other than granting 9 happiness points. So, since the parrot doesn't really have a purpose, yet grants happiness, the parrot was named Pickles. At least, I assume that's what the thought process was. Please maintain 6 feet of distance sign. This is a sign that can be seen in Security Breach, and it shows 2 characters with a short distance between them, with the caption, "Please maintain 6 foot distance." This is probably meant to encourage people not to get too close to the animatronics. Scalers. These are discontinued trinket-like toys that you would attach to thin pieces of cord like headphone wires. They just hang there as an accessory. I assume they just weren't popular enough. They did come up with a variation of them though that lights up. Yes, light up it does. that was my Yoda impression for the person that requested it. I know it's garbage. You don't have to tell me. Scott getting calls from pizza places. This entry's title is a little misleading. What this refers to is Freddy's Restaurant and Pizzeria getting a huge influx of calls from children asking if it's the real Freddy Fazbear's location. They would sometimes get 200 calls an hour and became increasingly upset as real paying customers couldn't get through. Scott Cawthon took to Reddit to tell everyone not to call any numbers found in the game, but it's unclear whether or not this actually worked. Eventually, the restaurant closed down for unrelated reasons. Scott said Bonnie does not abide by the laws of physics. In FNAF 1, Bonnie is known to teleport across multiple rooms at once. When addressing this, Scott Cawthon said that Bonnie does not abide by the laws of physics. And to me, that makes him even scarier. Secret Shrek cutscene in Sister Location Custom Night. This is a YouTube video uploaded by Way2 that parodies the Sister Location Custom Night cutscenes. It features an 8-bit version of All Star by Smash Mouth, playing over an animation of Shrek walking through a neighborhood, and ends with Donkey getting kicked out of Shrek's house in a swamp. I've linked a video in the description for you to check out. Security Breach difficulty settings. Strings of code for features such as changing difficulty to easy, medium, and nightmare can be found, alongside code suggesting that time passed as the player played instead of the hard-coded time progression found currently. The text mentions, "Warning, time does not stop when looking at the Fazwatch." Springtrap's jump scare is bad because he recognizes his son. This is a fan theory posted on the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit by a user by the name of Dr. Purpleman. He proposes that the reason Springtrap's jump scare in FNAF 3 is so bad is because Springtrap, William Afton, recognizes that the night guard is his son, which is also why his eyelids go up so suddenly when jump scaring the player. A comment adds on to this, saying that another reason why Springtrap's jump scare is so bad could be due to the fact that Afton isn't intimidated by the night guard and knows he is in complete control. What do you guys think? Supposed Scott Cawthon photo. Back when FNAF first came out, when you would look up Scott Cawthon's name and try to find photos of him, this was one of the only pictures that would come up. I, along with many others, have never seen this photo before, as for some reason it doesn't really show up a lot anymore. Tater the Waiter Gator. This is a fan-made animatronic by Yoshidashite on Imager. He's a weirdly simple looking gator, but it really feels like there's something going on beneath the surface, like he's trying to swindle me into buying a car I don't want or something. Oh, I know what it is. He looks like Plato the Publicosaurus. Tentacles in the static. In the static insecurity breach, if you increase the contrast, you can very clearly see dark tentacles of what looks like something swimming. What could it be? A giant squid? Nightmarian? Something from Japan? Maybe we'll never know. Unwithered Bonnie. Some fans have taken to programs like Blender to try to construct what Withered Bonnie would have looked like before he was withered, hence the unwithered part of this entry. Based on the lower teeth that are still present in his withered model, he probably had some prominent teeth on his upper jaw as well. All of the models of the unwithered Bonnie I've seen have looked relatively good, but definitely uncanny in some way. It just doesn't pass as something originally made to entertain kids. FNAF Truth or Dare videos. Remember the last video where I said as we go deeper into the iceberg the entries get more and more fun to talk about? This is proof. FNAF Truth or Dare videos refers to YouTube videos where the animatronics are dared to do certain things, often to each other. My favorite is from Ignited Animations where Freddy is dared to kiss Chica but he hesitates, then admits he's always had feelings for her. Another one is where Bonnie is dared to stare at Chica while she eats pizza. The video link is in the description. Some things just happen during the game making process. I can't explain Golden Freddy. This is a quote from Scott Cawthon where he was interviewed by Geeks Under Grace in 2014. In the interview, the last question was, "What's the story behind Golden Freddy?" To which Cawthon replied, "Sometimes things just happen in the game making process. I can't explain Golden Freddy." This was all he said in response. I do feel like this is a bit of a blow to those who believe that Cawthon had the entire idea for the story fleshed out before he even started the game, and that he developed the first FNAF with the other 3 core games in mind, and I really don't think that was the case. Sewer slide didn't work. In the Sister Location trailer, Circus Baby says the words, "Don't hold it against us," but if you play it backwards, you might be able to hear the words, "Sewer slide didn't work." This is in the same boat as Mike Kill All, and it's not meant to be a hidden message, it's just a case of cognitive bias. I mean, if you really were to find some random recording of a person speaking on behalf of a group and they said the words "don't hold it against us," are we to actually believe that since we're able to reverse it and hear the words "sewer slide didn't work," that the person speaking was hiding some sort of secret message? No, it's just cognitive bias. Well, congratulations, you beat a fictional character in a fictional game. Bravo, big deal. This is a hidden line of code in FNAF World after you beat the game getting any ending. This could explain the cold, unfulfilling, and somewhat strange endings in the game. Finding a message like this could be discouraging or funny, but I'm sure the code wasn't meant to be taken as something malicious and was put in as an Easter egg joke. 2 versions of Crying Child and Mystery Benny. This entry refers to the fact that there are 2 known versions of the Crying Child in the Mystery Minis line by Funko. These are little pieces of FNAF merchandise you can buy online or at retail locations. They don't actually do anything and are just fun to have around. But yes, there are in fact 2 versions of the Crying Child. One was used for promotional reasons and is the Crying Child with black tears, and the one that's on the shelves has blue tears. An interesting change, but I think I like the advertisement version better. Bears are extinct in the FNAF universe. It's a sad fact to come to terms with, but bears are extinct in the FNAF universe. This bit of trivia comes from a line of unused dialogue from the hand unit in Security Breach. The line goes, "Did you know that bears like pizza sauce more than honey? It's true. Before their extinction, bears were known to attack pizza delivery trucks more than any other food service vehicles. This has been another Faz fact." And this makes me pretty sad, since bears are pretty cool, and even though I wouldn't want one for a pet, I'd still want one to sing to me while I eat its pizza. Bootleg chocolate Springtrap plush. This is one of the ugliest things I've ever seen in my entire life, and my day has been worsened for having seen it. This is from Then Dat Plush Co. in Vietnam. It looks like it's trying to seem angry while actually being passive. It also looks like it's trying and failing to poop out the 5 pounds of aquarium rocks it ate earlier that day. Ennard was supposed to be his own animatronic. This is a theory that proposes that Ennard was not supposed to be a combination of a bunch of different animatronics, but his own. His tagline, "There's a little bit of me in everybody," is literally the opposite of what Ennard is, as there's actually a little bit of everybody in him. Also, the sister location source code schedule covered in a previous tier, he is listed as OOS, or out of service, implying that he was at one point his own functioning animatronic, independent of anything else. FNAF claymation, but it's shoddy like a melody. I don't know why this exists. ZeroFi on YouTube took a claymation video from Skylux and put the song Replay by Eaz over the top of it. Why? Your guess is as good as mine, but the video is legendary. I linked it in the description for you to check out. FNAF referenced in iCarly. This is a joke entry that refers to a clip from iCarly in which Sam and Carly are approached by someone in a bear suit. They engage in a dialogue with this bear, and it's revealed that it's Freddy, another character in the series, inside the suit. They proceed to beat the crap out of Freddy, and he collapses onto the floor. There's so much in this video in just a few seconds. We've got a bear suit, the dude's name is Freddy, he says, "It's me," it's a kid in the suit, and he gets beaten over the head. Here's the clip.
I thought I heard you guys out here.
Freddy? Is that you in there?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh my gosh, the bear ate Freddy. Bad bear!
Freddle's jump scare. This is a fan-made animation of what a Freddle's jump scare in FNAF 4 could look like. It's done by Way2 on YouTube. Here's a short clip. The video is linked in the description for you to check out. Freddy Fazbear. This is a meme in which the poster responds to the question, "Do you know who Freddy Fazbear is?" And the meme says, "Yes, I know who Freddy Fazbear is," and shows a gif of a bear walking sped up. Get it? Because the bear is fast? Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear. Mediocre Melodies Whispers. This entry refers to mediocre melodies, which are 5 buyable characters from the Pizzeria Simulator. They later appear in Ultimate Custom Night, and during their voice lines, you can hear whispering while they talk, and sometimes after they talk. After listening to the audio carefully, I've determined that the whispers are just repeating what the animatronics are saying, but slightly delayed. Here's some audio.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
Mr. Can-Do strings and rare screens. If you look closely at the garbage cans in the FFPS rare screens, they all have a string tied around their handles. This is most obvious in Molten Freddy's rare screen. This means Scott reused Mr. Can-Do's model for the garbage cans and removed the balloon, but not the strings. Five Bear. Bear 5, or Five Bear, is a parody version of Freddy Fazbear cropped from an edited image of the thank you image from scottgames.com. He's weirdly cropped, holding a knife, and blue for some reason, and the image was originally posted on Twitter by a user by the name of Sonar Sponge, and Bear 5 appears in a Roblox game called Nico's Next Bots. In the game, the player is chased by pictures and GIFs of characters with the objective being to survive as long as possible. Nightmare Fredbear clips through the closet floor. This entry refers to the fact that in FNAF 4, when Nightmare Fredbear is terrorizing you and chooses the closet as his hiding spot, you can go to the closet and shine your light on him, noticing that he's clipping through the floor. His head is still attached to his body, and it's like he was traveling through the basement and thought this would be a good place to pop up. Scott Cawthon apparently didn't want to cut his head off just to put it in the closet, so he used the entire model. Glamrock Chica's old guitar. Glamrock Chica, much like Bonnie, used to have a different guitar. I believe they changed it for the same reason they changed Bonnie's guitar. Copyright reasons. Nonetheless, while the old version was an oddly shaped guitar with blue stripes, Chica's new guitar is a star shape with blue lining. I personally think the new version looks way better. Phantom Marionette's teeth. In FNAF World, Phantom Marionette has teeth. Why? It looks so weird. Many explanations have been put forward for this, with none of them satisfying. Explanations such as, he takes dental hygiene seriously, and to clip your fingernails with, to, he needs them to chew. In reality, he probably has teeth because he'd look weird without them. Project 87. This is a project being led by Anthrobotics that aims to create 17 real-life functioning FNAF animatronics. Here's their description on YouTube. Project 87 is a project dedicated to creating real-life versions of the animatronics of the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. These robots will be able to walk, talk, and interact with people, and we have very high expectations of their quality. We at Project 87 are a branch of the robotics startup company Anthrobotics. You can visit the Anthrobotics website at anthrobotics.ca. Project 87 is a non-profit and is run 100% off donations from the community. All money donated goes directly to funding the creation of the robots. We have no connection to Scott Cawthon, and we have no plans on using these robots to make a profit. They're actually making great progress every month, and have one of the core mechanisms for the leg done, and I don't know whether or not to look forward to the completion of the project. Recycled pizza and security breach. There's a message in security breach that reads, "Customer complaint. The pizza we ordered was weird. Some pieces were different sizes or didn't fit together. One slice even had different toppings. Did you recycle the old pizza from the trash? I am never coming back here unless I'm given some sort of major discount. Angry Mom." Size inconsistencies and a thank you teaser. This entry refers to the blatant size differences between the animatronics in the thank you teaser posted at scottgames.com. Why is the puppet so freaking huge? Why is Golden Freddy massive? Why is Plushtrap... Okay, Plushtrap is the appropriate size, but the Freddy mask in the background is huge! The cupcake is a camera. This entry refers to a Reddit post on the Game Theorist subreddit by Booski, in which they say, "It's rumored that the cupcake within the office may be a camera. The evidence for this can be that the monitors on the office desk seem to change on and broadcast any attack on Mike Schmidt. However, this is often easily proven false, as seen in gameplay. The monitors clearly show something from inside the area, and if you look, each monitor shows a special angle. If the cupcake really were a camera, they might show the identical angle, but they do not. In fact, they show angles impossible for the cupcake to determine from its position facing forward on the opposite side of the space from Foxy. This means that the monitors simply reflect the attack instead of displaying it. However, why they do not reflect anything until an attack happens is unknown. Chef Boyardee canned food is all stored here, dev text. This is a bit of internal development text that states, "Freezer room. Chef Boyardee canned food is all stored here. Most of the food is stored in boxes. Probably should have used more boxes than cans for the white box." Maybe this was a bit of text that would pop up when you go to the freezer room. I'm not really sure what else it could be referring to, or what purpose it would have served. BB is a hallucination. BB is the only non-Easter egg animatronic in FNAF 2 who isn't acknowledged by Phone Guy, which some people way back in the day took as a hint that he was just a figment of Jeremy or Fritz's imagination. Costumed entertainer and cute woodland creature. Before Sister Location was released, the feedback from the voice actors would often appear on voices.com, but with characters' names changed as to not spoil too much. Funtime Freddy was listed as Costumed Entertainer, while Bonbon was listed as Cute Woodland Creature. Freddy Under Table. In FNAF 2, the sprite of Toy Freddy in your office is internally named Freddy Under Table, which implies that he was originally supposed to hide under the desk. Mangle's sprite named He Was Here. This entry refers to the fact that in the FNAF 2 game files, the 8-bit Mangle sprite was named He Was Here. This is presumably from the Save Them minigame in FNAF 2. Mini-Renas spell out baby. In this image of Ballora with her mini Renas, which are super creepy by the way, there is some speculation that the shapes they're making with their bodies spell out baby in reference to Circus Baby. I don't know why this would be the case, but if it's intentional, it's pretty cool. Skittles referencing FNAF. The Skittles Twitter account is well known for being cringe, and on February 17th, 2022, they tweeted, "Uh-oh, Michael Afton is trending." And later last year, they tweeted, "I'm sorry to interrupt you, Skittles, if you even remember that name." Both clear references to FNAF. Sister Location character names leaked via trademarks. When Scott Cawthon copyrighted the names of the animatronics for Sister Location, he used a website of the US Copyright Office, which is public record. So, someone searched his name and found out that he had copyrighted the names of the Sister Location animatronics, and this is how they found out their names before the game was released. Toys vs. Withered. Before FNAF 2 was released, it was theorized that the toy animatronics would help the player by fighting the withered animatronics. Part of the evidence for this was Mango's design, as its damage could have easily been caused by the other animatronics' attacks, but this is not the case. Welcome to Saul's debug mode. This is a bit of unused code from Help Wanted. It reads, "Welcome to Saul's debug mode." This is probably referring to when the developers were debugging the game, and presumably Saul was the lead developer or something. Nightmare Foxy in Hallway. This is a Reddit post on the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit by user FuntimeCat. It shows what Nightmare Foxy would have looked like if he acted like the other animatronics, moving through the hallways to approach the door instead of going straight to the closet. Scott has commented on r/FNAF cringe. Scott Cawthon is a member of r/FNAF cringe on Reddit, and at one point 7 years ago, at the time of recording, he made a post in response to someone questioning whether or not he once endorsed people unaliving themselves. And he commented the word "sigh" and linked to a post on Steam where he explained fake accounts. He obviously never endorsed this, and it was a fake account on YouTube pretending to be him. Ferb the Fish. This is a fan-made animatronic by the user JMiraculous on Reddit. He posted this image of Ferb on Imager when he was 14 or 15 and later posted this updated version on Reddit, on the Five Nights at Freddy's subreddit. The original description of Ferb the Fish reads, "Ferb the Fish. He moves around the pizzeria in pipes filled with water. He can bypass doors and has a special door in his pipe that you need to close to stop him. If he appears in your office, he will close your doors, then jam them, and fill your office with water so you'll drown." 40-inch Good Stuff baby plush. This is a plush made by the company Good Stuff. It's 40 inches tall and is ready and willing to stare at you while you sleep and give you nightmares. The quality doesn't look too good, but hey, if you like it, you can order one. The Afton family is an allegory for Scott's childhood family. This is by far the darkest entry on the iceberg and implies that Scott is Michael Afton, with his father being William Afton and brother and sister being the crying child and Elizabeth Afton respectively. The story itself is said to be a true story, with all the events being covered up. Of course, this can't possibly be true. Or can it? Anyway, that's just a theory. A Barky theory! And with that, the iceberg is finished. Thanks so much to all of you who have stuck around for the final part, and to all of you who have subscribed. When I started this iceberg, I had no subscribers. And now, like 3 weeks later, I have, 2,879 subscribers. It's absolutely incredible to have you all here, and I'll keep pumping out content for you to watch. Next, we'll be going over the Legend of Zelda Iceberg, and this one isn't going to be nearly as long as the FNAF one, so don't worry. I'll knock it out in 1 or 2 parts. Alright, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one.